Well, welcome back. 47 seconds until tonight's broadcast begins. The new golden age for America has begun. And we've got some big news tonight. Well, welcome back to the Hotel Orloff. It's January the 7th, 2025, in the year of our Lord. And our sponsor, Pure Leaf, no sugar, brings you once again the Gratu Orloff Show from sunny rural Retreat, Virginia, where it is now 21 degrees and it's warmed up to 50 degrees here in the house. Got down to 48 degrees, my wife tells me earlier today. The plumber ordered a part for our boiler, and he said the part that came in today was not even remotely what he had asked for. So they're rushing him one that should be here the first thing tomorrow morning. And so hopefully that will get our boiler working. Anyway, so incredible. Looks like we have a guest waiting in the wings. We have one viewer. So I bet the guest is the one viewer. Oh, boy. I got this little space heater and a dog. And I may just get under the blankets here. My wife's working until 11 o'clock tonight. And with a little space heater in a freezing cold room upstairs. And I've got to make sure we stay kind of quiet down here so that. Oh, I see. Just wondering what that object. I saw a black object behind me. It's these black Halloween flowers. Okay, let's see who's waiting in the wings. Why, it's Kevin Johnson from City Comics. Can you imagine? What's up?
Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. I see from messages you sent me earlier today, you've gotten some amazing things in today at your store in Mesa, Arizona, Gotham City Comics. Let's give you a bigger.
I thought there was going to be a line of people out there today.
For the things that you got.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I saw you posted them on. Was it Raymond Castile's Facebook page?
hmm I thought the
And
phone would be ringing off the hook.
it isn't.
No.
What's wrong with people, man? Well, I think it's because the economy's still horrible, but it's apparently going to rebound soon. And there was I haven't seen it because I just got home from work, but apparently at the press conference from Mar-a-Lago earlier today, Trump's talking about tripling the size of the United States by annexing Canada and Greenland, and then renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, and taking back the Panama Canal that was given away. That just sounds spectacular, man. And Justin Trudeau quit yesterday. It's almost like this is a dream. But you showed me two amazing things. Is that the bulk of it, or are there other amazing things you haven't told me yet?
Um, I got this. Pretty cool.
Oh, damn. That's cool. A Super 8 of Tarzan. So it's Adventures of Tarzan. So let zoom in at the bottom. Let's see is this. This must be a shortened version, maybe of a movie serial, television theater, superimposed titles. That's great, man. Is that So you got a whole bunch of Super 8, and that's one of the ones that you're selling, or what?
This one,
Or are you
I don't
keeping
know. I
that one?
kind of like it.
No,
I
you
might
keep
keep
it
it.
then. Yeah, yeah, keep it. I thought a couple of days ago you thought you might sell that one. That's the only reason I mentioned that. It's
If I
not
have
me
a, I
being
think I might
greedy.
have a double coming. If I
Oh,
have
okay,
any doubles coming, because I've been buying some lots.
if you get a double of that one, yeah, keep me in mind. Okay, so what else did you get a bunch of those today for your own personal collection?
No, I just got that single one.
Oh, okay, all
I
right.
got this. This is my only Star Wars card I own.
Oh no. Zoom in on
This is the
the
regular.
zoom in on that,
This one's
Kevin.
the regular. Well, this is the regular version right here.
Yeah, but that's not
Th-
the
This is
altered
not the
one.
error. This is the. I'll show you the altered one in a second, but and this is second print with the red border. The first print has green border.
What is that? The second series? Because the first series was blue.
Well, I don't know, but I just know the first print is green.
I trust you, but I know from being a kid then the very first Star Wars cards had a blue border with like little stars and. But anyway, I don't know. What do I know?
Yeah,
I've always heard about that there was a card where they airbrushed in a male genitalia on C-3PO, but it kind of looks like it there, but I
it
think they
does
made
look
it
like it
more.
there, but here I'll show you the error. This is the error.
It's that's you really think that's an error or that's someone playing around in the. But then why would someone play
I just
around? It's like I mean their total termination of their job doing something like.
no, I just think it was like an error with the image. It
Oh,
when you take a picture, when you take a picture and it just comes
okay.
out wrong.
Yeah, but how does no one spot that? I mean, no one notices that at all. What's wrong? I guess people are busy, and
There's the regular version, and here's the error.
yeah. Well, that is a very interesting card, man. So that's for your personal collection, correct?
These things I got today for people with slabs. You can put your slab in here and then hang your slab up.
Retarded. Yeah,
It's a slab for your slab. If you know that, you can
yeah,
slab
yeah.
your
There's
slab. But these are actually UV protected, so you could.
and the origin and slabs aren't UV protected. Is that correct?
Yeah. Hmm.
Oh my God, I can't
So
believe that.
people are getting their books faded.
Yeah, brilliant. I don't know how the hobby turned into this, where they're just things to hang on walls instead of things to read. I
And they announced today that they're raising the prices of slabbing now too.
okay. What are they going to raise it to? Not that I would ever pay.
I think they should just keep raising it. That way, that you're only going to send books that are actually deserve to be in a slab.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of people. Well, this is old. It's from 1974. I got to get it slabbed. It's ancient. It's just like, ugh, man.
There's people that actually think almost all the books are slabbed already, and I'm like, you guys are crazy if you think that.
I have heard.
There's so many.
Yeah.
There's so many people that don't slab books. There's way more that don't than do.
There's well, some of these youngsters like Comic Tom 101 will say that just about every copy of Amazing Spider-Man 1 through 100 has been slabbed. There's very few raw copies out there in the world. And in reality, they don't realize how many baby boomers exist because there's a lot of baby boomers, and a lot of those baby boomers read Spider-Man, and they kept those comics their entire life, and they're not slabbed. And where did I put the dog food? Yeah. So Yeah, I'm very adamantly against slabbing. I see, but the majority of people on YouTube are big slabbing people. That's how you get thousands of subscribers by being into that. Okay, so that skull, glowing ghoulies. That looks like maybe. What's the story behind this skull? This is a very familiar looking skull
The
to me.
Don, yeah, the Don Post skull,
Yeah,
that they were making in the factory in Halloween 3.
yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was Halloween 3. It looks a little bit like the skull on the cover of the album Drop Dead, Arch Obler's Drop Dead. But I think that was I don't think so. That's yeah, that's from Halloween 3. Which
But
is yeah,
looks like it came out way before then. It came out in '67,
67, yeah. Yeah, well,
but it got popular from Halloween 3.
that movie I'm glad the movie's finally gotten the respect it deserves. When I saw it when it came out, I was the only person in the theater. That movie was not liked when it came out.
Yeah, because people are expecting Michael Myers, and you only see him on the TV once.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
But once you
It
get
was still
over that,
fun
it's
though.
not a Michael Myers movie. Then it's a good movie.
Yeah, they just shouldn't have called it that. But he wanted to make it the Halloween series an anthology, and that
Yeah,
could have worked.
yeah,
Because
and he
Halloween
did it.
Two
He
was.
did do it. He did make it an anthology through his comics. So every year there's a new comic that comes out,
Oh,
and it's
okay,
Halloween
yeah.
the anthology story.
Huh. I've never
Yeah,
read those or knew they
it was supposed
existed.
to be an anthology, but Michael Myers became too popular, so they had to keep him.
Yeah, yep, yep, yep. Meyer
All right, I
Greenblatt
saved it.
says, "Slab slabs and the slabbing slabbers who slab them. This is the Don Post skull that I've always wanted. It was in the color ad. Yeah, yeah. How many did you get of that skull? Is that for sale or is that your own collection?
Yeah, I bought 3 of them to sell. Let's see who. This is going to be the most popular one, out of all the glow in the dark ones that I've gotten.
Oh, so it's never been made glow in the dark before, right?
Not, maybe not in vinyl. No, it's been in latex before.
Okay, so that's vinyl, which is
It's
will
black
last
vinyl.
longer than so that'll
Yeah, it's
last
black
longer.
vinyl.
Yeah.
It'll last forever.
What's the price on that?
They're 50.
Yeah, that's cool.
Let's see how good it glows.
Yeah. Is this the first
Give
time you
me.
tried the glowing?
Yeah, I haven't. I should take a picture of it. Plug in this black light.
I assume you don't have any customers in the shop if you're going to be turning off the lights.
I'm in the back,
Oh, okay.
but there's no customers today.
Yeah, I
Too
assume
cold.
not if you're in the back.
Too
Imps.
cold.
Oh, he hasn't been here in a while. Gratu, Happy New Year. Hey there, Imps. Yeah, Happy New Year to you.
Oh, that looks weird. Look at the inserts. The
Ooh,
plastic insert looks like eyeballs.
oh, the eyes are what makes it. They're beautiful.
Glows good too. Yeah, there's a plastic insert, and it's weird because it has
Ooh, that's pretty neat.
these inserts look like it has eyes.
Damn.
But you can't see that unless you put a black light on. Look at
Man.
that. Yeah, these glow better than the other ones.
Oh shit,
See
look
how
at that.
long? See how long it
Oh boy.
stays? Yeah, these stay for a long time too.
Um oh boy. I say I want one, but I'm afraid of what's going to happen. We have with the we have no heat in the house.
Too bad it's not made out of fur. It could keep your head warm too.
Yeah, really.
Got fur in the inside.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, hopefully this situation will be fixed before long. Um, I think I'm gonna get under a blanket actually.
Let me go and let me take a picture real quick. Hold on. If I disappear,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah,
be right back.
yeah. Sure, no, that's okay. Guys, prayer works. If you guys would say a prayer for us and that we get this heating situation fixed with the part that's showing up tomorrow, I would really appreciate it because having to pay over $15,000. Oh, he disappeared for a new boiler is not. We're be screwed, man. So, oh my gosh, what is that saying? You guys see those new Showa era Godzilla trading cards by Super 7? Whole display box with 24 packs of cards and a sticker. They look very tempting. I think Kevin showed that once. I don't know. Let's see, man. Gotham City's coming back. Okay. Oh shit, Drew.
Talking about the Godzilla cartoon.
Hold on. I think you're doubled. You got a Gary Von Davis echo, man. He has
All
that
right.
copy written. Hey, Drew, get over here, man. You're standing where I put the camera, man.
Is this
Come
on?
on over. Get under the blanket.
The echo going?
I don't even know what's going on. You want to go under here? Come on under. Come on, Drew. Come under the blanket, man, with me. It's a three dog night, but we only got one dog, man. Only one dog to warm us up. That's where that expression comes from, by the way. Three dog night. It's so cold, you need three dogs to warm you up. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. You motherfucker. You cocksucker. Come on over here, Drew. Get under the blanket. Come on, man. Oh, damn. Son of a
Yeah.
bitch. Daughter of a bitch. Oh, my gosh. Okay, Kevin, we have an echo. There's possibly two windows open.
Let me go close the window. It's getting cold in here.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that Kevin has those cards or showed us something like that. I don't know. What do I know? All right. We got the dog in my lap bundled up. This should warm me up a little bit. Indeed. Well, you haven't seen anything yet, so don't tune out yet because he hasn't shown you. He's only started to show you the cool things he got today. So far, only I know a little of it, and apparently Meyer does too. Meyer, did you get more of those blank covers for the other artists, or are they all aimed at me? If they are, that's great. If they aren't, it's no, don't. I don't. I'm not going to have my feelings hurt. Let's see. All right. Shit. Oof. I got on the wrong person. Let's go to that black screen. Very good. All right. Okay. Echo is gone. All we have is the sound of echoing cartoons from Mesa, Arizona.
Oh,
Oh
is it
shit.
still echoing?
No, there's no echoing. No, they're not echoing. It's just the sounds coming from your TV, not echoing at all. Just
Here's those
I
cards
like.
if you guys can see these.
Okay, that's what Imsh is talking about. Those cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, he sounds like he's tempted about them. I don't know if you saw him on this show or what. Damn it, man. Come on, Drew. Get under the blanket.
Came back for more of them.
Oh, a customer.
1381, please.
Am I the only one that hasn't seen the Trump press conference interview out there? Television land seen it? 11. We almost have the sacred 12 here. Someone's probably still at work. A lot of you guys apparently showed up for Night Tiger's stream because he had, I don't know, almost double the amount of people he normally has on his live streams. So I think a lot of people came from over here. Hopefully you subscribe to him because he's got a good show. But oh, he's not decided yet. I have not
We
decided what to
opened
do
it.
with those other blanks. I'll probably do the FF myself. Cool, and would like to see if I could commission a Batman cover. Smart, a Batman cover from
Not
John
really.
Gores. Yeah,
This one
that's
says Iron
smart.
Man on it.
Actually, do you have another blank Fantastic Four? Because I that's something kind of feel like I would like to
Yeah, that's
try.
all I have.
Okay,
The
never
large
mind.
is here.
I mean, I could get a color copy of the Fantastic Four logo. I don't need to pay Marvel or Disney more money. So, what I'm talking about is there's a new facsimile out next week of Fantastic Four #1. It's been done before, but but now they do facsimiles better than they used to. Although Marvel still puts the UPC code on the cover stupidly on a comic from 1962, or is it six? It's
Have a good day.
60. Is it 61? I don't know. It's old enough that it still says 10 cents on it because it was right before the price change in 62 to 12 cents, which ran a lot of kids away from buying comics, that extra 2 cents. A lot of boys, girls stayed. I've read how the sales of comics aimed at girls stayed consistent when comics went to 12 cents. And the comics that boys bought, the sales plummeted for a good 3 or 4 years before guys came back. And that's why early Marvel uh, Silver Age comics, the early that are not as plentiful because a lot of boys weren't buying them because they were 12 cents. And that was an outrage. But when you get a 75-cent allowance a week, possibly, everything's proportional. That was a lot of money. 2 cents actually used to have value. Anyway, enough of my pontificating.
I heard a lot of these kids that get allowance, they want to get raises now.
Yeah, I need a cola, Dad. Cost of living allocation increase. Um,
I was hearing these kids talk about it. They're trying to get a wage increase on their chores,
well,
and they want to do less chores now too.
where are you seeing this? I didn't know
I hear
kids
kids
did
talking.
chores anymore.
I hear kids talking. I went to a pizza place last night.
That's hilarious. These are just kids talking to each other saying this.
Yeah.
That's funny. You're not going to hear kids talking in a comic store because kids don't go in those places. But a pizza place, yeah, kids still eat pizza. They just don't still read comics because the
I
comics
I
industry
even took
is
the I
destroying
even
us
took
all.
the I even took the sign off my spinner, the one that said "Hey, kids comics." I took that
Yeah,
down.
and put hey Codgers comics.
No, I put some skull masks up here, or
Oh,
some glow in the dark masks, because the sign was coming up and hitting my mask, so I just took it off.
but that is important though. Was it just a cardboard sign?
No, it comes off. I can put it back on.
Oh, okay.
I just figured these aren't even my kids' comics on this thing.
Well, those I don't know what domain is. But,
None of these are kids' comics.
well, those the facsimiles you just showed were kids' comics, House of Secrets, and those were
Kids don't read that.
they did in 1969, 1970.
Yeah, but not now.
No, of course not. Yeah, well, nothing in there technically is for a kid. No, I'm just talking about what the original intended audience was.
Oh yeah.
Oh, keep in mind that I would like you to have you paint a Trump portrait for me eventually. Yeah, yeah, cool. I would love to do that. I should do one for my. I should that's a good. I should do one for myself too as a practice for yours. But do it a straight portrait.
Oh wait, we didn't even show the best thing yet.
No, we haven't. We haven't. You haven't shown. Yeah. Well, since we were talking about the fantastic, well, do whatever you want.
This is the best thing.
Yeah, yeah. It's candy. Uh, I mean, it's really meant for Halloween. It's a little late, but for people like us, that's for all year long. That's really a better representation of the shock monster than that mask that came out. I mean, that's pretty dead on, um, and really looks more like the '60s mask. So, have you done a comparison of the paint jobs by the Chinese slave labor on these? What did you get? Four of them?
There's the that's the
Yeah, that
Chinese. Uh, that's the sculptor's his own paint job,
okay.
and then here's the bucket, new bucket.
Oh yeah, the bucket
The
is
bucket's the
my
best.
favorite. Yeah, yeah. The sculptor's paint job, the one in the middle, looks the more like this actual mask that you could get in the '60s. The one on the one on the right's little overdone, but that's the one I have. And then the one there is just perfect. My only question is sometimes there's paint variations on different ones, eh, or they all look pretty consistently good.
I only looked at one. You want to look at another one?
Well, yeah, I mean, I mean, I definitely want one, but I don't want one that if it's all scuffed up or something.
They
Anyone
come in a
else
bag.
want one? You've got four for sale or three for sale? Well, you got three for sale because I'm getting one, but
Let's see if they're pretty close to this. Yeah, they're pretty dead on close. There's not, there's not really any difference.
okay, all right. Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just used to those action figures where there are times that there's been an action figure and I've just turned it down because something's messed up with sometimes they get the eyes wrong or
Yeah,
they look
you
cross-eyed,
can't mess you can't mess him up, and you can't make him cross-eyed because he only has one eye.
I know. I'm just talking about, the paint jobs. Um,
You can't have a wonky eye on these.
that is so great. That's just right out of my famous monsters dreams as a kid. Bucket
So
price. Have you figured out the price yet? He didn't know earlier.
they didn't send me an invoice. Just go on their website, and that's the price.
Okay. So you'll have to go to the website to actually figure out because you don't remember what you paid wholesale, I assume. Because you ordered them so long ago, right?
Yeah, I don't know what we're supposed to charge for them. Whatever it says on the website, that's what you guys pay.
Yeah, someone figure that out. I can't go to the website without turning myself off because I'm on the phone here doing this broadcast.
Oh, there's a caller from the show. Hold on. Gotham City. Huh? I don't. What's your document?
The sound of the cat eating the dog's food. The dog hears it, but is so warm that she's not gonna. She's just gonna let the cat continue eating her food. Well, we're up to the 12. 12 was
Okay,
a
12.
good number for Jesus. It's a good number for me. He didn't need
We're up to 12. That
500
means 12.
apostles. 12
Maybe
was
that
good
means
enough.
Chip's watching now.
Not to compare myself. Oh, Chip Creep's watching. Fantastic. Is
Is
he?
he?
Oh, I don't know. I thought you just told me he was. I don't know. I
Well, if
think
there's
I may
12
have
people,
gone
that
on a.
means he's here.
How do you know he's here just because there's 12?
'Cause he's one of the 12.
Yeah, but yeah, oh well. He might show up. Yeah. He might show up. Oh, now there's 13. So maybe he's Judas. I'm just
He's the
kidding.
13th.
I'm not trying to be blasphemous. Well, oh, my wife. Hey, hello, Kevin Imp Schinmeyer. Oh, my wife must be on a break. Fantastic. Um,
Do you want to look at the shop monsters again?
do I just, Kevin? I'll trust you. Pick out one that looks good and put it in my pile, and that's
How
going to
about
be one of the next things I get because that's my wife says the original 13 tribes.
let's see if it glows in the black light.
Sure, man. Uh, Tribes of humans who may have been the forefathers of the Egyptians or the Aztecs or the Toltecs. But I'm
How's it going?
afraid I won't have enough time to eat, but I will attempt it.
Boogie. They got me good.
Oh, yeah?
Just
Oh,
a
Last
quick
Frontier,
question.
good evening. I'm so
Do you
cold.
guys
Yeah, I'm so cold as well. Yes, I know. Uh, well, it's cold, man. But uh, you know what? I got the attic pretty warm, man. Uh, the basement's okay. This floor is pretty cold. The floor that we sleep in may be the coldest floor, but if we, like we've been doing, if we bundle up the room, and hopefully that part will show up tomorrow. I mean, he says that they've rushed it and it'll show up in the morning. So my wife says, "Hello, Last Frontier Comics." See, I'm getting a package from Kevin at Gotham, and I'm getting a package from Last Frontier. Uh, did you mail it Monday, Last Frontier? Um, which case, I don't know. Probably be Friday. I'm wanting to go back to that. Um, we we could get a bunch of blankets and just camp out on the floor up there. Yeah, and I've got that inflatable mattress. And, as I got a bunch of 70s pillows from an old couch we had that I didn't want to get rid of I wish I didn't have to get rid of the couch, but it kind of started to collapse. But the it kind of had good it was a tell you what, I'm gonna buy another bed and I want my nook back. Oh my gosh. Oh boy. We need to we've got these beds that move up and down and the mechanism, I don't know, something happened. I won't move up and down anymore. uh
Wait till you see this thing in the black light.
Fook this. Well, hopefully we'll get everything working tomorrow. What were you saying? You're trying the
I
black
said,
light
wait,
on it?
yeah, wait till you see this.
Oh, I assume it works. Man, that really looks like Nancy Pelosi. You're going to get another one of those movable beds. Is that what you mean, or another one of these shark monster heads? That's pretty good. Meyer wants one. Okay, so you've got two sold. There's still two left here on
Two buckets,
QVC.
2 buckets sold.
Yep, Meyer and me, and
Okay,
let's see if we can get two more people. The phones are open. No, just the chat.
phone lines
Comment in
are
the
open. Yeah.
chat. And yeah, there's actually you can come on like Chip Creep does if you want to come on.
If you're having a hard time get through on the line, just call. Just hang on the line. We'll be right there to answer the phone.
Yeah, you want to show your phone number?
Yeah, hold
I
on.
have it over on a card here, but I can't move because the dog is on top of me.
Yeah, here's the phone number. Phone lines are open right now.
Oh yeah, yeah. So 480-649-3065. That's 480-649-3065. Call today. Call now for your own Shark Monster candy bucket. It's almost next Halloween. Yeah, this is proof that Trump was right. It is a new golden age for America. Something like that coming out that that proves that things are on the upswing. Meyer says he had me at Hell Glow. He had me at Hill Glow. He had me Hell Glow. Something like that. He had me at the Hell Glow. I don't know.
How you doing? We have Godzilla cards too.
Okay, this is what Imsh was talking about. These are what is the box of it? What is it? $7 per pack? Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah.
And this is from Super Seven. Yeah, something like that. When I saw it glow, I was sold. You were so tongue tied at the amazingness of it. It yeah, I know. It's so it is pretty amazing. That is that's what you imagine when you were a kid that all the shit would be like when you got it from the Captain Company at the back of the Warren magazines. It it probably wasn't really, but that's what you dreamed it would be like. And this dog is shaking under. She's shaking, man. It's we probably this may be the last broadcast. We may not survive the evening, man. Oh, the cat's about to jump up here, and there's about to be a disaster. Uh-oh. Oh, Drew, Jesus loves you. Stay calm. Be nice to the little catten. The catten. It's a catten. That's my brain is frozen. Drew, it's okay. Remain calm. All is well. Jesus loves you. Oh, there's a commercial on Rumble. I've got to get rid of the commercial. So, just imagine, oh, we got to go back to Gotham City. What's going on? I wonder if John Goris has seen this yet. The display you created out of the. What have your customers seen this amazing display? Oh, he's busy. Oh, we've got 15 people watching, man. That's better than CNN right now. I doubt they have 15 people watch. 16. Wow. Did anyone see the Gold Key comic show on Sunday night on the Night Tiger channel? What did you guys think of that? I think that may be the last time I do one of these panel shows where you show comics, because pulling those comics and then having to file them back in the boxes, maybe I was just irritated because I was freezing, but I was just like, ugh, man, that's too much trouble. I'd rather watch other people do it. I'd rather do a show where I just relax here on a couch with a dog on top. I don't like doing it freezing, but I just rather talk with people than having to perform and show you a bunch of comics and or whatever we're talking about. I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I do more of shows like that? I don't get invited. I don't get invited on. That was just I happened to get invited on that show. So Night Tiger's a nice guy, so I thought I'd go on. Ouch. I better pet the dog and the cat at the same time to prevent jealousy. Okay, my left hand is petting the dog and my right hand is petting the cat, so that and my eyes are watching War Room with Owen Schroyer from today. So, okay, amazing. Whoa. Wonder if Chip Creep will want one of those to go underneath his spook show posters.
I bet you he will want one.
I don't see how any real American wouldn't want one of those. Only a filthy communist wouldn't want one of those. A pinko Bolshevik, liberal, peace freak, hippie. Right, Alan? Alan hates hippies, man. Long hair, peace freaks.
Here's that Fantastic Four.
Okay. So, facsimile of Fantastic Four with even with the original barcode that they had back. And how did okay? They got $4.99 there. What do they do with the 10-cent bid at the top? Do they have it there? $4.99. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah. So you put one of those back for me already?
Yeah, you got one, and Meyer has the blank.
Okay. Did you
I
order
have
other
one.
copies?
I have one left.
Oh shit. Um, just with the original slick pages, just like it came back then. Oh, does the that ad at the beginning, does it say I'll make you astronaut tough? Or no? No, it doesn't.
Where
It's not Charles Atlas. It's yeah, I thought maybe it would have been cool if it said I'll make you astronaut tough, since the Fantastic Four were trying to beat the filthy Russians to the moon in this issue.
hey,
Yeah, that's
it even
cool. I
smells.
mean, it's all right. I mean, slick paper is not exactly from the
It
time
even smells.
period, but
It smells like a fake comic.
smells like a great comic.
No, like a fake. It smells like a fake comic.
A fake comic. Well, it is a fake comic, but it's still something that brings me far more joy than Kamala Harris will ever. Did you see that guy refused to shake her hand yesterday? I remember when I read that story for the first time exactly 50 years ago, 50, little more than 50 years ago, Christmas of 74, when I got when Santa brought the origins of Marvel Comics to me, and I was able to read the first issue of Fantastic Four reprinted in there. Um, and then in Marvel comic called Crazy, not the magazine they did later, but the four color comic Crazy that reprinted Not Brand X. They had Marie Severin basically tracing over Jack Kirby's original panels for Fantastic Four one, doing a parody of the Fantastic Four's origin. That was so brilliant. That's still one of the highlights in my childhood, seeing the Fantastical Four's origin in the not Brand X, along with Superman's Stuperman. I think it was Stuperman was the what they called Superman in the not Brand. Meyer says he couldn't shake her hand. He had a Bible in his left hand and he was holding his cane in his right. Oh, is that really what happened? Really? Because that's great, because if it was that he couldn't shake her hand and then she made all those faces like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's not shaking my hand, oh my god, like totally, you know um then that just is making herself a victim when the guy was really the victim. Yes, the story is fake news. Oh, well, that's cool. I mean, I wish he had refused to shake her hand, but um yeah, well, thanks for filling us in, Meyer. I can't. I normally keep on top of the news better, but I've been working and freezing when I'm not working. Normally, I look forward to coming home. Now it's like, oh man, if they can just get this damn thing working tomorrow. Okay, so Kevin was saying he got the Marvel comic shipment in today. Uh, And I don't know if these are the books that are going on sale tomorrow. Kevin, are these the ones going on sale tomorrow or next Wednesday?
No, they go on sale tomorrow. They're late.
Oh,
I
oh,
had
they're
I
late.
had to do all this. I had to do all this today.
Okay, so have you already gone through the Marvel comics and put them in the boxes for the customers
Yeah,
that subscribe?
yeah. These
Okay,
the
could you?
next when I show them to you, these are all for sale right now.
Oh, okay. So I don't
You guys
know.
can,
Do you want to
Chip
wait
Creek
until we
not
know that
watching me.
Chip Creep is watching to show what the new Marvels look like?
I was kind of waiting for him to pop on.
Oh man, did you see that Chip Creep came on in the chat on that Sunday night Gold Key show, and Night Tiger had trouble reading his name and was calling him Cheap Creep. And I said it's Chip Creep, not Sheep Creep. But I thought Cheap Creep, he might want to change his name to that because it's so funny. It's like a Big Daddy Roth Ratfink card, monster name. Cheap Creep Napalm. What a great. I don't know, because Chip Creep is a technical term for people that know about how video games work, arcade machines. But Cheap Creep, that's funny. Anyway, uh, well, yeah, yeah. So the Marvels came in, but nothing. But does anything else come with Marvels? Just only Marvels stuff,
Yeah. Well,
and
I
then
got
there's
I got a few other things, but nothing to show you.
okay, nothing to show us because it's
Nothing I stock.
inappropriate for television.
No, nothing I stock on the shelf. It's like special order stuff.
Oh, okay. Is it interesting to see?
No, you wouldn't even know what it is.
Oh, okay, like Naruto, or
Or Prodigy. Prodigy was one of them.
no,
Jupiter's Legacy is another one.
Jupiter's Legacy. No, I don't know what that is. I was thinking of Jupiter
Nemesis.
Ascending.
It's stuff that nobody knows what it is and it doesn't sell. So I order
It's
just
up.
for subscriptions.
Okay. All right. Well, but sometimes stuff that no one wants is actually amazing. Like that art. What was that artist I discovered through
Yeah, but
you?
I didn't.
What's his name again?
Um,
That did
I
Fearless
forget.
Dawn?
Yeah, I forget his name. Steve Mannion.
Yeah, man. That stuff that no one buys, but well, I love. I forgot for the last few weeks about him. I've got to investigate that guy more and his. And maybe if there are, do you think there are graphic novels that collect chunks of his work? Like,
Nothing that I was able to order. If he does have one,
okay,
I wasn't able to get it.
okay. Well, I guess I'll look through at some point. Probably not in this lifetime. Maybe in my next life, when I'm reincarnated, I'll buy all this stuff from mycomicshop.com. I think this life is fucked up because I chose a career that will never pay me enough to survive or ever retire. Um, that almost kind of looks like a good cover. I mean, but I know it. If I look at it from a distance, it almost the pose. When you hold it at a distance, it almost kind of looks like from that. Yeah, it almost looks like a John Romita design, but yeah, you get closer, it's not as good. But I'm sure the inside is terrible. It has to be. It's a modern comic. Oh no! What the fuck is wrong with these people? Oh my gosh! Oh, that's a now alternative cover for the last one. Kind of brain damaged individual chooses this one.
They're
Variant
killing him.
edition.
They're killing him like 8 different ways.
What is he supposed to be? A fetus of Spider-Man?
No, this is Spider-Man.
So how are they killing him by turning him into a zygote
No,
and
they
then
put him in
putting
a
him in a
jar.
jar?
Put him in a jar with no holes in the lid, probably. You
And
have to
that's
poke
supposed
holes in the lid.
is that supposed to be an adult Spider-Man? I I don't understand these people. Okay, well
Don't you
that's
remember the other covers? They're like hitting him with a fly swatter. They're stepping on him. They're killing him 8 different ways.
no. I did you show them just now? I didn't notice them.
No, every week I've been showing him.
Oh, I don't see that. I didn't notice. I must have like looked away when I saw something modern, right? Right, Alan?
This is the only cover
Alan
that
hates
sells.
Alan hates modern comics. He doesn't let me buy them. My
These are the
cat.
covers that. These are the only covers that sell.
The
Thank you
the
guys.
ones like that sell like you're showing now.
Yeah.
Too much sun hitting their noggins in Arizona, man. It's driven them crazy.
Here's Daredevil.
Inappropriate for anyone. Daredevil. Children not allowed. This is an adult, mature comic. Contains nudity and extreme violence. Inappropriate for people of any age. Meyer says if you soak a cotton ball in rubbing alcohol and drop it in the mason jar, it speeds up the process. Yeah, my goodness. Okay, so that's the highlight that I've seen so far of the Marvel tomorrow. Is that Spinnerack's here? Greetings, Kevin. You can put one of those FF number ones in my pile, please, Gratu. Sorry to hear
Okay.
they mailed the wrong part. Thank you, Spinnerack. Yeah, so he wants one of those facsimiles. Not yeah, facsimile. Yeah, of Spinnerack. You don't have an actual Fantastic Four number one. I kind of would have thought you would, but maybe. What does one go for? It probably is as much as a house at this point. Okay, what do we got here? Okay, what character is that supposed to be?
It's a new character, I think, from New Champions.
Oh, they have a new champions. Oh my goodness.
You want to look inside?
Yeah, man, I need a laugh. Who are the members of the cast of the new champions?
Look, these guys are in San Francisco.
The old champions were what? Hercules and
Here
Who
they are.
else
Let's see
was
if
it?
I can.
Ghost Rider.
All right, here's a Moon Knight kid, I think, and here's a.
What?
I think they're all kids, right? They're all kid versions of different people.
I don't know, man. Horrible. Not my champions. My champions was what, the one from 74, 75. And then when I was
This
in
is
high
Ghost
school, all my
Rider.
oh god, my
It's Ghost
friends were
Rider
all playing.
girl. And she has roller skates.
Oh boy, should they should have a skateboarding Ghost Rider. When I was in
Yeah.
high school in the early 80s, there was a role playing game called Champions. It was like a Dungeons and Dragons, but with superheroes. And you'd come up with your superhero name and costume and all the a lot of the people I knew, unfortunately, were playing that game. And some of the characters that came up, I've got cat hair all over my face now because it's he's shedding
But
because it's so cold, or maybe that's the opposite. Maybe you don't shed when it's cold. Maybe I don't know what I'm
but
talking about.
roller
What is
skating.
this? What is that
See,
thing? It's got a skirt on.
it's a girl Ghost Rider that roller skates.
Uh,
Put one in your pile.
no, thank you. Meyer says, Gratu, can you tell Dave about the Santa poster you found in the basement? Yeah, I found a giant Santa poster in the basement. I'm going to put it up in the attic soon. I can't show it right now because uh, I can't get up because there's a dog on top of me. And but yeah, I got it's probably from the 50s, life size like door poster.
Hang
Um,
on, somebody just sent me a picture. Email. Hold on.
yeah. Oh well, Spinnerack might be interested in one of those because he's into Halloween stuff. The Shock Monster candy, Halloween candy carrier, whatever the heck you call that. Yeah, all the Christmas stuff's gone. It's all now Valentine stuff in here. It's a Dollar General here. So I guess Spinnerack's getting ready for Easter. I think do you skip Valentine's Day? Fire bucket, a bucket, and a wafer thin mint. Yes, that's what I always say. Is that an old expression? Yes, indeed. These remote controls are freezing, man. It's a Monty Python line from the TV show. I'm sure I knew that line at one point back decades ago. I haven't watched Monty Python's Flying Circus in so many years. Yeah, so that's the highlight, I think, of his shipment today is that Shock Monster bucket and the um, Fantastic Four #1 facsimile. And and in 3 weeks, there is a facsimile coming out of It's I think the September 1939 Detective Comics. I don't know. It's like issue 31, something like in the early 30s, early Batman, where he's hovering over a castle, and then Neil Adams did a tribute cover to that. Years later, that issue of Detective Comics is coming out as a facsimile in a few weeks. Any more of those FF number ones? So there's Chip Creek. I yeah, I think there is. Um, but I don't know. Kevin has disappeared, I think. Um, I think that Kevin was assuming you'd want one. Here's the link in case you want to come on, Ship Creep.
You hear me now?
Yes, I can. And Ship Creep is now here, and he's wanting to know if there's any more of the Fantastic Four number one.
No, Spinner Rack got the last one.
Oh man. Can you get more? Well, actually, Chip Creep, that's going to be at every comic store tomorrow. If you've got like four comic stores near you, some they're all going to have that. Everyone's going to stock that. So if it's any consolation, well, that means you got to actually set foot in a comic store, which is a horrible thing. I defended you when your name was called Cheap Creep the other night, although I thought that was funny as hell. Cheap Creep. I kind of like Cheap Creep. I was just talking about that. It's kind of a good name.
All right. So here, let me start over since Chip's here now.
Okay.
But I
These are
sold that.
tomorrow's comics that just showed up today.
Yeah, people are
Tomorrow.
claiming now. This is the only Spider-Man I have left.
What, someone already got the one with the better cover?
No, this is a better cover.
Oh, are you joking? You
No,
just
people
sold that?
collect these. People love these things. It's Scotty Young. People love these things.
Oh, I think I've heard of him, but I don't know. Maybe Chip Creep likes that. I need to be
I
quiet.
like this. Everybody likes these.
Well, I kind of like the other one better personally, but oh, what does that say down there? Who is it? Is that Ship Creep? I can't read the little tiny print. I just brought
Let him
someone
in.
on.
He's here.
Is that you, Chip Creep?
Hello, hello.
Oh, good. All right. Because I
Well,
can't make anything out of the image. SpinnerX says we are 98% done putting Halloween away. I assume YV, my wife, will want to put up Easter, but we have not discussed. I also have my 14-foot Christmas tree up.
oh, this is a great Easter basket too.
Yeah, you just put bunny ears on them, man. SpinnerX says, Kevin, I will take one of those buckets. Of course you will. It's one of the most amazing Halloween things that's come out in the last 50 years. Meyer says, if the story inside was related to the cover, I would be interested. Yeah, is the story inside really where they're putting Spider-Man in a jar, literally?
I don't
Oh,
think
Meyer
so. Let's
likes the
check.
cover. I need to be quiet. I probably like the cover. I just want to hate everything. Trust me, when it's 40 degrees, it's not 40. It actually is 50 now. It might be 49 now inside the house.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's some evil alien woman that is who is this character?
Is that 65?
Yeah,
That's new, right?
it's new to
Yeah, it's
you. Yeah,
tomorrow. Tomorrow's.
I'll take one of those if you have any left.
I just have this Scotty Young. You okay with the Scotty Young cover?
Yeah, absolutely. Unless you need it,
No, I need it. I need to sell it.
I'll take it.
Oh, they're
Well,
gonna
that's
do
pretty.
6.5. Are they going to do the point issues again?
Oh wow.
I hate when they do the point issues.
But it teaches you math.
All right, put it that one in your pile.
Yeah, please.
Okay. New champions number one.
New champions. Oh, new champions.
Not nude,
Mm.
new.
It looks like that's what it is. It looks like the cover of Penthouse.
Yeah, that's weird.
Oh my gosh.
Mm.
Okay, champions.
Mhm.
I
Oh, what's
got
Magic,
that? Wow.
it. Is that a
like magic.
Marvel comic?
Yeah, it's
Wow.
magic.
Did Bob Guccione take over Marvel? What's going on here?
Wow. I don't know this. Wow.
I don't know who that is either.
Oh, I'll take that if no one wants it. That's New Sentinels?
Yeah, you need that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need it. Um, that's crickets.
Wow.
What does it say? Mutant Nation.
Says
Hi.
hi, I'm Pete. It's Pete the
Okay.
bird right there.
This is Marvel.
No, that's turtles.
Oh, okay. Is
Venom.
Marvel doing? Okay, but this comes in the same shipment as Marvel's.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm.
Does that say Venom?
Yeah.
Venom issue 2. Maybe we get to find out who the new Venom is. Want to look and see? Think they're going to show us.
It's the Impossible Man.
Oh,
Myers
look at.
says that's a Dread Star cover.
Oh, I was wrong. It doesn't look like the guy I thought he was.
What's this about Hulk Hogan getting booed out of the stadium by the WWE Netflix show? Have you heard about this?
Maybe when he
No,
did a
I
heel turn.
Well, he was booed out like last night because he's a Trump person. Yeah, I
No.
would have thought the wrestling people would all be for Trump.
Yeah, that's fake news.
Yeah, I bet it is. Unless it was a fake boo just to turn him into, to create
It was a.
controversy.
It was like a boo track instead of a laugh track.
Oh, yeah. They said he was outraged and angry, but yeah, it may be all part of the performance. People forget
Could
that
have been a
wrestling is all,
fake booze that they put on over the show.
yeah, yeah. And then his whole "I'm outraged" is all up. And then he'll come back triumphantly at the same time that Trump's inaugurated. I'm sure it's all a stunt.
I don't think they showed who it is. People are thinking it's Luke Cage though.
Maybe it's
Nobody needs one of
Franklin
these.
Richards.
Nobody.
not for me, no. I got the first issue, but nah, I'm good.
This covers
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, it's not bad.
All right, get ready.
No.
Wow. They're really digging deep with this stuff. That's pretty wild.
Count how many covers there are.
Well, why don't they do the logical thing? Disney owns The Impossibles. The Impossibles was an unauthorized Fantastic Four adaptation. Why don't they have The Impossibles team up with the Fantastic Four? Why not do something that makes sense? You own both intellectual properties. That's what I would do. But they don't think. like that.
I
Is
think they
that
got
five
the
covers?
personality. The personalities are right though, right?
What do you mean?
Like you could picture, right? Who's that? That's Donald, right? As the thing, he gets all
Yeah,
angry,
I
right?
kind of like that cover a little bit. It is funny to see Donald Duck that way.
Yeah, that's pretty
Wait,
wild.
what is going on? Is that Goofy in the background?
Yeah, I guess he's supposed to be.
Is he supposed to be Galactus? What's he supposed to be?
No, he's
Human Torch.
Oh,
yeah.
that's the Human Torch. Oh, I didn't even notice. Yeah,
You didn't see him
okay.
in the other cover? Look at.
Oh, I didn't even notice. That looks so shit. I didn't even notice what the hell that was supposed to be. That looks
You don't
terrible.
like Scott? You don't like Scotty Young, huh?
Well, that looks like he drew it and like while he's taking a shit. It's terrible. Look at the cityscape. That's a terrible piece of art. It looks like he did it in 15, like 10 minutes at a con. Maybe, maybe 5 minutes. What if, what if Galactus was trans?
Mm.
Oh my gosh.
That's it.
So great.
That's all we got.
Oh man,
Pretty shitty.
did they? You said they made it. That's a bucket. That's not the mask. That's a bucket of the mask.
Yeah. But it
That's
looks
pretty.
better than the mask, ironically.
Wow, that's great.
Don't you have a spook
Throws in the
show
black
poster
light
where they
too.
drew him onto it?
Here, let's show him the black light, and then he'll buy one.
Oh, those are for sale.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
just got four. I think he has. You have one left.
this is the last one. Yeah. All I got to do
Oh
is show
man.
him the black light, and it's gone.
That's what happened to Meyer. He saw it glow and he immediately bought it.
God dang it! Put the wrong one in. Oh, my pirate just fell down there. We'll never get him back.
Where did he
Look at
fall?
look at you can see him.
Where
We'll be
is
right
that?
back. We'll be right back. We're gonna go get help. Don't move.
Can you see him? Is he down
I
there?
I
see
see
him.
him. He's
Yeah, he's
there.
there.
You
Oh,
got
it's way
Another.
back there.
you got to get like a ruler with a piece of gum on it, maybe, and stick it. Maybe you'll grab
Oh
him.
no, no, no! Next week I get in those little shark grabbers
Oh, that would be good.
Well,
with the
did you
shark
order them
mouth
just
and
for
you grab stuff.
situations like this?
Uh huh.
Oh wow, look at those.
Oh yeah, you want to see some glow? Here, I'll show you these first, and then I'll show you the shock monster. These actually glow in the dark.
Holy
I said it's
smokes.
like when little Jessica fell down the well in 1986.
That's amazing. Look at those things.
Yeah, look at the eyes though, is what makes it.
That's the
Wow.
insert. See that thing you're seeing? That's the plastic insert that you're supposed to take out of them. It
Why
looks
take
like
it out? It
eyeball.
looks great.
Is that Halloween 3 or is it am I
It's 1967, but yeah, they used it in Halloween 3.
holy smoke, those are amazing. Look at that.
They're available. You just see the bucket glow in the black light. Look at this.
Holy shoot. Look at the reds, how they pop.
It looks better in real
Wow.
life too. The camera's not doing it justice.
Oh, he looks ravenous. Look at him. Yeah,
Yeah, that's
I'm
it.
gonna have, yeah, that's
All right. We're
sold,
sold out of
sold.
buckets.
It's
All right.
just like
Phone lines are
QVC.
closed.
Wow.
Phone lines are closed on those.
So the buckets are put up by Trick or Treat Studios. Is that right?
Yep. There's the tag right there.
And you
Somebody go to
what
their
was
website and see how much they are.
yeah, because he doesn't know actually the retail price. What is
Nobody
uh
cares how much it costs. They just want it.
I wasn't even thinking about the price on that. Uh, um
I know these are 50. If you want one of these, Chip, these are 50. They're vinyl, black vinyl. They'll last forever with the insert, plastic insert. You can take this out if you want and paint it and make another mask out of it.
oh
Still hold the shape of it. You don't need it
yeah,
in there.
that's a good idea.
Get two masks for one.
So with that plastic insert, you don't really need to put it on something. It can yeah, that's
I still like to pack it with something so that you get a good shape out of the head. Because when they come like this. They come folded
there
in
you
like
go.
this. They come like this. You don't want to leave it like that. It'll kind of stay like that if you leave it like this.
Right. The other ones are 30. I looked them up. They're pre-order.
What a
Chamber of
relief.
they call them Chamber of Horror.
Yeah, 30 is a freaking bargain, man.
I know.
Yeah,
Look at
those are
this. It's
great.
1967, and then they put 2024.
Wow.
These are
Yeah,
50. You can
it's
look this
totally
up.
worth. No, it's totally worth it, but I can't. I can't imagine what I'm up to by now. This is going to be a doozy.
No, you want the bucket too?
Oh no, I would definitely want that.
No, you're not. You don't have that much because there wasn't that much stuff.
Yeah, but didn't I have stuff from before?
Yeah, but it's only a little bit.
It's like a
I thought
drug
That's
I,
deal,
how.
man. He's our
thought I had more.
supplier. Oh man,
That's why I was
you
waiting.
get the first one free.
Yeah, you only got one, two. You only got two comics.
Yeah, but that pile I have that the box has got to be filled. I have like the DC in there, right? And then those other fantastic stories, maybe.
Let me
Startling
count them.
Tales. Is it Startling Tales?
That's it. Yes.
Yeah, you have those three Starlings. You have Aquaman, Transformers. You got that Mark Spears, DC Vampires. You got that Geiger. You got Lucky Devils, Batman Dark Patterns, Absolute Batman, Cruel Kingdom, and that one's half off. That one's half price. Batman
Oh, that's right.
608, Two Face #2, Justice League The Atom Project, Superman 20 with the Creature Commandos cover, and then you just added Spider-Man and Sentinel. Oh, and you got that Monster magazine.
Didn't I get Junkyard Joe or something? You had two comics I saw
Well,
maybe
it's
last time. Is that
oh
what
yeah,
it
that's
was?
it. That's over here with these. You got the monsters. You got those two Junkyard Joes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
You guys are a bad influence. That sounds like a lot to me.
20 comics.
Yeah, man. You wouldn't believe what I've. I'm so. I'll be paying them off till I'm 90, man.
Yeah, you only have 20 comics.
Yeah, I gotta take a break at least for this week.
I seen that's everybody's New Year's resolution is to cut back on everything.
Well, I noticed there are a lot of collectors that the first guy I remember that did that was AFTA Comics. In January, I think for the first 2 or 3 months, he doesn't buy comics. Of course, he doesn't buy new comics, I don't think. And I don't remember if Silver Age Dave used to do that. He's Has AFTA Comics done anything lately? I know that
Guess
Silver Age
what?
Dave, I think he left YouTube.
Guess what
Um,
I'm gonna do then? Since you guys are all doing that,
what?
I'm gonna be buying comics for cheap.
Meyer says Kevin's selling more buckets than Jim and Tammy Baker.
I'm
Yeah, I've
selling more
never.
buckets than Amazing Spider-Man.
Yeah, how many Amazing Spider-Mans did you order? You're already sold out. You
I only ordered two.
what? Of Amazing Spider-Man? That's like the flagship title of Marvel at this point, isn't it?
Yeah, but nobody buys it off the rack though. You either have a pull list for it, you don't buy it.
Well, how many did you order for your poll people?
Like 14.
Okay. Okay. I've never had a poll list. I just there was one I used to have a guy, the comic store guy would get Retro Fan for me.
You have a pull crate here. It's your pull crate.
Uh, yeah, but I don't have anything automatically pulled, you know.
It's a pull crate.
So let's see your Super 8 collection, what it is so far. Did you add the
Okay.
Tarzan to it?
Do you want to see the C3PO error again?
Holy smokes!
Yeah, that was a real card that came out. It's,
I wonder if
what
I
is
have.
that?
I gotta check those. I don't know if I have any
What
of those.
what is that card worth now with that mistake on it?
I paid like $15 or something for it.
But I mean, that's probably a
That's not a
bargain.
first print. That's not a first print. I just wanted to have the card.
Yeah, okay.
Here's my collection so far.
Okay, that's an 8 millimeter. Okay, yeah, that's spooky. See, the back part is just as good. Spooky, hooky thrillers and chillers. That's great.
Yeah, that's a good. That'd be a nice T-shirt. I like that. Oh, look
Yeah,
at
it
that.
would make a good T-shirt. That's a great idea. That's a beautiful. Hey, my friend, he's no longer alive, but he owned that painting that's based on Reynold
Wow.
Brown painting, and so that painting is still in his collection that his brother now has.
There's a guy that's bringing in 1950s posters on Saturday.
No, really? Do you have any
Yeah.
idea what? Yeah, let us see the back of these boxes. Did he give you any titles?
Uh, he said Batman was one of them.
Batman from so what is it, a reissue of the movie serial?
I have no idea. I just told him to bring him in because I had no idea what he was talking about.
He said
Yeah, no,
50s.
yeah.
That had to have been the 60s movie. Maybe he doesn't even was he an older guy? Would he even My friend owned that painting too, the original for that poster, but he sold it. Uh,
That's good.
okay. They're all from Castle Films from the same era. And that's the one you got today. Spinnerack says, I've been wondering what happened to Alan at AFTA Comics. Great channel. Oh yeah, he had the best collection, and I always thought he sounded exactly like Adam West. So it was like Batman showing you his comic collection.
This is amazing. Look at that.
Yeah, I've got the actual one sheet to that poster.
Oh wow, I can see why. That's amazing.
Yeah. And that one I've got. That's the only one he's got that I've got. He just started this collection, right? A couple weeks ago.
No,
But
I
it's a good
started a
thing.
couple. I started like remember like maybe last year.
Oh, that's right. A couple of those you got last year at a
Yeah,
con or
and there's
something.
yeah, and there's that mummy's tomb up there. Can you see it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Get up close.
yeah,
Yeah,
I
yeah, I
see it.
see it. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm about to say this. My friend actually owned that painting too.
What does he
Wow.
That's a
just own
famous
every painting?
monsters painting. That's a Basil Gogos. Last Frontier is that Star Wars card for sale? Is it?
No, my friend that has an art gallery, he sold me that.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't think it was, but it's always good to ask.
I always ask when people say they have Star Wars cards. I always ask if they have that one.
Because you're not really a Star Wars person, but it's funny to any, it's just
Yeah.
funny.
My buddy has a lot of those films. I have about maybe 20, but my buddy's really into it. He has a lot. He like deals in them.
Really.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
they're a
really
lot of
into
fun.
it. He repairs them. He repairs the projectors.
Oh,
He'll he'll do showings. He's uh he's really into it.
that's neat. That's a good kind of friend to have.
Absolutely.
All right, so we're done with comics.
Maybe you could bring him on the show one night, convince him to click on. I think he'd be a fun person to talk to.
He might have to be with me. He's not really like a phone guy or an internet
Oh yeah.
guy. Yeah. He goes to like the chiller theaters. I don't know, you're familiar with that in New Jersey? They have
Yeah. Oh well, get your arcade up and running and bring him out to play in your arcade, and then you both can come on with the arcade background, and that'd be a spectacular broadcast.
would that be a like dynamic duo?
Yeah,
Hang on
maybe
real
we
quick.
could.
I gotta send an email.
Okay. I think Kevin's closing his shop in 7 minutes.
That was an enjoyable show last night. It was last night, right?
You talking about the Gold Key one?
Yeah, was that last night?
That was Sunday night.
Oh my gosh, I'm getting bad. I don't even know what day it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't even.
that was a good show. Very entertaining.
Oh, good. Yeah, I was hoping it would. I didn't know how it would turn out. I was then afterwards I had to put all those comics back in.
You held your own with the not just the information and the history, but the books. You had books that no one else had. I didn't realize you had that many.
I got tons of that. It's from most of that's from my childhood. I mean, not all of it, but I think it's more interesting to show books that you have a story and you have an emotional attachment to, uh, because you okay. Well, like I was able to show this is the very first comic book I ever owned. This is what started me in comic collecting
Right.
in 1969, even though that wasn't the actual original copy. And but
Chip, do you need one of these?
What is that?
I think it's that artist that you like.
Yeah, that's amazing. Look at that.
The
Did you read the first one?
Yes, it was very
Yeah,
good. Is this a new like a new cover of the first one?
it's a new printing. It's $6. Because remember at the end they call him the Wolfman.
Yeah, I'll take that if that's available.
So they have the payphone with the Wolfman there.
that
Yeah,
sounds
the
like an
coloring.
American
I love
Graffiti reference.
the
Call it the
coloring
Wolf
on it.
Bad. Yeah, I have no idea what I was just talking about, but I
The
think
gold
it's
key
important to
and
show comics that you got as a kid, and but I don't want to just hold up books that I don't have it, that I just, well, I don't know. What I showed is I don't think a single one of those was obtained through mail order. It was all in the last over 50 years of collecting. That's what I've obtained either as a kid or walking into stores, antique malls, whatever. Um, I guess there's nothing wrong with going to mycomicshop.com and click, 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 and then all of a sudden I have every single one of the run of this, and that's great. But it doesn't mean much because it doesn't. It does. It's not. It doesn't have that emotional connection. It's just something. Well, I had to have every single one, and I don't know.
It's like buying on
I like.
Amazon. When you grow up, you think you're gonna remember where you bought it from. If you bought it from Amazon,
I just. I yeah. It's just. I. I don't like collecting. by sitting in a chair, and I don't know, but it yes, it doesn't matter. You love it, you love it. But I I just I don't think I'm going to do any more of those shows because it's so annoying to have to pull stuff out. I'd rather just talk to people, and if I happen to be looking at books, I'll pull one out and look at it, discuss it, open it, and then I'll put it back in the box, and I'll get another one out instead of pulling out a stack this high, and then it's annoying. Yeah.
I got a Beetlejuice mask today. It's pretty
I wish
cool.
it was the Beetlejuice from Howard Stern, but it's probably not going to be. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, I
That's
want
pretty
the
good.
Beetlejuice from Howard Stern. That actually really looks like it.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
It's got good hair too.
See, now he looks like that in real life, so he doesn't have to put the makeup on for the sequel. He's a
The new
he's a
catalog comes out
he's a
soon too.
comic.
Guys,
He
the new
showed his true
catalog,
colors. I'm sorry, I'm talking over everybody.
the new Trick or Treat Studios catalog comes out next week.
Okay, so you're saying the guy that runs that studio is afraid of the future because he
He's
thinks
afraid
he can't
of
exploit Chinese slave labor anymore with the
no, it's the
tariffs.
tariffs. It's the tariffs that they're worried
Right.
about.
I know, but don't you think he could pay someone in the United States to make his monster masks?
They got to set up those kind of factories. Maybe probably get rid of a lot of regulations.
Well, if we can do that, it would be better than knowing that the mask was produced by some person that's being like some Falun Gong or whatever political prisoner. That's
Mhm. Can we
oh
get
wait,
kids
Yeah.
Meyer.
to go outside their house and work somewhere though?
I don't know. I know that things used to be made in this country at some point. Meyer says, "Do you have another one of those payphone covers?"
Uh huh.
Oh, man, this really is like QVC.
You want a payphone cover?
Yeah, I'm sure that a lot of people would not have any idea what's going on that cover because there's a significant part of the population that has no idea what a payphone is. There's that red dot. Who could it be? It's Meyer. Uh
Pretty much.
oh.
Yeah, I want one of those payphone covers.
That's cool.
Aren't
That's
these
great.
cool? Isn't this cool? Kevin sent me this today. Isn't that great? Kind of looks like the Phantom or like the what was the name of the Crimson Executioner, right? Or
Yeah, from Bloody Pit of Horror. Or is that what it's
yeah,
called?
yeah. Like
Uh,
if this was red, you could kind of I don't know, but
yeah,
it's cool looking. It looks neat. I
you,
like it.
you know that guy was Jane Mansfield's husband. Hey,
Yeah,
is
Mickey
Mickey
Hargitay.
Hargitay? Yeah. Hey, is
Look what else he sent me. Dude.
oh my
Nice.
God.
Yeah, I'm gonna hang this from the rear view.
I
That's
only hope
nice.
I hope I get one in my package Friday, but I hope so.
That and then I got this the authentic Transylvanian coffin.
Did you order them or were they extras?
They were extras. He gave me
Oh
these
man.
extras, Christmas extras.
They're Christmas presents. That's better than Santa ever did.
Oh yeah,
Is
it's
Hey,
that that the one that holds the soil from Transylvania in
yeah.
it?
It says on here. It says the coffin opens, and if you pack it with dirt from Transylvania, Dracula will appear.
Nice.
does it say that on there?
Yeah. Well, it's on one of
Or is it?
Kevin's minions. I think might have
Oh,
written
Kevin wrote that. Did okay, so do you want to do an unboxing of what you actually ordered? Or is it no one's
Yeah, sure.
business?
We can look at it. It's stuff that it's comics. We can look at it
What
real
was
quick.
that Star Trek episode where they were stranded on a frozen planet, like and Sulu was freezing and he was communicating with them? What was that? Do you remember that episode? I feel
Don't.
like that's what I look
No,
like
I
in the
can't
little
think of that
square.
one right now.
Huh?
I can't think of it right now.
But they were stranded in a shuttlecraft. Oh, okay. You got the new Monster Bash.
Yeah, get the new Monster Bash. So that was in one of the last season or something you're talking about?
I don't remember.
I don't remember that one very well.
I know. I just remember seeing George Takei with ice on his face, and he's all freezing, and he's going, "I don't know about." He's stuttering, and it's like I feel that way now.
Yeah,
Somebody's gonna know.
this looks good. I've gone through this already, the whole thing. Of course, it's great. It's Monster Bash.
Yeah.
Really high quality monster magazine. Is this
And
the same? So that novel that you showed a week or so ago, brought to you by Ron Adams, is that the same guy that does this magazine?
yes, well, it's not a novel. Well, a novel implies it's fictional.
Yeah,
It's
you're
a
right. It's more
autobiography.
biographical. It's about his childhood. So he
Yeah.
advertises in here for another book coming out,
Oh,
a tabletop book. I'll
and
find
whoa,
the
what
ad.
is it
This is
called?
a
What
really
is it?
nice ad for this witch model. Look,
Oh, yeah. But what is the new book?
let me find it.
I think
Um,
Trump's right. This really is the beginning of a new golden age for America. We've got a new famous monsters, not the new famous monsters, but this Monster Bash is a new famous monsters. We've got a new Vampirella and Creepy Eerie with Shudder and Vampirus Carmilla. We've got the Geiger stuff. Yeah, that's the book I got.
Flashback.
That's
Yeah.
the one. Yeah, there. That's the one I got.
Oh, this one. I didn't know you got this one. Okay, so this is
Yeah.
it. This is fully
Yeah.
illustrated, 250 pages, glossy hardback.
Yeah, I thought you ordered it from Kevin.
No, I didn't.
I ordered one of
Okay.
those. Absolutely.
Did maybe Kevin still has it? I don't know.
I think he was going to order more.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, I
Yeah.
must have missed that episode. This is the first time that I've seen it. The book that I thought the book you showed was a paperback, and it was like
No, it's a hardcover. Although,
a
yeah.
silhouette of some kids on some bicycles or something.
Oh,
Oh,
that's I read that. I finally got around to reading that. Here, I'll show you.
Okay, that's a different book.
Yeah, it's a good book. I recommend this book. It was recommended by another comic shop owner.
Some stuff I can see
Um,
better with the mask, and some
this
stuff
one,
oh,
without.
you were
Okay,
telling us about that.
Boys
yeah,
Life. Yeah. Oh,
read
so it's
this book.
different.
It's good.
It's not Ron Adams. Okay, I was confused.
That's
That
the
was
You
book.
guys
Yeah,
would
I don't have
you
that.
guys would like it even more than I probably liked it.
Okay. Yeah. That's a book. Is it out of print?
No,
I've read that.
Okay.
I read that author. I've never read that book, so I'm going to have to
yeah.
pick it
Now
up.
I want to read his other stuff now after reading this.
Is it
But
about growing up in the '60s or '70s? What's it like?
yeah, it is. But there's a mystery to solve. There's a murder mystery that's in it, and then there's like freaking like there's like witches in it. There's sea monsters in it. It's crazy.
Like literal? So I thought maybe it was like Stand by Me about growing up in the '50s but then there's real
It's
monsters
like
in it.
six. It's like growing up in the '60s. It's like
Okay.
a kid's perspective growing up in the '60s. He witnesses something crazy happen
Yeah.
with him and his dad see it, and it's haunting them. And then they figure out this murder mystery, and there's other shit going on that's just crazy.
Wow. Cool. Um,
Definitely read it or listen to it. That's what
do
I
you have
did.
more,
I cheated and I listened to it on YouTube.
do you have more of the Oh, really? They have the whole book as an audio book on YouTube?
It was just like somebody reading it, and I just listened to the whole thing. It took like
Oh,
I think like 3 or 4 hours.
I'm
the
on
whole book's on YouTube, huh? Really?
Yeah.
Bingo, bingo,
Well, you know
bongo.
what
Thanks.
else is on YouTube? The entire Bible, read by Darth Vader, is on YouTube, so you don't have to pay for that.
That's great.
And um, so do you have more copies of the Flashback by Ron Adams?
You know what?
Um, I have to order more because it's every time I get it in, it sells out.
Okay.
Could you dedicate a room and almost not to be sacrilegious in any way, but I'm just thinking it could be, you know how in big hospitals they have little tiny prayer rooms or chapels? So you could have a room in the house that did nothing but just play on repeat 24 hours a day, the entire Bible being read by Darth Vader just in that room. And there could be incense, candle. It could be set up like non-denominational, like in the
Well,
hospital.
that's what everyone that has these Star Wars toy collections should have playing in the room. Um,
Yeah, I think it's
well,
kind of a
I can broadcast that to an FM station throughout the whole house, and have it playing through every radio in the house.
well, I'm just thinking just dedicated to one room, then you could live
Yeah,
stream it. It could just be a 24/7 stream of just the
I
Bible
could
because
do that.
that
I
can't be
wonder if I'd get a
copyrighted or
copyright
something.
claim from YouTube.
Yeah, I
I
don't
mean, the
know.
Bible's obviously not copywritten, but the version read by Darth Vader would
Probably
be.
is.
Now
Probably
I
is.
guess
he
it's not
actually read the whole
respectful.
Bible.
Yeah, but
Well,
I guess it's not respectful to call it Darth Vader,
yeah, it's James Earl Jones.
James Earl Jones. Yeah, yeah,
But
I've
it's
got
not
a
AI,
Bible
right?
clock, and every hour on the
Mhm.
hour, James Earl Jones is reading a verse. But it
I just
turns
think
out
it's
he
a good
didn't
idea.
read
I
for
think
the
it's an
clock.
interesting idea.
It
I
was
think people
they're
want.
just taking this out of he read the whole Bible on tape, and they
Wow.
just took little excerpts and have it playing on this cheap clock from Dollar General. But so I thought I've got to record that, man, because I don't want to pay for it, so I'll just record it right off YouTube.
Hey, Gratu, um,
Yeah.
I found a channel last night.
Oh,
I discovered this new channel last night that is mostly it's a prank calls channel that is from 1990s Austin public access shows, and there's
uh,
some really good ones. There's some really long ones, and there's some of them you might be familiar with. Like it's pretty funny. And it seems like they're connected. It seems like these are real popular public access shows in Texas, probably in the 90s, and
okay.
it's really good. I'll send you a link, and I'll
Yeah.
send you the channel. It's good.
Watch it be someone I know. That's very possible. Um, yeah, the public access stuff and the prank call stuff was stuff that was all part of that.
Yeah,
Oh,
it
you
was
got the
really
new
good.
cryptology.
So here's cryptology number 2. I just got this today. It looks fantastic. You guys want to look
Yeah.
inside here real quick? We'll look at it. It's got a interview with Don Heck and a kind of some classic horror covers, Hammer
Yeah.
films. It's got this Don Heck cover.
What I'm
Pretty cool.
telling you, it's like a new golden age. This magazine is like a revival of the Monster Times.
This
Um,
magazine has a real nice feel to it. It
yeah,
feels like a Warren, but the paper is new, higher quality, but it does
yeah,
feel the size.
That company is very professional.
It's all
great
color.
stuff.
It looks great. It's
Yeah.
about 80 pages, I think.
Well, now the thumbnail for this episode makes sense because I've got we got some pre-code horror showing up. It always works
I'm
out.
looking forward to reading this. Don Heck is one of those guys that was, I don't know. It seems like he may have been of the right age, but maybe he's younger. I don't know. But he kind of draws like a veteran, doesn't he?
Yeah. Have you ever seen the work by his brother? What the
No,
I have not.
his name is what the.
no.
I'm just being funny. What the
Oh,
heck?
what the heck? Oh, I get it. Okay, I'm
What
sorry.
the heck? Who was it that used to say what the heck? What cartoon character used to say that, or did it?
No, there's Perry Como.
Well, it wasn't Deputy Dog, was it? I don't know, man. Maybe I dreamed it.
Like there's a feature on Shadow Comics.
Yeah, Kevin was looking at that the other day and said he couldn't believe how great these shadow covers were and why has he never collected them? Well, because we didn't know because we didn't grow up back then. Oh man, I got cat hair all over my face and I can't get it off. Yeah.
Kevin included this as an extra surprise gift. It's Love and Rockets number 10.
Oh, cool.
I don't have this issue. It's very nice. Looks great. Really cool back cover.
Yeah, that's pretty neat.
Yeah, it looks really good on the inside. The Hernandez brothers, you know, they're kind of geniuses, and they're great at. Oh yeah, it looks pretty good, huh?
I've always loved their artwork, but I've never
They're
really
good
read
at
Love and
drawing
Rockets.
really well endowed women. Sometimes
I never really knew where to start with Love and Rockets.
Lubna. I don't see her in here. Anyway, yeah, it's good. Then I got issue 3 and 4 of this 4-issue mini series called Patra. Now, I read the first 2 and I enjoyed them. Now I'm looking forward to finishing it out and reading number 3 and 4.
Yeah, that's enjoyable.
The covers look cool.
Yeah, it's neat. It's been a fun read. It's good. Here's Justice League Unlimited number 2. I just jumped onto this title because the first issue had that Batman Hush preview with Jim Lee in it, and I wanted to give it a read. And I liked the first issue story, and so I got this second issue. And this issue also is a little thicker because it has an extra added bonus of the new Challengers of the Unknown. It's got like 2 or 3 pages of Challengers of the Unknown in it. But it looks, I mean, I don't know how it looks. I've paged through the whole story. We'll see. Sometimes I want to read this stuff that's maybe not that great just to get a feel for what's going on out there. And I've only been doing that with DC. I still haven't been brave enough to buy a new Marvel comic and try and read one of those yet.
Yeah, that's smart.
Here's Absolute Batman number 4. It's like, what is this looks like how Shingles feels. It looks like he has shingles, right? What it is? Herpes zoster.
I've had shingles, and I would say yes. It feels like a flaming dagger has been put through you.
Like this, see what it feels like. I got Toxic Avenger number 3. I've been enjoying this too. This is something new that's coming out. I read the first 2 issues and I like it. I like the art and I like the humor, and so I'm on to this right now.
Yeah, the art is very good.
This is I think it's Superman number 21, maybe. So this is the first Superman comic that I bought in
Did they put the legacy?
It's number 21. This is
Did they put the legacy number on it?
What's that?
Is there a number, like what would that be if did they stop the publishing of Superman?
They must have, because they restarted it. This is number 21. I don't know what volume it is. Let's see if it has a volume on it.
Why are they so stupid?
Sometimes you can't even find the indicia on these new comics. Yeah, it's all the way at the back. It just says Superman 21, February 2025. There's no volume or anything.
Yeah, that was pretty dumb not to continue the numbering.
I looked through this whole issue, and it looks to have these short stories on all the Superman characters. This actually looks pretty good, to be honest. I mean, I didn't read anything. I just looked at the pictures, and it looks okay so far. There's cryptos in here.
I'm just noticing that we lost Kevin. When did that happen? Did anyone? Oh, there he's coming back. You're back.
I don't know where crypto was.
I only just noticed that you weren't there anymore a second ago.
It was only a second. I sent Chip a message on Instagram.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's nice. I think, yeah, I've got that one on hold.
It looks readable. It does. It looks. I mean, yeah, it looks okay.
It looks readable.
Show number 4. I don't know about this. Let's see what it's like. I thumbed through it. It looked okay, but I haven't read the stories yet. I enjoyed number 3. I like the cover. I like the feel of this book. Kind of cheap feeling. You know what I mean? When you get it out of here, it's kind of I don't know what they did. Different paper stuff.
Oh yeah, I have that one
Cynthia
coming to me.
Raven Bold, number number it is. 29. I was almost at 39.
I just love facsimiles.
Yeah, I really like the way that they're doing this. We all do. Marvel is kind of behind on this. They should
Yeah.
have been doing it for a long time, in my opinion.
Well, yeah,
My
and
opinion,
Marvel.
Marvel monthly books, they should have a tier of books that are nothing by reprints, and they should make it an event, and the event should be 1962, and then next year the event would be 1963, and every month they would republish every one of the original titles. Every single month would be a complete facsimile, just like this, of Spider-Man 1. Every month it would be the new one. It would coincide with the old months, and it would
Uh-huh.
be in, you get what I'm saying? And that's just resell all the old stuff, start everything all over again, fire all
Yeah.
the
I got
new.
an idea. Make it on newsprint, make it the original size, and then send every store a spinner rack to put them on.
Bing bang boom.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
I agree. Something like that would be great. There's no telling what's going to happen in Trump 2.0.
People would be excited to come into the store to see what came out that month.
Right, wouldn't they?
I
I
got
think they
that
would
one.
too.
Um, it's it's a little bit like the Superman salutes the bicentennial comic. Did you ever have that collector's edition, treasury edition?
No. Mm-mm.
Because you open it up and Superman says, "I'd like to show you the story of my friend
Oh, yeah, I
Tomahawk,"
actually
and they'll
have that one. And then it's
they'll put
nothing
this
but
Tomahawk
those crappy reprints of that guy. What was his name with the
to-
exploding like coonskin hat?
Tomahawk.
Yeah, it's Tomahawk reprints. I have that one.
Yeah,
So
it's
yeah, this is like that, or like the bicentennial battles where
yeah,
yeah. So this is, it's kind of like bicentennial battles. This is the history of the flag, and
right.
that's pretty much it. That's
It's a
what's
Right.
great
going on.
comic. It's
There's no
just
Trump in
don't
here.
expect Trump to be. It's the adventures of Trump, but
Yeah, there's no Trump in here. Like if you wanted the adventures of Trump, which is what I wanted, um, it isn't that. But maybe we'll get that some other time. For now, I'm respectful towards this. This is
yes, yes,
good.
there is a great one I got from Kevin called about Space Force that came out a few years ago, and it has really good artwork, and he's like a hero, and it's not done sarcastically. There's a bunch of sarcastic Trump comics, but it's done by people that like Trump. Ooh,
This is the last thing I got here. It's a reprint of Flash #1,
uh,
complete. You know, it's the another facsimile that's really well done
yeah.
and well priced too. It's $6.99. When you buy these Golden Age facsimiles, sometimes these are $15, because for some, for certain reasons, right? Like the other ones we buy are usually a bit more expensive.
Oh,
Uh,
those are the ones from PS Art Books, yeah. For
this one has
yeah.
like newsprint paper, right? And what I really like about this, obviously I don't, I never had the ability to read Flash #1, the entire comic before, but as soon as I opened this, I really had kind of forgotten, but in here, this is the very first Flash story that I ever read. I read this in that comic book heroes hardback book by
Yep.
Jules Pfeiffer.
Right.
And so this was my very first exposure to this character of the Flash. And so as soon as I open this, so many of these panels there's a couple panels in here that are like, how when you're a kid, they're burned into your brain. This
Uh,
panel of him playing tennis with himself, as soon as I saw that, I remember, I was like, oh, I remember this. Yeah. And so you remember these panels because you first read them when you were like 6 or 7 years old. So this whole, kind of outdated story was really enjoyed by me, like in about 1970 or 71. I thought it was
and
great.
and I didn't see that Jules Pfeiffer, the great comic book heroes book, until probably about 1976. But I had that story at the same time period imprinted in my head about 1970 through a record album that my mom bought for me, and it had the Flash, Aquaman, and Green Lantern but it had that story word for word acted out, very high quality with great acting and music. And so then when got the Jules Pfeiffer book, I realized, oh, this is the exact same story. I can just read along to the record like a power record. It's set,
Yeah, you could.
and you can listen to that on YouTube if you guys would like to listen. It's the official adventures of Aquaman, Green Lantern, and the Flash. And it's what they do is they have the Silver Age Flash reading that comic book, and then it's brought to life. What a yeah, wow, what a,
This looks great. Yeah, so you got text stories. You have like B and C and D listers like Johnny Thunderbolt back in here.
yeah, see, this stuff's never been reprinted as far as
No,
I know.
that's what's so much fun. That's what there's a Hawkman story in here that looks great. Gardner Fox, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah, anyway, so that's it. That's what I got today. I think that was what I got. That's it.
that's cool.
Yeah,
um
nice.
Kevin, you
Hey,
still
thanks for
there?
showing everything on there. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks, Kevin, for I love the added gifts today, man. I really love this gorilla head and this coffin. I don't have anything from my review mirror right now, and this is going to be it, at least through the winter until it starts getting hot and the sun comes out. Then I will take this out of my car. It's only going to
then
be
you
a
Yeah,
put
day.
it on your Christmas tree.
What's
hopefully
that?
that string holds up. Hopefully that string holds up. If not, you might have to put a new string in there.
I could restring it.
That's
On the
amazing
back.
that it
It's
actually
crazy that
still
it's
works,
still
that
soft.
string.
So this is still soft. It looks like it's probably from the late 70s or sometime. I don't know. It's old.
Late 70s, maybe early 80s.
Yeah, maybe early 80s they were still doing this, I guess. But it's brand new, uncirculated, and it's still really soft, and it smells just like it's supposed to smell.
Yeah, it came from the East Coast, that one.
Did this come from New Jersey, from Tom's River?
Yeah, yeah. There's a little five and dime store that closed that they sell stuff on eBay.
Oh, that's cool. That's great. Yeah, I know that place. I know Tom's River a little bit. It's real close to a couple of boardwalks. That's why they would have had this stuff, maybe.
You got Seaside down there, right?
Yeah, Seaside, Point Pleasant, like Jenkinson's, I think is the name of that.
How do you know
Right?
that? Wow.
Yeah, I know Point Pleasant really well. So that's
Wow.
why I know Bricktown and Tom's River. You're from New Jersey? Are you from New Jersey?
Yep.
That's funny. So here's why I know it because I was in the Army for a long time, stationed in North Carolina at Fort Bragg, and for a number of years, my best friend and my roommate was from Point Pleasant, and I was from California. So I spent for years in a row, for 4 or 5 years straight, spent every major holiday with his family in Point Pleasant. I surfed Point Pleasant a bunch because I grew up surfing here. My friend surfed East Coast, grew up in Point Pleasant, so I learned to surf all the spots in Point Pleasant, even surfed this time of the year there in the snow and ice when there was snow covered on the beach in Point Pleasant. But
Wow.
then I had a girlfriend there for a long time that was a student at Monmouth University, a girl that I
Really?
dated there for a long time. So I know the area pretty well.
Wow.
Just the shore, that little spot in the shore. And then my buddy's dad used to have uh, a stand, like a game, those game stands at Asbury Beach Boardwalk, Chip. You know what
Yep.
I'm talking about?
Yep.
So
Absolutely.
in the old days, in the summers, you could rent those. And my buddy's dad was a business owner in Point Pleasant, like a successful business owner, and he was an eccentric. And every summer he would rent one of those stands for like 3 months straight, and he would make up his own game, set up his own. He would spend the whole year organizing to have the stand run in the summer. And also while I was still in the Army, we would come up on the weekends, like a 6-hour drive sometimes. Sometimes we would take leave to help Gene out, and we would work that stand in the summertime at Asbury Boardwalk while I was active duty in the Army. It was fun.
Oh,
Okay.
that's cool.
I've got cat hair all over my face. I know it probably looks like I'm. I don't know what it looks like.
That's one of the reasons I fell in love with arcade games, because the boardwalk was loaded with them. Every other place you went to, they had you can get a cheesesteak, you can get a lemonade, you can get they had all those stands, and then they had like an arcade where you'd go in and it had all these games. And I still remember the hot sun and the sand in between my toes, and me putting the quarters in, and those are like beach bum buddies, when you want to get some shade and some cool, get away from the heat, you go in the arcades.
The pizza is so good in that part of that's like maybe the best pizza in the country, in my opinion. I don't know. The best I've had in my life has been the pizza right in that area in Point Pleasant and Bricktown. Really
They
good.
say it has to do with the water, but again, I don't know how true that is.
I've heard that too. And the subs are really good there too. It's a nice place. It's cool. I loved it there. I still have a friend that lives there.
A lot of music out there too. I don't know if you're into music. There's a lot of clubs out there. You can go see different bands.
Right. The Stone Pony is famously
Yeah,
there.
sure. Yeah, you know it all.
I like so we used to go to this place called the OB Diner. So here's one of the things I like about those little New Jersey shore towns is they have these 24-hour diners that are old dining carts, some of them. And you know what I'm talking about, Chip. And
Yep.
it's really a great place to be at 3 o'clock in the morning. The food is amazing and like it's super entertaining. Good hangouts. We used to go to a place called the OB Diner, and OB stood for the Ocean Bay Diner, I think is what OB stood for.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But it was right, that's kind of the border between between Brick and Point Pleasant is what I'm talking about. So where that OB Diner, Brick Township and Point Pleasant.
Yeah, I spent many nights down there, many summers. Good times.
Have you ever heard of the tube race?
I don't think so. No.
So they have a tube race at the inlet between Manasquan and Point Pleasant. And everybody has to paddle in an inner tube. It used to take place like in the channel, like they would like race and paddle, but then it became too big and the Coast Guard wouldn't let them do it and everything. But now they start at Point Pleasant, they paddle out in these inner tubes, then they paddle, or they start at Manasquan and then they paddle south to Point Pleasant. But my buddy's dad invented that tube race. He like founded it, and now it's like it's like the Jubilee that they have every year in that town is revolved around the tube race. There's like a
Well,
beauty pageant and a parade and everything. It's a whole thing. It's kind of quaint.
that's wild.
Weird little town. Hey, Rube, grab a tube. Yeah, that was the slogan for the tube races. Hey, Rube, grab a tube.
Did Meyer, you talked about what did you used to go to you told us one of did you used to go to a comic store in Monterey called We Got Comics?
Yeah, the comic collector shop is what it was called. And the ad for it was drawn by Robert Crumb, and it said, "We
Right.
got comics, records, and books," but mainly it said, "We got comics." Yeah.
There were
Yeah,
two photographs put on Facebook earlier today in a group of the owner of that store in probably the late 1980s.
yeah, that would be Bob Overstreet. Not Bob Overstreet.
A
Bob
beer
Sidebottom.
bomb.
Bob
Beer?
Sidebottom. His name is Sidebottom.
Okay. And they anyway, it looks like the store looked amazing. And
The old pictures of the old shop in Monterey.
Yeah, yeah. Let me see if I'll send them to you, but let
Yeah,
me
send
get
them to me.
them.
So if there's pictures of the shop owner, he would have been. So the people that ran that shop were that stereotypical kind of hippie type, exactly the people that you would expect Robert Crumb to know, and the people that Terry Wygoff was making fun of in a way in Ghost Story. There was a huge
Yeah,
section of old jazz records. Behind the counter, there was a couch, and there were people hanging out, and they had a lot of old Fawcett comic books, and the guy hated kids. The owner of that shop was named
yeah.
Bob Sidebottom. He was kind of curmudgeon-y, or he was super curmudgeon-y. He had greasy, long black hair.
Is this him?
That's him. So this is Bob in the 80s after we've all grown up and gone or something. This is probably the mid or late 80s, maybe early 90s. So when I knew him when I was in high school, he was a younger man, long skinny hair, and he was skinnier and he was more of a dirtbag looking of a guy. And he was always a surly guy, but he was fair and cool and nice. This is the guy that sold me my first like big back issue, Hulk number 102. He sold the same day he sold the price guide with the Bill Ward cover with the headlight cover. He
Yeah.
sold that price guide to my mom, like in a sales pitch. He did a great job. I was there. I was happy that she bought it because she's like, "Why is this book that he wants $12? This comic?" And then he explained, "Well, it goes up in value and it's an investment. And there's this book that shows you about it, the price guide." And I was like, "Please keep selling her, you know?" And so this is the shop that I grew up going to as a kid from 7th grade till high school. And then when I was a junior in high school, I started working at a rival comic shop. There's this right here. This is it. Bob Sidebottom, Alvarado Street. So this is where I grew up going to the shop. This was on t-shirts. This was printed on all of the paper bags when you would buy your comics. It would be a brown paper bag with this printed on it in black and white. This was commissioned by Bob, from Bob to Robert Crumb.
Yeah.
I see.
Shop. His
So
original
they,
shop was in San Jose. And so when he was in San Jose, like 10 years before this, is how he was connected to those people from Rip Off Comics and Rip Off Press or whatever. He was connected deeply, this guy, Bob Sidebottom.
well,
Um,
someone wrote
People
on
made fun of
Facebook.
him.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like kids made fun of him. Kids didn't like him. Like it wasn't because he didn't like running a comic shop in the sense that he didn't want kids in there sitting on the floor going through stacks, which is what we were doing. We weren't reading the comics, but he just didn't want us there. He just did. He was, you know what I mean? He was like entertaining these other guys behind the counter, playing and selling old expensive records and selling golden age stuff behind the counter. And he wasn't like he you could tell like you mentioned about Buddy Sanders, even though this is this guy's business, he was probably over what the mainstream titles were looking like when they were 35 cents. He was like, like you know what I
Yeah.
mean? This is an
Well,
older guy.
well, this is exactly what they were saying on Facebook. There was a piece, and it was talking about how they were talking about the store in 1975, and then they had that picture, and then people are saying that's not a picture from 1975, but I think they said this is 10 years later. But and they talked about how he would sell EC comics for $2, no, $2, I think, and that this is probably early 70s they're talking about, or
Yeah, maybe in the early 70s.
yeah.
I have some old pictures of him. So I thought it was funny one time. I've got this fanzine that was put out in the early 70s that I've shown before, but where they went to the first few San Diego Comic Cons, these artists, like one of them was Brent Anderson and another one is Frank Sirocco. They made this fanzine. They went to high school with my sister. My sister bought the fanzines and gave them to me. And inside there, in one of their trips to San Diego Comic Con, they took pictures of who they met and stuff. Like they met Jack Kirby and they met Jim Steranko. But then in one of the pictures, there's a picture of Bob Sidebottom, and it says in the picture, the only caption is the infamous Bob Sidebottom. And when I was a kid, I always thought that was funny after I got to know Bob Sidebottom, then I was like, wow, these guys knew him too, and they called him the infamous Bob Sidebottom. But they knew him when he had the shop in San Jose.
Yeah, well, they were saying someone was saying he didn't like anyone under 21, and
Did really?
he said he would just kind of
funny.
grunt at me, and he said when
Yeah.
I was older, he kind of started to like me, and one guy said when he came in, he was a young kid, and his mom came along with him, and he was very complimentary to the mom, saying whenever he comes in, the books that he buys, he has really good taste, and I never look at his stack and say why. He said I always appreciated how he made me look good to my mom about my choices. And they said that Charlie Parker music was always playing, and
Yeah.
that he was a frustrated jazz musician himself. That may have been what he really was interested in, like what you're saying. So everything
Yeah,
you're saying is exactly what people were saying.
that's
I
funny.
think it was in the EC Fan Addict Club on Facebook, because you see in that picture unbagged EC comics up on the wall, almost like they're about to fall down. They
Yeah,
said
he
that
had.
he had, yeah,
Go ahead.
he would keep reader copies of EC stuff out for a couple of bucks each, but the really nice ones that were like newsstand copies that still look fresh off of the stand were kept in the back room, and that's where he really did. He
So
kept
he
it
had
the
like a
good stuff.
VIP lounge behind the counter, is how I would describe it. It was like and I think I've mentioned it before. We would be in there going through. So he didn't have bins. He had 25-cent stacks. So when comics were like 30 cents and 35 cents when we were in eighth grade, he would
Yeah.
have stacks of comics that lined the wall that were just on the floor, and they were all 25 cents. And it was
Wow.
just tons of unbagged back issues. I even found 12 centers in there. So we would sit there. I would sit there for an hour or two at a time going through, but he would get angry. So after I got to know him, I would just do increments of a half hour or an hour. And then luckily this shop was in an area of downtown Monterey on Alvarado Street, which is like Main Street. And it's almost like a miniature San Francisco where all the buildings are connected, and there's everything on that street. So there's a candy store, a tobacco shop, a movie theater, an ice cream parlor, a Long's Drugs, a diner. So there, the Golden Poppy. So there's all these places where you could go. So I would take off and walk for a little while and go hang out with buddies. Then I would go back and finish my other stacks, because if you were there for an hour or two, he'd get pissed off. But people, while I was sitting there, these dudes that would come in that looked like Robert Crumb, with like dressed like men from the 40s, guys with like patches on their elbows would come in with like like Humphrey Bogart hats, and they would buy old comics and records behind the counter.
Ah,
And one time I was there with my mom, and I can't remember, it was just me walking around shopping, and I pointed that it's something, I'm looking at something, and I said, oh, I really like that poster right there. And it was that poster, it was that Frazetta poster that I guess is Tarzan. I think it's the cover of Land of Terror and the paperback cover. So it's a Frazetta painting of Tarzan with a crocodile in the water, and he's pulling it. He's like on its back, and he's got like a knife in his hand. You know the one I'm talking about? It's kind
yeah.
of, so it's that painting was poster size, but it wasn't like big. It was like 11 by 19, and it was framed in a bamboo frame that looked really good, right? So imagine that in a bamboo frame, because it looks like he's in the jungle in the water. So it looked great in this bamboo frame. And I go, wow, I really like that. And as soon as I said that I liked that, I regretted saying it, because she walked right to the counter and asked Bob Sidebottom if it was for sale, which it wasn't. And I could see him sour and get rankled and angry. And he looked at me like, what are you doing? Asking your mom. Yeah, he's like, what are you trying to buy my shit? You asked your rich mom to buy my shit, that kind of thing. Yeah, like, damn it, mom, I just was saying I like it. I don't want you to buy it for me. What the fuck?
Well, that's neat. That generation of collectors, the I imagine if in the 70s when we were kids, if YouTube existed or if there were radio shows where you could hear the older guys that were buying Golden Age comics when they were kids talking about them, I would have loved that. But now we're the old guys talking about comics, and the young audience on YouTube has no interest. I've got 12 people watching. Uh, it's like, yeah, I always think I would have been. I always like listening to what the older people had to say and what things were like, But I don't. I guess I was an unusual. I guess, of course, I was unusual. I was the only one in my junior high school listening to old time radio and The Shadow and Suspense and Inner Sanctum and Flash Gordon in 1978. What? Uh, so I guess it's always been that way. But
Yeah, Bob Sidebottom passed away. He died of cancer pretty young, I think, like in the
yeah, it said
late
he passed
60s.
away in 1993, so that
Yeah,
wasn't that long after that picture.
it wasn't. You're right. It was shortly after that picture. I didn't
Because
realize it was that long ago.
there was a Mephisto meets the X-Men book in the background that people said dated that to 1987 at least.
Yeah, he was a businessman. This guy, he was a family man. He had a wife and a kid or two, and a house in San Jose, and a place in Monterey. And he was hustling and working his butt off doing this comic book gig from really early on. Like, he's one of those early comic book shop owners from the late '60s, early '70s, San Francisco Bay Area guys.
When do you think that's when he started his shop in the late 60s?
Yeah, I'm guessing maybe early '70s. I don't know the complete story, but he's connected to all those early people. He knew tons of guys,
Let me see
like
if I can't. Yeah, hold
all
on.
those underground people, like all those San Francisco people were connected to him.
Okay, can you still hear me?
Yeah, yeah,
Okay, let me see if I can't find that part about him.
yeah.
There it
I'm
is.
guessing he would have opened his first shop in San Jose probably in about '69 or '70. I'm just guessing.
Okay, so it's someone named Richard Pryor. I assume it's not the Richard Pryor because he's not alive. Is wrote, if you walked into Bob Sidebottom's comics collector shop at 73 East San Fernando Street, San Jose, in 1975, you'd find any number of fun comic books piled on the floors in boxes behind the counters and almost falling out of vertical shelves on the walls. Bob was asking the exorbitant price of $2 for the horror comics and the absurd price of $3 for the science fiction comics. Mad and Panic were a buck each, as Who Wanted Humor comic books. They were in boxes with the 50s Archies, etc. This photo is from a decade later, but Bob still had stacks of ECs on the walls and in boxes. By that time, prices had tripled. Zoom the photo and check them out. And in the comments section, someone says, I don't think this photo could be 1974. Is that what you're saying? It's 1987, at least, based on Mephisto versus X-Men. See, I
Yes,
think the first time they printed it, it didn't mention that this is years later, and so there's tons. And then they later went back and edited the thing, and there's lots of people complaining that it's not from the mid '70s. Anyway,
Oh, you see the stack. There was a stack of Wolverine number ones, and that was like
yeah,
1982, I believe, right?
yeah. Well, then that means this is right before he passed away. Then, no, no, not no, it isn't because he died in '93. Um, It says someone says great photo. I'd say the photo is more recent than 1970. Yeah, same thing.
yeah.
Let's
It's
see. I
that's
used
probably from the late '80s. That's probably from like '89 or '90 or or even earlier. You said you saw Mephisto from '87, like Mephisto versus
yeah,
X-Men or something like that.
yeah, that's what someone said here. Then someone says I used to shop there every so often when I was going to SJSU in the early 90s. That was an interesting joint. And then a guy says I used to visit there. He had great rock posters and records too. I miss shops like those.
Right. A lot
Yeah.
of veterans and service members would remember him because in the 1970s and '80s, he had the only comic shop in Monterey, and Monterey had multiple Army bases. It had Fort Ord, and it had the U.S. Army Defense Language Institute, and then it also had the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School. So you have the Presidio of Monterey, where you've got a bunch of U.S. Army people, and Fort Ord, a bunch of U.S. Army people, and then a bunch of naval officers are there as well. So a bunch of people that were in their early 20s in the military bought comics from Bob all through the 70s and 80s in Monterey.
This guy says always had some jazz playing in his store. And then someone says he's got the 1972 EC Fan Addict Con pin there as well. Cool. I wonder. And then blah, blah, blah. And then someone says, I used to go there all the time. I worked around the corner at the San Jose Comic Art Shop. Bob was a lovable curmudgeon.
That's a good way to put it, I would say too. He was never nice, but he was never cruel. Is how I would say it. But he wasn't trying to make friends with anyone, especially like that commenter said. He didn't want to even talk to anybody under 21.
And then someone says $2 for EC Comics in 1975. That even by 1969 to 70, the DCs were going for $5 to $20, depending on condition. And then the person that originally posted it said, nope, Bob had the well-read ones on his shelves like these, and in boxes on the floor and in stacks behind his counter. However, in his back room, he had a complete set plus many duplicates he bought from Gary Arlington. Those were all in newsstand condition, and Bob charged accordingly. Bob carried the Bruce Hershenson EC reprints as well, and they sold very well at $1 each. Regarding the prices of EC Comics in the late 60s, mid 70s, Joseph is right. Along with Bud Plant, Sean Barrett, and others, we opened Seven Sons Comic Shop in early 1968 before Bob got started. And even then, we were selling ECs for much more than $2 or $3 each. Long after I got out of the San Jose retail comic store scene, I remained friends with Bob Sidebottom and visited him often. By 1975, EC prices were way higher than $2 to $3 each. Then someone said, you obviously didn't get the friends, family, bring beer discount. Then someone says, well, $2 to $3 in 1975 would be one heck of a discount. I would have instantly bought every single EC in a store at those prices. You mentioned beer, and that was one of the reasons I enjoyed hanging out with. I was several years younger than him and didn't turn 21 until April 1973. However, I visited him many times while I was still underage. Every time I came to visit, he would have me briefly run his store while he went down to the corner liquor store to get beer. That was a treat when I was a teenager. And someone else says, long time ago, I met you at James Gardner's home in San Jose, 1964, I think. Jim was doing some illustrations for my fanzine, and we met to go over ideas. Several of his friends were there, including you. We were all connected in fandom. How old were you then? Skinny little kid, 12? And then the guy says, wow, that's an amazing recollection because it's only very fuzzy for me. Yes, I was 12 in 1964, skinny but tall, but I'm guessing it might have been a little later, like 65 or 66, because around that time I became friends with Tom Tallman, who was 4 years older than me. He had a car and often drove fellow collector John Barrett and I to comic-related functions. Tom was also the one who turned me on to EC Comics. How old are you and what was your fanzine? And then they go on, let's see. It's
These are pictures from this fanzine. This is a fanzine that was
hold
made
on, let me
in
come
San
back.
Jose.
Well, let me come back. I'm way over on Facebook. Let me let me find my way back.
I found this picture of Bob Sidebottom from the '74 San Diego Comic Con. A bunch of people were
All right.
there. The picture's so small, it's really hard to see, but he's right between Roy Thomas and Forrest Ackerman. But this is Bob right here. This is the '74 San Diego Comic Con.
Okay.
And over there, it has all these pictures are numbered and they've got titles for them. And this is titled The Infamous Bob Sidebottom right here. And then here's Roy Thomas speaking. And then here's Corey Ackerman right here. This was a great convention. This is Frank Sirocco, the creator of this fanzine. And I think this is Brent Anderson, the co-creator. No, it's Frank Bruner. I'm sorry. That's Frank Bruner with a piece of page work that Frank purchased from him.
Oh.
At the 74 convention. That's what it says. It says Sirocco makes the purchase from Frank Bruner. You look, you've got the Vampirella contest going on.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so when did the San Diego Comic Con start? Was this seven? What how many Comic Cons in was this?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. So this was 1974. I don't know which number this was. See if it says anything on here.
Yeah, I understand that now it's completely impossible to even get around in the place.
It's really good work in here.
Yeah.
A lot of talented kids went to the same high school in San Jose in the early 70s.
That's pretty cool. What's the name of the fanzine again?
It's called Venture.
Venture. Okay.
I have 2 copies of number 1.
Cool.
I feel like they went to the other convention in here too in the first issue, but maybe not. Did they go in another issue? So there's 4 issues of Venture that I have, but I think that they might have made 5 or 6. But I think the original 4 were all made like within a 2 and 3 year span while these guys were in high school, and they just happened to go to the same high school as my sister. Look, this is a great cover. Look at this.
Yeah. It sure it looks kind of like the front of a yearbook, like a high school yearbook. There's the
Look at
name Venture.
the hidden TNA on there. It's really well done. And it does kind of look like, I mean, you can see these guys, you can even, tell by the years, like I said. So my sister graduated, I think, in 74, and this is from 72, I think. I think this is from 1970. This one, no, this is 73. So this is like created by like 16 and 17-year-olds.
Yeah.
15, 16, 17-year-olds.
It has a very early 70s feel. It certainly feels of that time period. Yeah.
This one's great. Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, that's great art.
Airbrushing. He's working on Zipatone and airbrushing here.
Yeah. Zipatone was fun to play with. I guess nobody uses it anymore.
Oh, here's like a Frankenstein and a Dracula.
Oh.
So let's see. They went in 74, maybe 75 too. Let's look and see. I think they went in 75 also. This is an incredible. Look at this illustration of Vampirella. Have you ever seen that before?
No.
No.
Zoom in a little bit on that.
Let me try and show you. It's like this airbrushed photorealism that was really well done by these kids. Look.
Oh yeah, I do. Yeah, it's kind of Corbin-esque, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, they made her far more curvy. Yeah, that's pretty good, man. I wish you could get a. If
1975.
there's not like a Kinko's near you where you could get a really good photocopy of that, is there? Or
There's something else.
FedEx, whatever you
I
call.
can do. This is a great piece too. Look at this.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does look like that looks like a little Corbin too, that little creature there.
yeah.
These are really good.
Yeah, these guys
Have
are.
you checked if Venture is in mycomicshop.com?
Yeah, it is sometimes. It's there sometimes. Like it'll be
They
there.
have a
They
they
might
have
not
an
have.
area for it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if you just look up Venture, it'll show up. They'll have pictures of them. but they might not have it in stock.
Yeah, but you'll be able to see all the covers and how many there are.
Yeah, I think so. I think so.
I know they have Rocket Blast Comic Collector in there.
What was the year? Maybe this is the. So that was 75. All right.
Bug
So they did
Saunders.
2 years in a row. So this is the earlier. So this is So we looked at San Diego 74. This is San Diego 73.
Okay.
So this is the year prior to the one that we looked at. And
Yeah.
in here, they either bought a bunch of stuff from the artists at the convention, or the artists at the convention gave them stuff to put in the zine. They showed they like showed Neil Adams their zine, and he either drew this to them or gave it to them to put in their high school zine.
Yeah, that's good.
And this one too, this Jack Kirby piece too. They got at the convention.
Well, like Kevin's putting together a package.
There's another Neil Adams that looks great. Look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's Jack Kirby over there. And here's their pictures from the convention. It looks like Neil Adams and Jack Kirby, right? And Ray Bradbury. Isn't that, what's that? That's one of those horror hosts down there, Seymour, I think is his name.
Get a close up of him. Yeah, I think that is Seymour. Yeah.
And here's a panel, and you can see Jack Kirby sitting right there closest to us.
Yeah.
Let me see. Oh, it's Gus Areola. Gus Areola, Bernie Lasky, Mike Friedrich, and Neil Adams. It's LA's Seymour, and that was June Foray. That's who that is.
Oh.
And then looks like Carmen Infantino is here, and then this is a picture of Ray Bradbury holding that issue of Venture that I showed. Remember the other one that looked like the high school yearbook?
Yeah.
The issue before this, I guess the year before. So these were kids that lived in San Jose that were like 16 and 17 years old, and they would drive all the way to San Diego for this convention on their own and pull it off all on their own. I really like this story. This guy draws this character. She looks just like Queen Louise. Look.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that could be in heavy metal. That looks amazing.
There was an illustration.
Brent Anderson eventually worked for Marvel on that Khazar the Savage comic book. And then Frank Sirocco worked on Alien Legion for Marvel. The two main forces that did this fanzine that went to high school with my sister at Branham High School in San Jose. They would sell these at school, and then my sister was friends with these guys, and she would buy them every time they came out and bring them home, and then she just gave them to me. And at one point, she bought 2 first issues and then brought them both home and gave them to me at different times, like because she probably didn't even remember if she had bought one before. But she was
nice.
friends at school who had no interest in reading this stuff, none whatsoever. I don't think she read any of it.
Yeah.
She would just buy it from the boys at school that she knew to support their art and then give it to me.
That was nice.
They're probably in her art class, maybe.
I don't think so. They were like in a bunch of classes. Like it was not a big place at the time. Yeah.
I found a picture of Tarna from Heavy Metal done by some artist on Instagram or Facebook today. I thought it was kind of, look at this, the way he draws her. It's pretty funny.
You know what? You're right about the art class thing. My sister was involved in drama, so it's really possible that she crossed paths with these guys in the art department. That makes sense.
Yeah. I would sit and watch Aaron Sims in my art class in high school, airbrushing. The teacher asked us to design a movie poster, so he designed a poster for Superman 2, which had just come out at the time, and he was drawing the villains flying towards Superman and with an airbrush. I watched him airbrush a painting of a dragon, and then later he became one of the major film guys that design motion pictures, pre-production artist, where he designs the whole look of movies. And he's a really talented artist. The movies that he did the pre-production work are usually movies I don't like the look of them, but he was still talented. I just didn't like his vision. Like he did the pre-production art for Green Lantern. I didn't like that. Anyway, it's all right. I don't want to insult my old high school friend, but he is really good. If you look up Aaron Sims, Aaron, Aaron, and Sims, Si. I don't remember if there was one or two M's, but you know, Aaron Sims is. He'll have a web page.
Boy, when
Somewhere.
Kevin was showing those 8mm movies
Yeah,
cases with the art on them, and you were saying, I knew the guy that had that painting and that painting.
yeah.
Every one of those, I was like, man, I want a painting just like that. I was looking at them, I was like, geez, I could recreate that. I want
Well,
to,
the
you
original
know what I mean?
painting; those were not the original paintings. That was someone looking at someone recreating it
Right.
for the
I,
that.
I,
But
you
like
said that, it
this,
made me want to do that too. I thought you meant the real painting.
he owned the real painting of for the movie poster for those 8mm film boxes. Someone redid the art. You could tell it like it wasn't the original painting. Oh my gosh, when did
I
these
got
come
this
out?
figure set the other day for really cheap. I got this on sale for $20. Both of these figures, it's half price. Usually this is $20 a figure, but they were $10 each. And it's basically Spider-Man 101, right?
Yeah,
Except they messed up Morbius's face a little bit.
yeah.
He
I
shouldn't
was
have a nose, and he shouldn't have red eyes. He should have white eyes with a tiny little black dot. I might repaint
yeah.
him.
Those came out a while ago.
They
Yeah, they're old, like a long time. Just like you said, these are from a number of years ago, and I just happened to see it on clearance, and it was $19.99 for the set. Damn.
I wish I
Ooh.
had those here.
you just can't get good slave labor in China anymore to paint them accurately.
Is, Chip, are you still here? There's your box right there.
Oh,
Oh my word!
oh
It's
wait,
ready to
let's
go.
unbiggen it.
Oh my word! I can't hide that one.
Whoa,
I
look
knew
at
you
that.
were
You
held
can't hide
up.
that from me.
Maybe you put some wrapping paper on
Well, maybe you can have it sent to your work or something.
that.
I was gonna say the same thing.
Unless you
You
work
can
from
always
home,
change
then
the
you're
address.
screwed.
Change it on your
Deliver.
PayPal before you send the money. Yeah.
I knew you were putting somebody's package together.
I got 4 more shock monsters coming.
Oh dear, when will they arrive?
Probably 2 days.
I'm not yawning because you guys are boring. It's because I haven't been sleeping properly because I've been freezing to death at night. So please don't
It's a
be
lack of
offended.
oxygen. A yawn is just a lack of oxygen.
I know, and all this weird stuff where I look like a tweaker. That's because the cat hair is completely covering my face because I was brushing the cat, and so tonight I am not looking very good. Damn. It's 18 degrees outside. It's going to be 8 degrees at 8 in the morning, and then it'll warm back up into the 20s. Um, I'm just hoping the part comes tomorrow, man. It's just, this is not fun because,
I put the heat on once today. Or I set it today and it only kicked on one time.
Yeah, but in the summer we can laugh at you.
Yeah, this is the time I get to shine.
You get to laugh at us now. I know.
Your time to shine.
Even when I was in Texas, you could have laughed at me. I mean, because I was worse off in Texas when uh, Biden or whoever controls Biden uh, ordered all the electricity be shut off in Texas, the whole state, uh, and it was 0 degrees, and it got down to 40 degrees in the house. Then it only got down to 48 degrees here. 40 degrees, that was unbelievable. I didn't even know if we're, because here I have the electricity at least. I can run a few space heaters. I can, but when all the power shut off, that's when things, uh, this comic shop uh, near me had a pipe break, and they lost a lot of comics. They weren't particularly good comics, but
I
when
saw
the store flooded, yeah.
there's a shop called Gotham City Central, and they had a must have had a pipe bust last night, and their shop got flooded.
Oh, I asked the store owner, said, "You want me to throw this one in the trash?" I pulled a comic out, and it had this much standing water in the bag and black mold almost covering the comic. It was like when when you adopt a new fish from the pet store and you get it in a little plastic bag to take home and dump into the fish tank. That's what the comic book was like. This much water in it.
Like a carnival win, right? With the ping
Yeah,
pong
right.
balls.
It was that was horrifying, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
don't set anything on the floor unless you don't care about it, because if it gets wet, it's gone.
I bought some comics one time from the shop in Fresno. I think it used to be called Wonderland Comics. It might still be there. Like, I wish Basil Orloff would come back. Anyway, Basil would know. He knows the place across from Club
Oh,
Fred. But anyway, this old comic shop was real crusty and real old school. Like, he didn't even have a register. He had a cigar box that had change in it, like that. And one time he had a long box that was nothing but beautiful Silver Age books, like a whole bunch of Fantastic Four and Spider-Man. But the entire top of the box was charred with like this much black ash. So every comic you would pull it out and it was a good comic, like probably a 4.0 or something, but the whole top was crumbly and had caught on fire just for a small amount of time or something. So, but he was selling them for 5 or 10 cents each, and I bought a whole stack. They're like mixed into my collection. So I've got these
Wow.
old FFs that are burned just at the top, like some sort of fire happened and just burned the top of the box. Yeah.
yeah. Well, uh, that's horrible.
Yeah, this was the early '90s when I bought these.
Yeah. Well, did any of you watch this press conference earlier?
Who was it? Who was it?
I haven't watched
Well,
anything today.
Trump had a press conference at Mar-a-Lago, and it was apparently spectacular. Where
No,
he talks about annexing Canada and Greenland, which would triple the size of the United States. And he talked about getting the Panama Canal back and renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America.
heard about that. Yeah, I heard about that. I heard about Don Jr. going to Greenland. I heard that Don Jr. flew to Greenland. That was interesting.
Yeah, he was there today. Apparently, the people there love the idea,
Imagine
um,
that.
and it's just
We could put all
when
the
if
fentanyl users on Greenland.
but that would, I
A lot of them
mean,
are probably already there.
if we annexed all that, then would we be the size of China or would we still be smaller?
We're probably bigger in land mass, but certainly not in population.
Well, yeah, I
Nobody
know a
lives.
lot of Greenland people can't live on, but as far as
Nobody
landmass,
people live
yeah,
in
we'd no
Canada
longer
either.
be this tiny country compared to Russia and China. Um, then I actually, yeah.
Yeah, we got to get rid of all the fentanyl zombies somewhere.
Well,
or get them
Well,
help. You need to make some, maybe some hospitals and
There you go.
yeah. Well, the trick is
People need
just
to
to
be
keep
taken
that
off
from
the
getting into the
street.
country.
They need to start treating people the way that they used to. If you're, uh, there's different things that will get you committed, right? And or what they call 5150, and it's one of them is a danger to self or others. Well, if you can't provide proper shelter and health for yourself, then you're a danger to yourself. If you're shooting heroin every day, it means you're a danger to yourself and others. If you're doing it on the street, on the subway platform, or in front of a bus stop where kids are getting off the bus. So you people need to be they need to open the hospitals back up again. Most of these people have mental health problems mixed with
Yeah,
yeah,
drugs.
insane
well,
asylums need to be opened back up. Arkham,
but
Arkham insane asylums.
they need to have asylums that are not torture chambers. Uh,
No,
and I think that's people became aware that's what they were like.
Yes.
I don't
no,
know.
we'll play
I
good
don't know
things
how
on the
accurate
TV.
that is.
We'll have them streaming only good shows on the TV that they watch.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Well, I have firsthand experience, and it used to be a revolving door, but that was 20 years ago. Now they're not even a lot of people. They're they're not even 5150 people the way that they used to. They're that in certain instances it may seem like statistics are being spiked in a certain way because of the amount, because of the poor staffing, because the police don't have the time to do things the way they used to because there's not enough of them, and they got to prioritize calls and things like that. So
Uh,
yeah, so people are just left to live in a tent by the railroad tracks, and nobody does anything about it. No social
yeah,
workers go there and help them or can help them, or I don't know. It's we
yeah.
need
I
to
just
figure out a
don't
better
know.
program, better system.
They passed some law where I can sue the state now if I have people camped outside my store.
Oh wow.
Okay.
And I know someone was sleeping outside the store for these past 2 days.
So what are you supposed to do? Is there a non-emergency number you're supposed to call when you see somebody outside doing that?
Yeah, or I just go
Like,
out back and raise my hand and flag one down, flag a cop down. Yeah.
oh, that's good.
Yeah, the police
Did,
station's right behind me.
didn't you have someone that had their car stranded? Did they get it out in your
Oh
back park?
yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he got hit on the. It's called a hoverboard. It's a
Uh,
skateboard with one big wheel in the middle,
Right.
and it's motorized. And I guess they're real dangerous. And he got hit by a car, and he broke 3 ribs, and one of the ribs punctured his lung. So he's been in the hospital until today. So that happened Saturday, and on Tuesday he got his car. Came here and got his car back.
oh,
And he had I said that sucks, man, because they can't do anything for a cracked rib or that lung. And he said no, the lung they put a tube down in my lung and put it in there and suck the blood out of the hole,
Right.
and then it's
oh,
supposed to just heal on its own. And the ribs are supposed to heal on their own. They kept him there this long to see if he had any other internal injuries.
mm,
So and so he can't. I said, "Oh, dude, you don't." I said, "I hope he got antibiotics because you don't want to get sick and have to cough." So I remember I had a broken rib once and I coughed and it hurt so bad to cough with a
oof.
broken rib.
Well, at least he didn't hit his head or anything. It could have been much worse.
No, I broke his glasses. He had his glasses taped together when he came in, like a
Oh
nerd in the
wow.
middle.
Oh man.
Wow.
Well, yeah, they're trying to get
Yeah.
some new pandemic going. Um, looks like. Let's see if
In
that.
China, there's something going, but we already had that go through here. I think around Christmas time, everybody was sick.
The Modelo virus.
Can you
It's gonna
remember that? if you went to a Christmas event, you at least had one family member that was probably sick at that event.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't go to any Christmas events. Um,
Hey, I watched this movie the other night that I remembered seeing, but I never watched it. I feel like maybe I might have just seen bits of it or something, but I never really looked at it closely and watched it completely. And I watched it completely the other night, and it's on YouTube, and no one ever talks about it. It's a Ralph Bakshi movie, and it has a bunch of different titles, but the title I know it by is Coonskin, and it
yeah,
has Scatman Crothers, Barry White. It's really good, like really, really good. The animation's really dope. It's a
that
trip.
used to be on YouTube. The whole movie. Is it
It is.
still?
It's on YouTube. The whole movie's on YouTube. If you look up Coonskin, it'll pop right up. I
Yeah.
think it's 1974.
It was released under another name too. I
Yeah, a
forgot.
couple different names. That's what my friend Snake told me. He said he saw it under a couple different names, and he told me the names.
Yeah. Well, it
It
was an
used to be a
anti-racism
VHS.
movie, but
He
I,
said it was a VHS release, like back in the '90s, that you could find at like the counter at like Tower Records or Amoeba. Like it would be like a underground rental kind of.
yeah.
Was that the backish stuff or no?
Yeah, it's Bakshi. It's
That's
is that
it.
what you?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sorry.
Yeah, it's live action, but mostly it's like a mixture of live action and boxy animation, and it looks a lot like the same. It's similar to like the Fritz the Cat animation, kind of. I don't know. It's kind of this wild heavy metal looking animation, it's psychedelic, and
Yeah.
it's like a black exploitation movie, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah. I guess I don't know if I've ever watched it from the beginning to the end.
Yeah, I watched the
That
whole thing. It was pretty
they had
good.
like a 50s maybe one too, like a guy with a slick back hair.
Oh yeah, that was American
Oh
Pop.
no, I think it's something else like called Hey Good Looking, maybe.
Yes, that's
Oh,
it. You got a good
oh
memory.
yes,
Yeah.
I
Yeah, I
haven't.
don't
That was
think I've
pretty. That
ever
was that
seen
was
that.
pretty wild too.
There was that. There was
I wonder if that's on YouTube too.
That's on there.
Excellent. Thank
I
you,
watched
Chip.
it maybe 3 months ago. I watched it.
Oh, thank you, Chip. I'm gonna look right now.
Hey, next is Mummy. You guys know that? Mummy is gonna be next.
no, I didn't
What?
Oh,
know.
that's gonna be good. Got to put that on
And
my pull list.
I have a Zoom meeting with the creators of it in a couple weeks.
Huh. How many people are
That's
going to
good.
be in the Zoom meeting?
Probably less than are watching you right now.
What a shame.
Huh.
Well, I guess
Excuse me.
Well, are they all comic retailers that are? I mean, is it
Yeah.
a Zoom meeting with the retailers? Okay. Well, that's interesting. That would be good if they would broadcast that. It would get them publicity.
Well, it's owners and like employees only.
Okay. Missing Mars, you missed the Shock Monster candy Halloween bucket has arrived, and you missed Fantastic Four facsimile of Fantastic Four #1. You missed just a bunch of guys talking, and we looked at the Marvel comics coming out tomorrow, which I think Fantastic Four #1 was the highlight.
If
I
you
don't
guys have
know.
questions about the Mummy image comic, let me know and I'll ask them.
Uh, okay. So it's all universal licensed, huh? Because with the
Yeah, it's
Mummy,
licensed by Universal. Yeah.
because you really don't have to do that. Well, I mean, yeah, for Frankenstein, if you want the look of the Universal one, but well, yeah, and Creature from the Black Lagoon, yeah, of course they have to have the Universal license. But
Have you ever
Frankenstein and
gone to
Dracula.
Have you ever gone to Monster Bash, Kevin?
No, I've never been past much past the Mississippi.
What's the one that they used to, oh, Monster Palooza is the California one, or Son of Monster Palooza, right?
Oh yeah, there's Monster Palooza and Son of Monster Palooza. And those are in Pasadena and Burbank.
There you go.
But Monster Bash, that's in Chip's neck of the woods.
Yeah, I saw it. Pennsylvania. It's where near the Monster the magazine is made, right? It's
Uh-huh. Yeah, it's on the
Ligonia,
East Coast.
Pennsylvania. How do you say that? How do you say that? The name of that
I don't
town?
know.
Ligonier.
They do like two a year over there. They do
I'm
it twice
familiar
a
with
year, I think.
I'm familiar with Chiller Theater in New Jersey, and then there's the famous Monsters once a year, I believe, and that's in oh, where is that? Somewhere in Pennsylvania.
Here, let's look at the advertisement on the back. Got to be on the back of this. All right, Pittsburgh North Marriott, June 20th. They do the one in the summer, and then they must do one in the winter. I think the winter one maybe might have already happened.
So it's like a suburb of Pittsburgh, that town, right? Ligonier or whatever it is, I guess. Maybe it's close to Pittsburgh.
Do we know where it's at? Where does it say that?
Well, right there it says Marriott Pittsburgh North for Monster Bash this
Oh,
year.
here's the Cranberry
Cranberry
Township,
Town.
PA.
Is there any
You know where that is?
interviews with? Are there
No.
interviews with Ron Adams on YouTube?
Probably because
Yeah, I
he
always.
runs this Monster Bash convention. Him and his wife
Okay,
run this convention.
interesting. And there's probably videos of the Dark Ride Dracula couple going to Monster Bash, I think.
Yeah, it's a really
Yeah,
cool convention.
I need to
Not
look
very
at
many
that.
people there.
I have to put that on my list.
How far is that from you?
It's a few hours. If it's by Pittsburgh, it's a little far from me.
Only a few hours? That's not that far.
No, the New Jersey's nice. They do that twice a year. Chiller Theater is really good. They do a very nice job. Nice selection of actors and props and all
I
kinds
like.
of TV
I kind of
showings or film showings.
what I was going to say. I like the extras. So I used to take my kids to conventions in the Sacramento area, and anytime there was a big convention that was, if I could get a 3-day pass that included, especially like the film festivals, or they might do an early Saturday morning cartoon festival, or you know what I mean, Mexican movies, and they have $2 tacos, stuff like that. I love a convention that does that, or that has live music on Saturday night or something, that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
that's how Chiller. You would love Chiller. That they do the same thing.
Yeah, Monster Bash, they give out Taco Bell in the audience for the movies. You watch a midnight movie and then they give out Taco Bell.
What was it at the conventions back in the old days? The people would hang out in the rooms after hours. What was Filk singing? Do you
What?
know what that was?
They have
What is it?
singing at the Monster Bash. They have they do the Monster Mash. They sing that and they sing other songs too.
Huh.
Well, yeah, but I'm talking about at regular comic conventions. There was something called Filk singing, and I guess it's some nerdy take on folk singing. But I thought maybe someone knew
It's
what it
probably where they do
was.
that little tap dancing or something. Maybe.
I have no idea.
It all went
Haven't you
south
seen that?
when I started seeing teenage kids with signs around their necks that said "free hugs." That's when it all went south. The whole convention scene. You remember that? It was about Yeah, it was the inception of anime. It was when comic conventions started having like little girls running around dressed like Japanese cartoons, and then they would all go outside and hang out and smoke clove cigarettes with these giant hairdos and big foam swords. You know what I'm talking about? It
Yeah.
started. Yeah, that's when it kind of started with that. I was like, free hugs. What the fuck is this? Like, who are these people? Who are these people?
Well,
It
yes,
wasn't bad though. It's okay.
but there was always an
It was the
element
beginning.
of there were all these kind of fat hippie girls that were involved in fandom. Some of them came in through love of Leonard Nimoy or Dark Shadows, fandom. But they
Uh,
were always
Elf
these
Quest,
kind of
maybe Elf Quest. Yeah.
Elf Quest later, yeah. The stuff that was accessible to women like that. And I don't. I need to shut up. But yeah, there were
Yeah. I
always
was
about
free
four or
hugs.
five
What the hell
women
is
at
this?
any convention.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
it just
slab
pisses
this
Um,
me off.
slab.
what is that comic and why is it slabbed?
What's happening to Mickey?
I don't know.
Where
What is
is he?
what?
What's what's happening to him? Someone's shining a light on him.
Yeah, I know. And where is he? What's behind him? Are those safety deposit boxes?
No, that's
Maybe
a
he's
brick
been
alley.
caught.
He's in an alley. He's in a dark alley. Those are
Oh,
bricks.
so he's a
Some,
Victorian age prostitute, and he's about to be eviscerated by Jack the Ripper. That's my take. That's where mine goes. Immediately, that's where my mind goes.
All
what
right, let's
is
slab the slab.
Yeah, that's something he hasn't shown you yet. He has holders for slabs now. So,
Oh, look, there's a blank on the back. You can draw your own cover.
oh my gosh. It's hard to
They
draw
don't
when
do
it's in a
Disney.
slab though.
Disney doesn't do blanks anymore. They don't want you changing their property around.
They know what everyone would do. The same thing Wally Wood did in that poster.
Right.
All right, we slab the slab. Now we can hang it
So
up.
it's called
See?
Air Pilot Funnies or something like that. What was that first underground that was making fun of Mickey Mouse?
Well,
Air
that
Pilot?
did have a little bit of yeah. That was mainly Mickey Mouse was a drug smuggler smuggling opium. Yeah, they didn't like that too much. But the Wally Wood poster went far further with it, though.
See that?
Yeah, psychedelic
But
one, right? That you talked about. Yeah.
$150.
it's
Nice.
crazy what I used to sell this book for a lot more.
It's a steal at half the price.
What is the book called? I mean, does it have a title? What does it say on there?
It's a reprint of Disney Comics and Stories 13.
Walt Disney's Comics and Stories 13 with some
Mhm.
new cover on it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
this
At least it's got a Walt Disney comic inside of it, an actual one, maybe. Yeah. Okay.
that's a game changer though for people at conventions. They can hang their slabs up now.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess so.
Now you can put them right under the light because it's UV protected.
That is an invention that should make someone some money. Yeah, I have to admit, someone's come up with has solved a problem for idiots that slab their books, uh, and plus the UV, because a lot of stores are lit with fluorescent light.
I don't get paid to advertise. I'm not even going to tell you who makes this product.
But you're selling it, or is they just send you a sample to get you interested in buying it?
No, I bought 8 of them to hang up
Oh, okay.
because I couldn't figure out how to display slabs in here. I just have a little box of them. I
So
wanted
what
to
are the
hang a
first
few up.
8 you're gonna slab? I mean, they're gonna hang up.
I don't know. I just hope it doesn't open up and the book falls on the ground.
Yeah, I thought of
But
that.
It seems pretty solid though. Like, yeah, it's solid. It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Has 12 locking things on it.
Okay. How many slab books you think you have in the store?
I sold one today online. So in the store, I have this many.
Do you have anything good? Doesn't look like it.
What I think is good is this Elvira over here, signed by her. See that?
Oh, man, that's a good poster too. What?
And I have this Freddy that's signed down here.
What does the Elvira sell for?
Well, I'm asking 250.
Okay. What? Do you have that issue unslabbed?
Unslabbed.
Yeah.
What did it say on the title?
Elvira. I don't know. I didn't
I
see
already
it.
forgot.
I have the poster for that. But
She has so many titles. Look at all these titles. And go back over and
oh,
look.
she's turning into the X-Men.
Um, Shape of
Okay.
Shape of Elvira. Shape of. I don't have very many shape of. Look. No, that must be a popular one.
Yeah, yeah.
Not
Well, so
creature. It's creature of the Black Lagoon and Elvira together.
what is?
The shape of.
Oh, is that what the storyline's about? Okay.
I'm assuming it's like The Shape of Water. Have you ever seen that movie?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay,
Did you
now
like
I
that
get
movie?
it.
That was a good movie, I
Uh,
thought.
I think I enjoyed it. I don't know. I don't. I think Cleo might not have enjoyed it. It had that. Yeah, it was. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it could have been better, but like if it had an attractive woman starring in it, might have. But I guess that was the whole point. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't have any shape of besides the ones I just showed you.
Yeah. Oh well.
It's a good cover. I thought you bought that cover.
I probably did. I don't have it- That's the great thing about Alzheimer's, man, is you get surprised all the time. It's like Christmas morning every day. You don't know what you have. I probably need to shut up
Every
because
time,
people don't like it when I
every time
joke
that
about
you,
Alzheimer's.
every
Huh?
time that you said the shape of, I've been thinking about that cartoon, The Arabian Nights from the Banana Splits. That little kid with that donkey, and he would be all Babu, shape of a flying camel, right? Was that from that?
Yeah. Oh,
He'd say
yeah, yeah,
shape
yeah.
of. He would say
That's
the
right.
shape of,
No, it was
some.
Super Friends, wasn't it?
Yeah, Super Friends, shape
Was it?
of an
Yeah.
ice
It might have been
shield.
Shazam
Oh, I
too, or
guess it was
whatever.
Super Friends. It was Jan and Jace, or not Jan and
Yeah,
Jace. It was the Super Twin, the
that's Space
I think
Wonder
it's
Twin,
on
Yeah.
right now. Let me turn the TV on. I think it's on.
the Wonder
What was
Twin.
going
But
through
didn't
my
that
head was the Yardbirds song, "The Shape
like
of
Arabian
Things
Nights?
Before." It was that Yardbirds, "The Shape of Things Before Your Eyes." Come tomorrow, will I be older?
Yeah,
Come tomorrow,
yeah.
will I be this Yardbirds with Soldier? Yeah, that's what went in my head. Everybody's got some other thing in their mind. Oh my gosh, yeah, the old days of collecting comics in the 70s. That's what I like, before slabbing. Yeah, the weird comic store owners, and there were no bad comics back then. If you were shopping in 1975, 76, every comic book was something interesting.
I wonder what kind of stories people will share about me.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. Um,
So there were a couple times that I can remember. One in particular, I can remember where I found something in those 25-cent stacks, and I took it up to the counter, and he's going through everything, and he sees it, and he looks at me, and he says, "This was in the 25-cent stack," and I go, "Yeah," and he goes, "Okay." It was. Here's what it was. It was Mighty Comics, and I still have it to this day. It was like Mighty Comics, I think number 41 or something with the Fly. It was like one of those Archie superhero comics from the early 60s. Yeah. And
yeah.
he was like, this made it into those 25-cent stacks. And I was like, yeah, is this something special? I remember thinking as a kid, wow, it must be really good. And then when I read it, it was really cheesy and not that great.
Yeah. Well, it's probably just the time period, but
Yeah, he just saw that it was a 12 center. He was like, wait, that was in there? Yeah. And it was in good
I
yeah.
was
condition.
wrong. Flintstones are on. It's just the Flintstones on.
Yeah.
I think they play the Flintstones more than any other cartoon on this channel.
Yeah.
Now I need a slab for the slab. For the slab. I need another case to go around this case.
Well, I mean, you had some really good slabs. Like I guess Spinner Rack bought them all, huh? Like the second appearance of Iron Man and stuff.
I sold a couple slabs, but I still have all my EC slabs. And that was the only way I could find them, was slabs, so I had no other choice.
Oh,
I wish they weren't slabs, but I wish. You know why? Mostly because I've already read them in other formats, but I could put them on that Dell. Did I show you pictures of that Dell?
you're right.
That rack I have?
Uh-huh.
So I could
And
put. I could put three across, and with slabs, I can only put
I
two across.
I found a picture. I put it on Instagram. I guess you saw it of a Dell rack filled with EC comics.
Yeah, that's the same rack I have, except mine's been painted black.
Could you hire someone using that photograph to repaint it as a Dell rack?
Yeah. You know, it still has like the original nails in it. Like it's put together with nails, and they're like, I could tell they're original ones because the heads of them are real, like they're different. I'm not used to seeing nails that look like that.
Is it
Yeah,
spray
they're
painted
square.
black?
I painted it when I got it. It was painted black, and I painted it black again. Like I put another 2 cans of paint on it.
But underneath
Oh
is
boy.
the original art, you think?
Well, when I got it, somebody already painted over it, and then I painted over that. So it's been painted at least twice.
Mm.
Do you think there would have ever been a
Can
way
you
to
what?
get the paint off of it and restore the?
Well, that's why I'm saying, because I've had games that they, when asteroids went out of, popularity, they would spray paint the side art away. And I got special, like a solvent from Home Depot or Lowe's, and you have to be very like use it gingerly, but you can bring back the old artwork. I don't know if it would be
Oh,
worth it in
okay.
your case. I'm not sure.
Yeah. No, I was thinking about taking all the nails out and then making making new ones out of that, because then I have the patterns for the sides and each shelf, and I could trace that and get the dimensions and just remake them, make a bunch of shelves.
Hmm.
Like trace it, and then I use a jigsaw, cut them out. But I know it's an original one because if you look at the that one that I sent you, if you can pull that up, can you
Yeah,
pull that up
actually,
real quick?
you sent me the picture. I didn't find it. You sent it to me, right?
Uh huh.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I've got it pulled here.
I sent you both. I sent you the one of the Dell, and then I sent you mine.
Yeah,
So look at,
this is the picture you sent me of someone at their
yeah.
house
If
that
you look
has
at the
EC.
bottom, if you look at the bottom, you see those feet on the bottom.
Yeah.
Mine are missing those feet, but it has the two places where those screw into.
Okay.
That's on
Well,
mine. You can see the
Is
old
yours
metal parts where
it's
the
exactly
feet
like
screw
that?
into. It's exactly
Is yours
like that. Yeah.
it is, huh? Okay.
Yeah. Bring up mine now.
I don't
Okay.
have that picture saved. I mean, I didn't save it because, this is obviously it's still in my Instagram or something. But
I
it's
sent it to
basically
your
looks
text
like,
message.
oh,
Looks like
send it
that.
to a
It's just
text
black
message.
and it doesn't have feet.
Yeah, it's the same, just a picture of what you're seeing, but all black. So the trick is to get a talented artist to paint the letters back on,
I like how it
make
says
it
Dell on there and there's not a Dell comic on that whole rack.
yeah, well, that's part of the irony because it says Dell comics are good comics and wholesome and everything. So that's
And
why
then
you'd want to put something unwholesome on the rack. It's funny.
I don't know how he got four across on his though, because it has little dividers on it, or it's supposed to. I just noticed that.
Oh yeah, yeah. He must have taken the dividers out or something. Oh boy, my toes are freezing. How much
Tried to
time
put
till
my heat
11?
on and it wouldn't even come on because it's too hot in here.
Okay. So, Missing Mars, where were you? Was there a claim sale happening or something? Maybe eating dinner. Yeah. Um,
I think
I don't
that's all I
know.
got.
See, when I was on that show the other night, I don't know if Drew going nuts was just annoying to the other people, or if it was funny, or I don't know. People like a dog barking while they're trying to show comics. So
Usually you feed them before you go on there.
yeah, yeah, I should have. I didn't because I don't think straight when it's like 12 degrees outside and I'm freezing to death. I mean, I was going on there like with uh, as a favor. You know, I wasn't having a good time. It was freaking cold. I'm here. It's 9:44 p.m. here.
Oh, did you get my message? I on that live stream. I looked up the release date for the George Wilson book.
Yes, I did. I think did he read it? Did Night Tiger read it? At least I saw the comment pop up. Yeah, and then
Yeah,
I
it's like
looked on Amazon and it showed that same date. Yeah.
March 5th, I think it says.
So that's actually not too far from now. That's really couple 2 months away.
Just hope it doesn't get pushed back again.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember hearing some of the people that were on that panel on Sunday night saying, "There's no way I'm paying $75 for the book," but yet you bought the entire run of a comic that has George Wilson covers. But I mean, $75 is a lot of money, but to me, he's had such an impact on my childhood. I'm not even gonna. Well, I'll flinch a little bit, but I want that book, man. I've always wondered who painted all those. I want to. I don't know.
It's like
So I,
208 pages. All
yeah, I
covers.
mean, yeah, it's kind of, growing up. Yeah, $75. I mean, it's a lot of money, but hopefully this will change with Trump as president. Well, books will go back down, but It seems like everybody would want that book, but oh my gosh. Okay, so you were telling me that you got the artist that grew up in the town I'm living in he's finished making two masks for you. Is that correct?
Yeah, he's gonna send them, and he's got mini comics he's sending me too.
Okay. And did you mention to him about coming on this show at all?
No, I'm gonna wait until he ships it, and then I'm gonna ask him because then I'll know what day it's gonna be here, and
Okay.
I'll say, hey, I'm gonna unbox your package and show your stuff online on YouTube. Can you pop in and just say hello, and maybe we can ask you a few questions?
Well, he could, but you got to understand this guy lives less than an hour away. He could conceivably be here with me in this incredible studio here. I
Oh, you
mean,
want him to come over? I'll ask him.
well, if we befriend this guy, I don't. It's like be this is probably this is his hometown. He could probably stay at his parents' house, and come and hang out late or something. I don't know. I he just moved to the big city. Basically, it's not that far away. I mean, you'd be there in less than an hour.
I can't wait to
So
read his comics that he had. He's gonna let me
yeah.
sample all of them, and then I'm gonna order some for the store.
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. I'll be interested too. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'd like to befriend the guy. I mean, I'm sure this guy is like 40 years younger than me, but pretty close to it probably. But I've talked to people around in the town. They say, "Oh, I remember him. He's really talented and everything." Um, Other than him,
The
I don't
mask he
know.
made for me is his best one he's made so far. He told me, he goes, I think this is my best one. And I looked at it and I go, yeah, I agree. That is your best one.
From that mold, or of all the
Yeah.
different masks he's made.
No, like the hair job he did on it, because he had
Uh,
to put each strand of hair on that thing, and it's like he
oh,
did it. It just, I haven't even shown anybody yet. I don't want to. I don't want to
he,
spoil it.
okay. So he puts each hair in individually.
It looks hand punched. Maybe it's laid in rows or something, but it's pretty. It took him a long time to hair it.
Ah, it, is that how they did Joe Biden's head? I wonder.
His wouldn't have taken as long.
Oh boy,
Now,
you really want?
like,
Yeah,
knowing an animal, like when it's about to become summer and they lose their undercoat,
yeah.
that's what this Bigfoot reminded me. Like he has an undercoat that he's about to shed. It's about to become summer.
Huh.
So he's got like two layers of hair. He's got like a he's got like this old white hair underneath, and then he's got this new coat coming in above it.
Oh,
He's
cool.
like a
What else?
like a
What's
malamute. It's like a malamute.
Yeah, it's awesome. You guys, wait till you guys see it. It's the
what's the
best
other
Bigfoot
mask you
mask
did?
I've ever seen. The other mask is a bog beast. It's based on a mask that came out in the '90s.
Okay.
Trick or Treat Studios hired him to recreate it.
Okay. Where's Trick or Treat based out of?
They're in California. Yeah, they're in California.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what his artwork is like. And
His artwork is awesome. It's inspired me to. I want to make mini comics.
and their mini comic is just like a little
He
small
prints
book,
them out himself. Yeah, just like one
about
staple, and
yeah, about
little
the size of a
square.
greeting card, same
I think
dimensions.
basically you take a sheet of paper and you fold it into four pieces.
Right. Okay. Yeah, those kind of mini comics, sure.
I got some ideas for a mini comic. I should have a mini comic. If I have a comic store, I might as well have a mini comic on the probably
Yeah,
sell them. Register.
yeah. Make some Tijuana Bibles, man. Let's see.
I don't think I'd do that. I don't think I'd do a Tijuana Bible.
I am joking about that, but it's not being serious. But
I've
they were the
only
first
ever
mini
had
comics,
one person. I've only had one person in 13 years say they had Tijuana Bibles they wanted to sell.
really.
Yeah.
Did you see them in person?
He brought him in. I got to see him, and then he didn't want to sell them.
Oh,
What the heck?
cold feet.
He found him in an attic.
I saw them in person when I was a kid, and they're indelibly burned and in my brain. And one of the ones I saw was called the Fuller Brush Man, and it was about this door-to-door salesman selling these brushes. And then the other one was Popeye, and then there was also Snuffy Smith. Those are the
Uh-huh.
three that I can remember. But my friend had about 5 or 6 of them that he got from his neighbor.
What's going on with the Pacific Palisades fire, Meyer? I'm just seeing this for the first
Yeah,
time.
no, just like a couple of hours ago, I first noticed that there's like a giant fire raging. So
Where
I
is
haven't looked
that,
back there for
and
a couple
where is
hours.
that located at?
Los Angeles.
Oh,
Yeah, it's the beach in LA. It's a very expensive area of LA.
30,000 residents evacuated,
Dang.
over 20 homes lost.
Wow. So those are
Uh,
like multi-million-dollar homes that are burning all along the beach, I think.
Here goes everybody's insurance rates just went up.
hmm. There's a new Sticky Goose video. He likes to move his hands like, "Hello, everyone, and welcome back." Hello, everyone, and welcome back. He's like he's doing kung fu or something.
Maybe that's sign language.
Yes, maybe so. Um, One thing I noticed that the young people on YouTube that I was watching someone that some reviews Blu-ray horror movies, and I don't know, he's got a girl's name and long hair, so I assume he's trans. But there's but the younger people on YouTube, when they're talking, they do this thing where they look to the side when they're talking to you, and then they look to the side. It's a little cute thing, like I'm thinking, so my eyes go over here. I don't know. It's just weird little affectations. I notice people on YouTube do. That guy was doing it a lot. There's something being hinted about on about maybe some revelation coming out about Michelle Obama. I noticed that being hinted around on Twitter X today. Um,
Doesn't everybody already know that?
yeah, but I think maybe they're hinting around that it's going to actually come out because most normal people don't believe that. Um,
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be with you. Many things are happening that are exciting. Very exciting for our future.
oh my gosh!
We're
So
honored to welcome one of the
Ugh. I'm not holding anybody hostage. You guys want to hang out? That's fine. I'm just trying to. I don't know what I'm doing. I can't move because the dog's here and the dog's comfortable. I don't even know what to do. Do I want to go upstairs? Upstairs. Actually, my wife took the heater out of that room into the room where she's working, so I can't. So that room will be cold. Um, I don't think there's any real hope unless I go up to the attic. That would be warm, but
All the hot areas up there.
well, it wasn't until I took a heater up last night. You would think it would all rise up there, but I don't know what to think, man. If I can just get this fixed tomorrow, I'd be so happy.
And some don't, and they feel so strongly about the country that they want to let people know about it. But it's an honor to have such a great investor.
Anyway, so I should have a package here from, let me double check the tracking from Kevin, and I've got one coming from Meyer sent me a present, and I got something coming from Last Frontier Comics. So there should be some entertainment coming soon, possibly. Let's see.
The first phase of the project will be
Um,
Arizona, Oklahoma, Louisiana, Ohio.
it says in transit to next facility, arriving on time, January 10th.
Come up and say a few words. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What's tomorrow? The 8th.
Yes.
It's been amazing news for me and
So
my
Friday.
family. He was elected.
Yeah, I don't know when Last Frontier's package. He mailed it Monday. He said he was going to mail it Monday. So you mailed yours. At least they took it Saturday.
Hey Chip,
So
you got yours, right? You got your last box.
Luxury units and another 45,000
Yes, I
Still
did.
there?
in data center. We are in 10 countries around the
Thank
world,
you very much. I did get it. Yes.
Europe and Middle East.
I can't even remember what the last box was.
Now, with his leadership,
That was all those the DC
to come to US.
all the Dead like series with
Oh yeah,
Batman and
you bought all those bundles.
yes.
That was my customer. He moved to Tennessee and he let his collection go before he left.
bundles of what?
He moved to Tennessee and he let all his comics go. Well, not all of them, but most of them.
Nothing you would be interested in. I
Yeah,
don't
It's
think,
all
that's
right?
Joe
fine.
Hill. It's all Joe Hill. It's all Stephen King's son stuff.
Oh yeah, yeah. You were talking about. I don't know if we ever saw it or if you just talked to him to Chip Creek privately. Yeah, I remember you mentioning it.
You guys
Stephen
saw
King.
it. You guys saw
Stephen
it.
King's
Didn't you?
son,
Afraid they're going to come and get caught in the quagmire with
He's a
and
pretty
he
good writer.
calls.
very
He's a pretty good writer.
unfortunately.
But you were saying he calls himself Hills because he doesn't want to leech onto his father's fame.
Yeah, Joe Hill. He wanted to make a name for himself instead of just riding his dad's coattails.
Yeah. Plus, Joe King kind of sounds like a joke name. Unless he
The
calls
only thing I
himself
don't like
Joseph
about him is
King.
the only thing I don't like about him is he doesn't like to sign Creep Show stuff because he was the kid in Creep Show that gets slapped by his dad, and his dad throws the comic book away.
Yeah. That's kind
He
of
was like,
prima donna bullshit. Why be upset about? Oh, I had such a horrible experience on the set.
no, his dad was there. His dad
I
was
know.
there
But
because
so why wouldn't he sign it? Oh, it has to do with my father, and I want to stand on my own 2 feet. I
no,
don't
I think
know.
he just wants to sell books. I think he just wants to sell his books.
I'm going to call myself Joe Windsor King, or
I
what
think
is
if you
his
were
name?
friends with him, I think if you were friends with him, he would sign it for you. But
Yeah.
if you just go to a book signing at Barnes and Noble, he doesn't want to sign your Creep Show stuff.
Inheriting a difficult situation.
Well, I don't see how it hurts him. It seems kind of bullshit to be
Yeah,
that
he's
way.
like he did a cameo or he's like an actor in the movie. Why not sign it at this point? I mean,
Yeah.
I think he has another son too, right? Another son that writes.
Probably doesn't want to because he'd have people like me come in with like 40 things from the same.
Well, I could understand having a limit because someone does that, you know, they're just an eBay dealer. But what I would okay, what if you brought in Creep Show stuff and said I want it inscribed to me to Kevin, that he should have no problem with it. If you're having it, if you say don't put it, I'm a clown. If it's like you do that, then you're a true fan. If you say no, don't put a name on there because I want to resell this. I mean, yeah, then that comes across as a shit move. But I think that if it's inscribed that
I don't need
people,
40 things inscribed to me though.
yeah, I know, that's why it's obvious that those people are in it as dealers. uh
Well,
and
even though I want it for myself, I know that I can't have this thing forever. I have to give it away to somebody at some point.
Throwing it right out the window what they're doing.
oh well, yeah, okay, but you know, that's not what people are normally thinking, you know. Well, I don't want this to be ruined after I pass away. I want someone to be able to, I mean, it's just,
Well,
Some
at
people.
that point, you just tell them your name is like the most common name, whatever, Mike.
well, you know, that works because like one time I was at the Dallas Fantasy Fair and my friend Tom was with me and I said, and he's he was a big Dean Martin fan. So I found someone had a to Tom Dean Martin. And I said, hey man, you need to come over here and look at what I just found. And he wound up buying it because it was inscribed. It looked like it was inscribed to him, but there was a lot of people, you know, named Thomas, you know, so. But always looked good on his wall, like, you know, because that's someone you want to be on your wall as your friend, Dean Martin, because that's cool to have Dean Martin as your friend that knows you're on a first name basis, except it was a different Tom.
Dean Martin's daughter has a YouTube channel, and
Yeah,
she's really really good. She's funny. I like her a lot.
you
She's
were
like,
telling me, and I think I've seen it.
yeah,
Yeah,
she's a little bit older than us, I would guess. But what I
yeah,
like about that is that she is definitely savvy. Like she's an entertainer, but then at the same time, she has embraced YouTube. She's a YouTuber. It's funny. It's interesting. She's got like probably 100 live viewers sometimes, and chats going. She's got a little producer going and a little set she sets up, and she sings really well. She's got a bunch of gold records behind her, and she
yeah.
tells stories about her dad, and it's cool.
Uh,
I like
Donna
her.
Warren has kind of does the internet too. She has some kind of podcast. Donna Lauren, who's the Dr. Pepper girl, and she was in a lot of Beach Party movies, and she was in that episode where you see Dick Grayson at his high school, and the Joker's trying to corrupt all the teenagers in the high school. Something having to do with milk. I can't remember exactly what his scheme was. We're on the wrong picture. This is what we want to look at.
Afghanistan with dignity and strength as opposed to
Something about that mask reminds me of Tom from Tom and Jerry. I don't know why. Damn, look at that witch glow.
Yeah, it looks like when Tom gets electrocuted, is what it looks like.
Is that what it?
Yeah, it looks like when Tom gets his tail plugged into the wall
Yeah,
socket, and Jerry turns the light on, and then that's what Tom's face looks like.
yeah. He doesn't he make that face? Is just
Yeah, he
not
makes
just
that.
me imagining things.
Man, I saw the craziest Tom and Jerry today.
Well,
He
I
was
bet it
he went
wasn't
to heaven.
edited
He
then.
went to heaven, and he went to heaven, and they wouldn't let him in until he got Jerry to sign an agreement.
That's great.
That's good. I like that. Well,
A forgiveness agreement he had to sign. He had like 30 minutes to get Jerry to sign this agreement. Otherwise, he's gonna go to hell, and they showed hell.
Really, did they?
Syria.
There's a lot of the Tom and Jerry's have been slightly edited or tweaked because of racial stereotypes. Because there was a African American maid in those cartoon, and I think they dubbed over the voice and made her British in a lot of the new ones. Am I right or wrong?
And I took them out. And you know what
I don't know.
happened?
I don't
I
know.
criticized. I saved 5,000 lives, actually. And
I don't know. I'm laughing because I remember there was some comic book person on YouTube.
people.
Um,
But the 600.
I think he was one of these guys that pretends to be a wrestler while they're talking about it, and they have their little belt. And this guy they were having a discussion about who did what comic, and instead of saying I may be wrong, he said I may be right. And I thought that's a good way of saying it. I may be
Is my
right,
pirate
but
still down there?
huh?
Is my pirate still down there?
I see something there. I see it. What? Where would it go, man? Some mouse carried it off and married it.
Yes, more than anybody in the world.
Wow, these things are glowing. Look at these things.
What
I
are they?
think
Look like pill bottles.
I remember they lowered like a ham sandwich in a paper bag down to little Jessica when she was stuck in the well. Do you remember that? She was like stuck in some sort of a well, like in Bakersfield. And they like
I
put a sandwich
remember that. Yeah.
in a
How long was
bag
she
and lowered
stuck
it
in
down.
there?
They try to be sneaky.
So yeah, you could give them a little sandwich, maybe a ham sandwich. You'll hold them over until somehow get them out.
That was weird. And then when The Simpsons first started, they did a parody of it, I think, with Bart, didn't they?
Probably, man. It was weird.
That was what, late 80s?
Yeah, I think it was late '80s, probably.
It's the Justice Department.
Ow.
Lives were being ruined. They were spending every.
You guys have no idea how cold it is, man. No idea.
Let me look at the temperature. Hold on.
Had no idea what they were even talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Group of people. The resolve to
You see it?
the election was
Nope.
fight against the political.
I don't want to see it, man.
We have had that in certain countries.
Ooh, it's blistering in there.
Third tier countries. We've had that in
69 in here, and I have it set for 68.
in a
Is that right? No. 68 in here, and I have it set for 69.
Yeah, 69.
This was the largest level.
Quagmire.
Set for 68, and it's 69 in here.
Mean
So it won't
guys.
even come on.
That happened. Yeah.
This picture was perfect. Because you look
It won't even come on. I only got it to come on once today.
purple robe. And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people because he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job.
You guys can laugh at me in the summer.
Cases with him.
I wouldn't do that.
I don't know.
And it's 125, 126.
So right through it.
I love it when the president calls people nut jobs. I'm listening to today's press conference. It's funny.
We told them.
He's the funniest person.
They play the rep.
Yeah,
He
man.
destroyed that Justin Trudeau. He just destroyed that guy. Like,
Yeah, and he has to quit, man. He quit.
He started crying almost.
I guess he realizes that they're going to have to become a state, or maybe multiple states. I mean, I guess they divided into multiple states because there's very distinct different areas of Canada.
Hey, I sent you a
Imagine
picture of a joke shop from Vancouver, BC.
Vancouver would be a good state. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, imagine we get another, maybe we wind up, Trump leaves and we have 60 states.
Vancouver is awesome. BC, British Columbia. I went to Whistler. That place is awesome.
Only problem is if you bring Canada in, isn't that going to bring a lot more Democrat votes into the next election? I mean, you talk about bringing in people from the other side of the border, hoping that they'll someday vote for as Democrats. It seems like absorbing Canada is going to put the thumb on the other side of the scale, way towards Democrats. But I don't know, but maybe not. I remember the trucker strike up there. Maybe there's a lot of conservatives. We just don't know it.
Have you ever seen that show called Trailer Park Boys before?
That show's great. Yeah, that show's awesome.
I love that show. It's great.
I don't know
That's
if I've
one of the
seen it.
greatest shows ever made.
Is it Canadian?
Yeah, it's Canadian. It's a Canadian situation comedy show that is filmed in the same fashion as that show The Office, where it's shot as if it's being shot by a documentary film crew, and the characters, but it's still a situation comedy, like a 30-minute show, and the characters all live in a trailer park in Canada, and it's a group of friends, 3 friends, and it's an outstanding show, very funny.
I remember this friend of mine would always watch um, some show about teenagers from Canada that was like, said it's like Beverly Hills 90210, only real
Yeah,
sleazy. I don't remember what it was called.
yeah,
It was
I know.
around the same time period as Beverly Hills 90210. And
Yeah, it wasn't watchable. I couldn't watch that show, but I had friends in the army that were watching that show because it came on in the morning.
Meyer,
It's
did
like
you
a
show this today?
Canadian little soap opera, teen soap opera. Yeah, I showed that. It looks interesting on the inside. That looks like a pretty good comic inside.
It's the cover. It's all about this cover, though, with the coffee stain and everything.
Yeah, it's neat. I like that cover. I like it.
When you buy a faucet, no water comes out because they want to preserve.
I can't wait to see the next one that he does.
What the dirt, no rain comes down from.
I like those tennis shoes. Those Chucks. Those Chucks. I
With
have
the
some
strings on
Batman.
it?
Kind of like that. I have some Chuck's Taylor All Stars that are black leather and they're Batman. I never wear them.
I like that they're made with U.S. steel, not Chinese steel.
Even stronger than what they have.
Yeah, that's interesting. U.S. Steel spring technology.
well, U.S. Steel was going to get sold to Japan, and they stopped it. Trump stopped it somehow, and then now they're trying to. Actually, I think Biden stopped it, believe it or not, and I think Japan is trying to sue, and U.S. Steel's trying to sue too because they wanted to do it. And Mark Zuckerberg hired one of Trump's people to be on the board of Meta, and said we're going to be allowing free speech on Facebook now. Everybody's really scared. They're trying to get on Trump's good side because they
Yeah, I saw
realize.
that people are mad that there's going to be free speech.
There's never been anything like it.
Oh, hold on. I'm going to Meyer here.
I
Oh,
found
yeah.
these. Remember how you used to be able to find like obscure tennis shoes at Ross like 10, 15, 20 years ago? When Ross like kind of first came out, there'd be one pair of shoes. Well, one day I went to Ross and there was one pair of these and they just happened to be size 10. They have some, and
I
they're
just
black
sold
leather.
I just
Black
sold a
leather
pair like that.
Chuck Taylor and they've got Batman on the bottom. Look. And I've really never worn them. I've only worn them a few times. They're almost like brand new still.
I just sold a pair of shoes that look like that, but they're called Vision Streetwear.
Oh yeah, I know Vision. The skate.
I sold a pair like that, just like that. They're black high tops.
Brown laces.
Broken above 6,000 points for the first time ever.
That's it.
I've never seen Batman Converse. Yeah.
Yeah, I had never seen them before either. And it says Batman on the bottom.
So it leaves the word Batman printed in the ground when you walk around.
No, it's underneath. It's printed underneath the sole because the sole is clear plastic. It's clear rubber. Look.
Oh.
Were they expensive? They look like they were expensive.
They were like $20 at Ross, or maybe less. Maybe
Oh, that's
they
a
were
good
probably
deal.
originally supposed to be 50, and this was the only pair that was at Ross, and I probably paid $19.99 for them or something.
Is that a retro go-go ad?
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Look at their eyes.
Oh, they're all looking at her.
Do they move? Oh no, it's a print. Yeah, but they look like googly eyes, sort of a little bit. But those are cool.
They're all staring. They're all staring at her.
Do they send you that when you buy stuff?
I have no idea where this came from. Gulafina, Queen of Ghoul style.
They were supposed to fit this well.
You're not selling that, are you?
It was the most expensive structure
I don't even know where this came from. She didn't sign it.
of our country, relatively. It would be the equivalent of over substantial.
But would you sell that?
Today, with over 38,000 people.
Or you want to keep? It's fine. You want to keep it.
They died from malaria.
No, it's going to probably be a giveaway if you guys like it.
They paid people.
Yeah, I'd like it given away to me.
Ow!
You all right? What happened?
Damn. This guy jumped out and grabbed me.
Yeah.
His
He took
mask
his
fell
mask
off.
off, too.
They charged.
It's me.
They charged for
He's pissed off.
Did you guys see when he had the mask on him?
Yeah, it fit perfect. That's great. Look at that.
It's howdy doody. That's funny. Did you already take a picture of that and put it on
Uh-huh.
Instagram?
Yeah.
Okay. You gotta. Yeah, but something about it turned just that angle makes it even funnier. Because you can still see, because it's the way it is, you can still see enough of Howdy Doody's head behind it that it makes it even funnier because you can tell it's Howdy Doody wearing it.
Hmm. The black and white might even look better on him.
Maybe.
Or the creature. Or the creature again.
Or here's an idea: if they had made a Howdy Doody puppet in black and white, that would be interesting because Howdy Doody was very rarely seen in color. That would, if they just made it all monochrome, that would, but no one thought of that back in the 70s when they were making those ventriloquist puppets.
Those thing's never been opened.
Yeah. I've got a
Still
Howdy
has all
Doody mannequin in a different package. Missing Mars says, "Howdy, Wolfman."
Working with the Republican majorities in Congress will cut taxes, slash regulations.
It's hard to get it to stay there because you can reach your hand in here.
Meyer, there's been some more San Francisco ear checks put up on that Retro Radio Joe YouTube site. I don't know if you've been looking at that consistently.
And I did that all in 4 years, by 4 times more than any other president. We did that in 4 years. And we were just getting started. We'll impose new tariffs so that the products on our store.
Did all you guys eat already?
No,
I had 2 slices of pizza when I got home from work.
I'm
But
eating right now.
Canada.
I gotta eat.
Canada is subsidized.
I had a
Yeah.
Slim.
7 o'clock here. So it's, yeah.
$1 billion a year plus other things that they don't essentially.
What are you
Yeah.
gonna make, a frozen pizza?
They rely on
I
our
just made
military.
I just did chicken and I just did a piece of warmed up gas station chicken, fried chicken with some Eggo waffles.
Or chicken and waffles.
Nice.
Yeah, the one I'll do is I kind of rip the chicken off and I put it in the waffle. It's like a taco over the waffle. Fried chicken.
What are you
Hey, that
doing?
gas is on the way.
Can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place. They're going to be announcing a future date soon. We're
What's
Oh,
going
that?
the
Abby
brain.
Normal?
because we do
Abby Normal.
it's ours.
Oh yeah, you're filling up the brain jar.
The Biden, where he's closing everything up potentially.
There's no more gas.
$50 to $60 billion worth of assets. We're going to be
Oh,
True
is that the thing that
brainwash.
smelled really badly?
Mexico.
Yeah, it smelled like gas for months.
Did
Finally
the
went away.
smell go?
The Gulf of America. What a beautiful name. It's appropriate. It's appropriate
Now you can
He's
display it.
brainwashing.
to stop
It's great.
allowing.
So you empty the water periodically until the smell went away?
Yeah, and kept putting soap in it. Yeah,
Oh.
it took months. It seems like 2 or 3 months.
Through our at record numbers. Record numbers. We're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico and Canada. Substantial tariffs. And they want to get along with everybody, but you know, they have to, it takes two to tango. We're approaching the dawn of America's golden age. It's going to be a golden age for America. We
The
have
golden age right now.
for natural resources. We have
Yeah.
number one. Nobody knew that until I came along. I made us number one. We were number three. I made us number one in a very short period of time in
This is the
drilling.
golden age of masks right here.
We can talk about windmills. They
Yeah.
litter our country. They're littered all over our country, like dropping paper, like dropping garbage in a field, and that's what happens to them because in a period of time they turn to garbage. Most expensive energy ever. They only work if you get subsidy. The only people that want them are the people that are getting rich.
I love that one right
Getting
there.
massive subsidies.
Oh yeah, that is good.
It's the most expensive.
Looks like he has a bullet hole in his forehead.
Many times more
He
expensive
does.
than clean natural gas.
Shit.
So we're gonna try and have a policy.
I love this guy's hairdo. He has one of the best hairdos.
He does. He's got like newscaster.
Tom Snyder.
Yeah.
A little bit like.
They don't work without subsidy. You don't want.
He does look a little bit like Tom Snyder. You're right.
We don't need subsidy.
Except his hair was white, but a young Tom Snyder.
25 stories tall, 40.
That's Gary Coleman.
This guy,
Take 3 ships to ship.
Different strokes.
It's crazy.
Gary Coleman.
this guy is.
See what's happening.
Yeah.
The message.
What you talking
Bernie
about,
Casey.
Willis? Yeah, Bernie Casey. That's true. My wife says hi.
Hello, hello.
She must be on a break.
Driving the whales crazy.
Oh, that's cool with the portal. I don't remember seeing that.
I think 125 or something.
You ever seen the backside of a door?
That's great.
The backside of a door. Nobody gets to see the backside of the door.
Oh, we love wind. It sounds good, but that's about where it ends. You know, after 10 years, you have to redo them.
Usually, you only see the front side of the door.
Let them stand and they rust and they say because
Well, he's looking at the creature.
you can't, because it's a certain fiberglass, that the blades
That's
cannot
good.
be burned in there. That's an environment. So what do you do with them? What do you do with them? And I don't know if you've ever gone to Palm Springs, California, or any of these places where you have long-term.
I'm in my break in a cold room. Do any of those heaters we've been lent harness more heat than my Vornado? I don't think so. I've got a kind of a oil radiator that was left by the plumber, and
you can't do anything
well,
because of the environmental protection. We'll look at that. Doesn't make sense, but that's what.
oh yeah.
So we are at the beginning of a great, beautiful golden age.
His first appearance of crypto in a model kit.
I think we're also at a golden age.
Yeah, it's the only. Well, I don't know. It's the only one, but maybe he's been done later. I know there have been toys made of him because they made an animated theatrical film with him.
What we're going to do, to take 50,
Yeah,
60,
my wife is correct. We're gonna have to investigate different methods and have kerosene or propane something. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that. I'm
Just get a little wood burning stove, and then I'll send you all my bad comics, and you can burn them.
You destroyed the economic.
yeah, we'll get that. We gotta get that actually. Yeah, absolutely. Well, so you're working until, let's see, it's 9:30. So you got another hour and a half. Um,
AI is a very big deal.
yeah, I'm gonna probably end the stream before too long. Go up there and just bundle up, and then we'll bring the space heater back in.
They're being fired up with coal, and we're going to build bigger.
What are they originally for, those things?
Hussein that are doing the same thing.
What was your question?
As well.
What was that originally for? That.
This? It hangs in your rearview mirror.
I say build
Oh,
the
that's what it was made for back then?
structure, build the plant, because if you're going to grids are
What
all-
else?
I guess so.
Christmas tree, I guess.
Facility.
Yeah, that's what I would
wild.
do if I had one.
And you can have extra output if you want, because once you build it.
Ugh.
It's Seems it would be solid though. It's interesting.
Yeah, if it was for a rearview mirror, I agree. I think it would be solid. I don't really have any idea what it's for.
I mean,
If
it's
I had a
awesome.
12
I
inch,
just don't know what it is.
you could put it on a 12-inch figure as a mask.
Absolutely.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that would be a great GI Joe head.
I put that on my
Or a
Chewbacca.
Barbie. Put it on a Barbie, man. That would be fantastic. Ooh, I gotta get up.
I used to have a bunch of those. Well, that's cool. Does it have finger holes in the back that you can like move it around, manipulate it?
This
That little
guy?
mask that you no, the mask you had before that was all one color.
This guy?
Yeah, does that have things? Oh, it doesn't. Look at that.
This
Like a
was
mad ball?
Like a
this was
mad
like
ball
6
knockoff.
years ago from Sonic.
Oh
Oh,
wow. It definitely looks
Six
like a
years
mad
ago,
ball.
Sonic had this. I've had it in my car and it got discolored from being in my car.
The sun
that was like
scorched it,
a
huh?
kid's meal toy.
It was in my car for 5 years.
Bless you.
Thank you.
This is a toy line called Wheeled Warriors. Every once in a while, somebody says something about Wheeled Warriors.
I thought it was a crash test dummy.
No, it's Wheeled Warriors. They're small. They're smaller than Mask. They had a cartoon, short run cartoon.
Wasn't there a comic
Hey,
book of Mask?
yeah, they did, but Wheeled Warriors never did.
I didn't even know what Mask was. I just know that I saw a comic. Yeah.
You know
You
what
ever get in
Dr.
those?
Popper is?
No, what's that?
Dr. Popper?
You pop on a zit?
Yeah, it's pus. It's a pus drink.
Oh,
See that he likes it. King Kong likes it.
there you go. Perfect. Look at that. That's how you have to display it. That's great.
Dr. Pump.
Meyer, you got this one in your bundle, didn't you?
Yeah, I have that one. I got a new one today. I've been buying those. I have about 10 of them right now.
What are
I
they?
They
Like
even got
sold
wacky
out at my
packages?
Walmart.
I got my first double today.
Are they like
My
wacky
Walmart sold
packages?
out.
Yeah,
3D
They're like
wacky
what?
packages?
they're like 3D wacky packages. I'll show you my
That's
collection.
awesome.
Let's see yours. I want the Funko one, but I can't ever get it.
I don't have it yet, but let me show you what I have so far.
They're not edible, right? It's just a toy.
Yeah, it's just a toy. It's like a 3D representation of a wacky pack. I have mine displayed right now over on the stove on the top. Right now, all the ones I have can fit on the top of this stove right here. So this is one that I got today. It's called Batinsky's Peanut Butter. It looks really gross. There's like peanuts inside of some feces.
I've never seen that
Jeez.
one. Oh, it's a plunger on top of there?
Yeah, there's a plunger on top.
Oh, I thought it was a lollipop. Now I get it.
That's a good place to put those too, right in your cooking area.
This one's
That's
really
the one I
cool. It's
just showed.
Old Lice. It looks like a Old Spice deodorant.
I like that one a lot.
These are great.
This one's called Green X. It looks like Kleenex.
Never seen that one. That one's good.
These come with a little tiny magnifying glass, so you can read all the fine print on the box. On the packaging is all jokes. Everything's
Where do
like joke.
Where do they sell these? Five and dime stores?
Walmart, Walmart has them.
You can buy them
Really?
everywhere or get them on Amazon. Here's what is it called? Mind barf, like Minecraft. Here's that one that you showed. It's like minute noodles or something. It's got
Maggots in it.
That was great.
Here's one that's parodying the toy itself. See, it says they come inside of these balls. Each one of these balls is about $5, and you get 3 of these inside of the ball.
All
I
right.
think it's like I think you get 5 little things to open, don't you?
Yeah, you get 3 of these. You get a sticker and a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Oh, and you get slime. You get this slime that looks like diarrhea.
It's like a Taco Bell packet of hot sauce, but it has diarrhea inside of it.
It's exactly what it is. Yeah.
You need
And
to
on the
take
back,
that and put it. You need to take that and put it at Taco Bell inside their little area where they have the packets.
on the back of that slime, it in the directions it shows a person ripping it open and squirting it into the toilet like as a practical joke and not flushing it and leaving it there.
I never saw that.
Yeah.
These are
Look at
great.
This one,
This is cool.
this one I've never seen. Is that an ice cream cone?
Yeah, it's an ice cream cone. It's amazing. Look at how cool it is.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
that's like you got hanging I do right there.
It's called ice cream.
Yeah, that's Be Something Studios Zagoni I do.
This one, I'm pretty sure this one is racist. It says Something Wong's foot odor fortune cookie. Something
Wow,
Wong. Yeah.
I'm surprised that got released.
Yeah.
So are they hidden and you don't know what you're getting? You have to buy it like a.
Yes. Yeah. I'll show
Okay.
you. I'll show you so it comes in this. Let me show you real quick. See these balls right down here is what it comes in. So this ball you buy for, like I said, $5, about $5. And inside of here, once you get it unwrapped, there's a little bag that looks like a miniature shopping bag. And it'll have 3 of those inside of it, but they're all wrapped up so you can't tell what they are.
Wow, that's
Do you
really
remember
cool.
when that
There's notes on the
Chinese?
warning. It says warning may contain used Band-Aid juice, maggot butts, old tissues filled with grandpa snot.
I'll show mine next. I have 3 you haven't shown yet.
Oh, here's this one. This is a great one. It's called Rat Milk.
I haven't seen that one.
It shows the guy milking a rat on the package. It's great.
I
You
can't
remember
see
when
the
there
wrap.
was a Chinese
Oh, there he is. I see him.
airliner? It was a
Yeah, that
Chinese
one's a good
airliner.
one. That one's one of the best ones right there. Don't you think that's one of the best ones? That rat one?
Yeah, I
Absolutely.
like it a lot. I like the rat one too. I think it's a great one. Yo Puss. This one's good too. This is this cat food fishers,
What's inside there?
a rotting fish.
Oh, I see his bones.
Yeah, it's like fish bones and an eyeball.
Yeah, I gotta go to Walmart.
My Walmart sold out, so you should go there and get them.
So when they
There's
all
a
come with
Funko Pop one. It's a little miniature Funko Pop. Oh yeah, here's the Taco Bell sauce. It's shit with maggots in it.
Look at that.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
There was a Chinese airliner that crashed, I don't know, 15 years ago, and some crank called up and said they knew the names of the pilots. And do you remember
Yeah.
that? And they reported them on CNN, and one was Some Ting Wong, and, and I forget what the other one was.
way too low, maybe
Yeah,
something like
that's
that.
right.
Way
Way
too low.
too low and Some Ting Wong. And they
Yeah,
were
and like
reporting it
going down.
seriously. They had no self-awareness at all.
Here's the ones I have. If you want to show me real quick,
Yeah. Whoop. Which one? Okay, there we are.
it's baby poop pops, like fudgesicles, but they're poopsicles.
This toy is hilarious, dude. It's funny that somebody did this.
They should have made a Bill Cosby one.
I gave like for Christmas all the kids, and none of my kids that I gave these to are even kids. They're all between the ages of 18 and 30. But I gave them all one of these balls, and they loved it. It was like kind of a hit of the night. They were enjoying opening up and comparing what they got and everything.
This would be a great
That's
white elephant gift for next year. Yeah. This is Chucky Sneeze,
that's great.
the snot pizza. And are those roaches on it? Can't see that.
It looks
This
like
is when you need the
Yeah.
magnifying glass.
I don't
Look,
have these.
I'll show you the magnifying glass. Let's see if you guys can see.
Oh, this takes me back. This is wild.
Yeah, it's neat. As soon as I saw that it existed, I was like, wow, it's a wacky pack, but it's an actual little toy that's just like a wacky pack.
Yeah.
Well, there was something else like this. Not, I don't know, maybe 20 years ago that I'm looking at right here. I'll show you in a minute.
Here's everybody's favorite, the iPhone.
Yeah, one
Oh
of the kids
wow,
got
look at that.
one.
It's an iPhone.
I
An
gotta get all
upside down.
these.
An upside down apple is like
It's
a
a
butt pooping.
yeah, butt pooping. All the
Yeah.
jokes are about either vomiting, snot, or poop. All of them.
And these are selling out. I'm surprised.
What's it say for Facebook? Can anybody read that?
I'm
think it's
sure
just
it's an
fart-
F for
fart book.
fart, and there's a
Fart book.
cloud coming out of it.
Oh, it's got to be fart book, right? Does it say
Yeah,
fart book?
Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah. Poople for Google.
They were late. They blasted. Something strange is going on. For some reason, they don't want to tell the people, and they should, because the people are really. I mean, they happen to be over Bedminster.
What's
I
Instagram
know.
say? Fartogram?
They're very close to Bedminster. I think maybe I won't spend the weekend in
Can't
Bedminster.
see it.
I've decided.
Poopogram?
Have you received an intelligence briefing on the
I don't want to comment on
Have you been notified?
I don't know what that says.
I don't know either. Finsta?
Instagram?
Finstagram?
I don't know.
Should say Instafart.
Yeah, or
Sick,
should
sick,
a queef joke in here somewhere too? But I
sick
don't think
talk
it's-
instead of TikTok. Sick talk.
I'm missing a queef though. I don't get the queef.
What's the YouTube one say?
very serious.
Poop tube.
YouTube?
Poop tube. Yeah.
That's accurate.
Europe doesn't use pesticides, and yet they have a better mortality rate than we do. They don't use pesticides. In fact, they use
It's
it as
that
an
one. It's supposed to
excuse
be
not to take
Spotify, but what is it?
Spotify?
Shartify?
billions and billions of dollars on pesticides.
Snotify. Snotify.
It's happening. Again,
Shartify would be better though.
today
Shartify.
versus 20, 25 years ago, it's like not even believable. So what nothing's going to happen very quickly. I think you're going to find that he's much easier, very rational guy. I found him to be very rational. You know, nothing. You know,
Well, I've been pretty lucky so far. So far, I've opened up four of those balls. I think four, and yeah, four, and I've only gotten one double so far.
I'm going to put somebody's item in here. This bag.
Well, I've got something. I don't remember if this was an official wacky package product, not from the golden age of wacky packages. This is probably the 90s or the early 2000s. I don't know, but
Let's see.
yeah, they're about the same size. I think they're probably erasers with. This is of course, Dr. Pooper.
Yeah,
See
I think
that?
I just showed one of those, Dr. Poopers.
Well, this is old. This I've had for a long time, unless they're just remaking these old ones.
I just dropped it.
This is man, I can't even make that out.
Oh, no, it says Dr. Popper. It's not Pooper.
Okay. Oh, this is Creep.
What is
I
that?
guess it's supposed to be a type of soap. I don't know what it is.
A bar
Are
of
those
soap.
actual? Those are actual wacky packages that came out about 15 years ago.
This might be a wacky package product. Actually, that may have been why I bought them.
Wait, it was about 12 years ago, maybe, or 11 years ago.
Yeah, it's a while back. This light's not adequate for what we're trying to do. This is miniature made.
Yeah, I remember
Those are
those.
good.
They stopped
Um,
putting wacky packages in stores about 5 years ago because they weren't selling.
this is Geek Giant instead of Green Giant, and there's Life Servers. It's a guy in prison. Yeah, I haven't looked at these in a lot of. This is Sour Puss. Um, this is I think it could be a parody of New Coke. I don't know, but it says Croak and it's got a frog. I don't know. Um,
Broke was an old one, I remember too. I have a patch of that.
Progresso. These are not redos of ones from the '70s, though. These are newer. I don't know exactly what they are. Yeah, like this is a you you goo.
You goo.
Yeah, they're not as funny as the old ones. What is this one? It's foul. See, some of them I don't even know what the product
Storm
they're
coming
making
in.
fun of is. Here's Cannibals chicken noodle soup. The problem is it's just too small. I guess it's an eraser. I think it's an eraser. I don't know. They're too small to really. Oh, here's a chokin, chokin, chokin a sea instead of chicken of the sea. It's choking mermaid. What I did is I made a real one because I was at a garage sale and someone had an old bottle of Tang. It didn't have the label on it, but it had the original top on it, and they had people store stuff in their garage in old bottles, and so I bought it, and then I blew up the wacky package sticker from the '70s for Fang, and put it and glued it on there. So I've got a wacky package product that's actual size on the original. See, it's got the original Tang top, and then it's Fang with the Norman Saunders Dracula and breakfast drink
Do
for
they still
vampires.
sell Tang?
Probably, but I doubt it's going to look like this. It's probably in a little pouch, like an astronaut pouch or something. And then I stuck a little like shrunken head thing in it. And anyway, so that's the extent of my creation of real wacky packages. Yeah, exciting.
What's the best wacky package?
The best wacky package ever made.
Yeah,
Can I sit with you,
it's
Drew?
Garbage Pail Kids is the atom bomb.
Oh, I see what you're saying. The most iconic. Gee, that's a really good question. Gosh, I don't know. I'd have to think on that one. It would have to be a product that's really famous, and then a sticker that's. I always kind of liked the one for Quaker Oats that was Quacker Oats, and it had a duck. But
And they're trying to spend,
man,
they're just taking money and giving it to anybody that wants it for any project at all. If it's certified under the Green New Scan,
I really have to think.
and they don't work, and it's too expensive.
Yeah,
You know, they told me
that
that
was a
Okay.
big part of my life, man.
Like the
Wacky
Colgate,
packages.
that Colgate.
to the new administration.
What about Colgate?
Not smooth, because they've
Wasn't
been
there like a Colgate one?
playing with the courts for 4 years, probably got me no votes, because they got the highest.
Yeah, they
Probably.
did Colgate, but I'm trying to remember what it was. And
So that's not it. If you can't remember, that's not it. Yeah.
They did Crest, but it was Crust. Do you remember that?
Even to this day.
yeah, and I think they later did Creep. That was real early, and I think they later did one with that was called Creep with a ghoul on it.
Justice, and it's happened at a level nobody's ever
Uh,
seen before. So many.
and I remember Cover Ghoul makeup.
He's a deranged individual. I guess he's on his way back to The Hague. And we won those cases.
I don't know the best one. It's hard to pick. There's so many great ones, but
We did nothing wrong. We did nothing wrong on anything. And the people.
yeah, this dog is shaking, man.
When a Republican, it's not easy for a Republican.
Wasn't there a pedigree one? Like dog food?
And all 7 of the swing states, people.
Oh, there was one with a dead dog on it. That was pretty. What was that? Was Grave Train, I think, instead of Gravy Train, and then Milk Bone, I think, was maybe Milk Foam, and the dog was brushing its teeth and was rabid or something. I can't remember.
There's gotta be an atom bomb in the wacky package.
Even talk about aspects of the case.
Oh yeah, well yeah, there might have been. There was some kind of candy that was called bottle caps or something that might have had an explosion on it. I don't know.
No wars.
I
I
think
just
that's just why wacky packages never blew up to the point of Garbage Pail Kids.
Russia and Ukraine.
what do you mean?
Because there isn't a definitive atom bomb. There's not one definitive thing that you can think of.
Way they got out. Not the
Well, looking back on it, but if in the early to mid 70s, wacky packages were huge, gigantic. That was a gigantic phenomenon, uh, as big as Garbage Pail Kids. Um,
Well, that's where
it,
Garbage Pail Kids came from. It
sure,
was a wacky package.
yeah, that they just went in. Yeah, they just
Like,
went
it
into
was so big
one
that they could make a
product.
whole series out of the one card. What's one card that you can make a whole series out of
What
besides
were
the
the
Garbage
wacky
Pail Kids?
what were the wacky packs that they picked that they produced as T-shirts? Because remember, we've seen ads that have shown
Oh,
T-shirts that were on sale at J.C. Penney in the '70s that had
yeah, well, I had one of the. There was Liquid Plumber, but it was Liquid Bomber, and it was a guy dropping bombs with a mask like you were wearing earlier. I had that as a shirt as a kid, and I've
That's
still
a
got
good
my
one.
shirt of
Liquid Plumber is still the best toilet cleaner.
great military. I defeated.
yeah,
We were in no wars.
uh yeah, I don't know what I toilet cleaner or
Well, not cleaner, but unclogger.
yeah, you know what actually really works is believe it or not is dishwashing detergent. Um, if you put it into your tank and let it just just let it soak in, and then things will flush right away. Uh, Plumbers say you shouldn't use any of those products. They get kind of not too happy if they've heard that you already used it before they came, because that means that they could possibly get chemical burns or something. But I don't know anything about that. But I've got a shirt over there on that mannequin that has the Crimson Ghost Misfits mask. It's my shirt from when I was a kid. Uh, it's Jergens soap, but it's Jerkins. It's got this guy that looks like a deranged fool on it. Oh, and I've got a Gatorade T-shirt upstairs that has the creature from the Black Lagoon drinking it, and alligators swimming in the actual drink. Uh, yeah, there were.
2 red, 2 green.
They took away 625 million.
Missing Mars, you ain't supposed to use drain cleaner on toilets.
You're not?
We'll put it back.
Well,
We'll go immediately if we need to.
yeah, I don't know. I've been told not. I don't know. The stuff that's meant for toilets, I don't think plumbers like you to use it either. I think what they don't want you to know. I don't know, man. I have no clue.
By the way, there's nothing, absolutely nothing wrong. If I did something wrong, I wouldn't be standing here right now because I've won all these cases. Nobody's ever won so many cases as I have against the Justice Department.
What do I know?
Cases all over the place.
Right, right, Alan.
Lives were being ruined. They were spending everything they had.
All I know is there's going to be a storm.
Oh, you're getting some rain?
There's going to be a big storm, it seems like.
A sick group of people, and it was all to
Big,
influence the election. It was
big
all
rain's gonna come and wash all the scum off the streets. Right, Alan?
we have had that in certain countries. We've had that in
Hard rain. I think he said it would be a hard rain.
we've had that in
Yeah, hard rain. That's right.
but we've never had that in a place like
It hasn't
that.
rained here in probably 100 days.
It's been on a small level. I'm sure it has been on a small level, but this was the largest level ever. They brought this moron out of the Hague. He's a mean guy. He's a mean, nasty guy. His picture was perfect. Purple robe. And he executes people. He shouldn't be allowed to execute people because he'll execute everybody. He's a nut job.
Yeah, I'm still trying to think of a wacky package that's iconic. That's the number one.
Oh man, I could probably come up with one.
Great courage. You know,
It would probably have to be one in the first series. Yeah, let me get back to you on that. Uh,
It has to be a first series. Maybe it's Tank. Maybe it's Tank. The
uh,
Bank.
yeah, there were a lot of monster ones. There really were.
I think it's illegal what they did. Almost like talking to a judge.
What was the one for Folgers? There was one for Folgers coffee or something that looked very much like it. And so it was like the Tang where a lot of kids used it to stick on their actual products in the kitchen to mess with their mom, kind of.
What
Right?
was it? There were a lot of hippie ones too. There was a good one called "Doesn't Do Nothing," and it had a hippie on it.
All they do is talk.
Is there a Dunkin' Donuts one?
They did Dunkin' Donuts, but I don't remember what it was. After I got into fifth grade, I only saw wacky packages a little bit. Wacky packages were a phenomenon of my third and fourth grade year, but when we moved to Tacoma, Washington, I found some wacky packages, but I wasn't able to get a consistent supply. That series, I think it was, I don't know, maybe they were up to series 7 by that point. They started doing magazines, and that's when they did a parody of Famous Monsters and Vampirella and stuff like that. And there had been another rival to Wacky Packages back when I was in fourth grade from a cheapo company with not very good art, but they only did covers. It was called Crazy Covers. And it was Wacky Packages, but with magazine and comic book covers. But it was not
I have
great.
Crazy Candy. Crazy Candy, and they did like a movie parody in a VHS box as a candy.
He wants him to be replaced by
Something just felt liquidy on me.
This guy loves electric.
Oh, she didn't just pee on me, man. That didn't feel right, man. Not the cat, the dog is under this blanket, man.
Gas heater is much less expensive. The heat is
Yeah, buddy, man.
Cat spit on you?
No, the dog. I don't know. I felt liquid, and then I looked down, and the dog's head is over there, so the liquid is could have come out the other side. I just don't know what's happening, man. We're all dying here, man. We're in our death throes.
60% of homes and apartments.
It's gonna go down to 8 degrees tonight, right, Alan? It's gonna be fun.
There's something wrong with him. There's something wrong.
And we're not guaranteed this part that shows up tomorrow will actually fix the problem.
When you buy a horse,
I think I'm getting Marvel and DC tomorrow for next week.
you don't know what to do. It's called rain. It comes down.
Oh, you are?
Comes down from heaven. And
Are you already in your house?
no water comes out.
Oh, I'm almost.
Drip, drip, drip. So what happens? You're in the shower 10 times as long.
So, do you know of any upcoming facsimiles beyond that Detective Comics with Batman looming over the castle, that famous cover?
Makes no difference. It comes, especially in certain areas, we have so much water, we don't know what to do with it.
Or as the youngsters call it, tech.
Very, very little water to go into.
It's so cool to call it tech.
You know what people do? They just keep pressing.
And YouTube is YT. You know,
Likewise, washing machines, they want.
you're my YT friends. Did you know that?
The washing machine. So when you
That's,
wash it,
that's
Yeah, I
how
don't
they
know about any other facsimiles. That 31 is coming out in about a month.
Okay, 31.
and things that I'm
That's a
talking
great.
Tech
That's a great
34.
book. Though.
It's what?
So January,
That's a great book.
the economy around very quickly.
Yeah, that's going to be great having that one.
When I think of our
I've never seen that reprinted.
that's what we have. We have.
I mean, it's probably been reprinted in one of those DC archive editions, but only the Batman stories. I doubt anyone's ever reprinted all the backup features in it
Yeah,
and
and
the
the blank
ads and all
great
that.
too.
The
The
ads
blank
are
would be great.
important.
$200 billion. I think it'll be 200. You said
I just hope this phenomenon keeps going and it isn't a fad.
Right, Brian?
I don't think it's a phenomenon. It's just a
2,000.
supplement.
Say just
It
announced
takes the place of a title.
investment that he's going to make. And
I saw a guy show his comic book room on YouTube, and he had a whole wall, and it was all facsimiles. At first, you think, man, this guy's a high roller. And it turns out, oh, they're all fake. And then he had some other ones that were like Silver Age, real important. I won't say the word key, real important Marvel issues, that are thousands, multi-thousand-dollar books. And it turned out those are facsimiles from England. They've done facsimiles of some of these books in England, far more accurate than the facsimiles we're getting here. But they're done in some high-end way. They come with some set. I don't know. This guy had a bunch of fake books up on his wall, but I guess it looked good. I guess.
know where the smartest business people in the world are
And
investing.
this guy, of course, has thousands of more subscribers than me.
So we've done this all in 2 months of not being
It's all right.
we haven't been there.
Yeah, I think I saw that guy. It did look pretty cool though.
Amazing, and we think we're going to.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, I think he did have some, honestly, some good books in there that were real, but it was mostly all fake stuff. But
People slap those fake books too.
It's expensive structure.
it's okay. Whatever floats your boat. I don't know. I wonder if they'll become valuable. I don't know what kind of print run they have.
There probably are slabs of those J.C. Penney reprints from the 90s.
Well, slabbing those, you could genuinely fool somebody. Well, just if you just had it up on your wall and they didn't take it down and look at the back cover. Those had the original price on them, and were the coloring and everything was pretty close. I did a comparison of the X-Men one they reprinted with the Neil Adams Kazar cover, because I'm not going to call him Kazar, even though that is, I guess, the real pronunciation. because I've called him Kazar since 1972, and I'm not going to change. But yeah, I think there was it was almost indistinguishable. Maybe a slight difference in color in Kazar's face that could just as easily be a difference in when it was along the printing process, at what point it was printed during the printing process. I don't know. Yeah, you could fool people with the J.C. Penney ones if you wanted to.
Hey, what
That's,
about the Mervin? There was a Mervin's Batman.
there were fake comics from Mervin's.
I think it might not have been fake comics. They were might have been new stories.
Oh,
Staggering $500,000 to $1 million.
I don't know. Mervin's was one of those stores in the mall that I never went in because what is it? Was it a clothing store? I thought it was just
Mervin's
clothing.
had a little bit of everything, but it was like a JC Penney.
Yeah, it was J.C. Penney, basically the same store.
It was
Yeah.
JC Penney, but it was my era.
Yeah, it was a little bit nicer. Mervin's we had here too. Maybe it's a West Coast thing.
There were Mervins here. I just
Oh,
never
okay.
went in it because it just sounded horrible. Mervins. I
Yeah,
figure it's gonna be a
my
shitty
mom used to
store.
shop there for things. My mom shopped there sometimes.
My mom shopped at Sears. She was not as sophisticated. I don't know, man. I don't know, man. You know what? When I met my wife, I thought that Ross was some fancy store. I'd never been in it. It just sounds Ross. It sounds like it's
Yeah.
some and when she took me into Ross, I thought, what the heck? I thought also the other one I thought was fancy was called oh man, what is that place you go into and every all the clothing is orange. Uh, it's a pretty big store. It has toys. It has clothes. It's one of those box stores that's. I can't remember what it was called. They had 007 perfume for a while, cologne. I thought that was some fancy store until she took me into it, and I realized, oh man, this is a sleazy store. Uh, I hold on, I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out.
Something's gonna have to be done. Same thing with Mexico. We have a massive deficit with Mexico, and we help Mexico a lot. They're essentially run by the cartels, and can't let that happen. Mexico's really in trouble, a lot of trouble. Very dangerous place. We're going to be announcing a future date pretty soon. We're going to change because we do most of the work there, and it's ours. We're going to be changing sort of the opposite of Biden, where he's closing everything up, essentially getting rid of 50 to 60 trillion dollars worth of assets. We're going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, which has a beautiful ring that covers.
I don't know. My wife would know the name of that shitty store. I can't figure it out. I was looking up 007 cologne. I thought it was an exclusive to
Hey, I know
that
which
14.
Miller's Outpost. Are you talking about Miller's Outpost?
No, it wasn't Miller's Outpost. It was you're scaring the cat, man.
Recommended. So we're going to make up for that by putting tariffs on Mexico.
I don't know.
Substantial.
I have no idea. Yes, Gold Key, Geezer. No, there's no heat yet. Missing Mars. Hey, Geezer. Yeah, no heat yet. Appears to be a plumbing issue. Plumbing issue. Wait, what? You got a new boiler or repairing an existing? Uh, no, it's not a plumbing issue. Uh, it's starting the boiler issue, and so the plumber ordered a piece, and he said what came this morning had. Now I've got cat hair all over my face again. Uh, bore no resemblance to what he ordered, so they're rushing them one. Should be here first thing in the morning. What makes the light ignite to start the boiler. That piece he replaced a year ago, and so
Natural gas.
once he's hoping that being replaced tomorrow will get this thing going. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's going down to
Still
8
trying to think of
degrees
this orange
tonight.
logo.
Energy is a good business.
I'm sorry I don't look at the comments very much because um,
Stories full.
it's just the kind of scumbag that I am. I don't value my viewers. Right, Alan? We hate the viewers. Just kidding.
I just got a package. You want to do a real quick unboxing?
Yes, I do. Let's see. There we go.
Could be anything. There's no telling what it's going to be.
Could be anything.
It's big. Heavy.
That was
The
really quick.
telegram is on.
It's a
It's what?
24 pack of V8.
I
That's all.
wonder what's the flavor of the 8?
It's
V8
regular,
used to have one
original,
flavor when I was a kid.
original V8. 4 6-packs of original flavor V8.
That's great. That's funny.
Hey, isn't there a V8 wacky package? There has to be.
Probably, I don't recall it.
This is
Um,
Palm Springs. And they put new ones next to them because nobody wants to take them down, because why should they take them down?
Yeah,
It's very expensive to take them down when you can't do it.
yeah. That's when a pack of cards was or stickers was 5 cents as opposed to 7.99 like those Godzilla packs, and you got a stick of completely fossilized chewing gum
From a simple water force
that I would actually put in my mouth, and it would slice open the sides of your mouth until you softened enough that you could chew it. And I would chew it for a couple of minutes, then spit it out. But I wanted to get my money's worth, I guess. Never really been a gum chewer. Bluetooth user, what is that noise? That's probably Kevin feeding his dogs, I'm imagining. Missing Mars says, "My God, Kevin, what you doing? Stripping off the wallpaper?" Says Missing Mars. Nah.
Did you
He's,
did you destroy? You destroyed the
wouldn't do that.
economic.
Yeah, the bags of this food makes a lot of noise.
Yeah.
You have some of those gentle giants.
Yeah. The bags are insanely large that she ordered, and
My dogs eat those like they're nothing. Those giant bags.
well, your dogs sound pretty big.
No, my dog. I need to fatten them up. I need to fatten them up more.
Why?
I mean, they're pretty skinny.
Oh,
The comments. My God, Kevin, what are you doing? Stripping off the wallpaper?
No, I don't have wallpaper. If I did, I'd leave it up. I wouldn't strip it off.
Because I say build the plant with the building. So with the structure, build the plant, because you're going to.
I love these little goggles. These are little. What are these? The Umbrella Corporation. This mask you sent me, Kevin, from the little rubber mask is so dope. The little black one that I was wearing earlier. It's cool, man. I like
Oh,
it.
I forgot to ask if you can see through it. I heard it's hard to see through those.
It's really hard to see through. You have to. I mean, it's almost impossible. Yeah.
the only kind of interesting thing about having to live through that pandemic was the fact that you were able to go into a bank wearing a mask, and it was perfectly okay. In fact, they were upset if you weren't wearing a mask. Whoever would have thought you could ever go into a mask? I would have thought if you even come close to a bank with a mask on, you would be ventilated very quickly. But we lived through that. Being
All
in
the
a bank
all the
line wearing a mask.
all the banks around here say, please remove all glasses, hats, hoods before entering bank.
Yeah, I can
They
remember
said
that.
that during the
You were supposed to
pandemic.
wear a hat or sunglasses when you went in the bank. I remember that.
No, that's how it is. The banks around here.
But When during the pandemic, did they make you remove your little face diaper?
No.
No.
Go in and we have a mess. The cities are all blown up. The people
Uh,
actually left.
Hey, Gratu, says Gold Key Geezer. I saw that you showed a Pauline Pearl on that Gold Key show. Very nice. Yeah. Yeah, I'd planned to do that because that was one
Before it started.
that kind of confuses you initially because it so much looks like it's some comic cartoon like a that was, but it wasn't. It looks like it's a Saturday morning cartoon adaptation.
You know, one of the best thing, I mean, that was a really fun show the other night that Mike put on, the Gold Key show. But what I take away from it was, wow, what a crazy load of different titles that Gold Key put out during like not a huge period of time, like under 20 years. And
Yeah.
look at all this different stuff. The variety of titles is so crazy. So much good stuff, licensed, unlicensed, just
Yeah.
odd, you know, just really well made stuff. And when I was a kid, I took it for granted. I didn't think much of Gold Key when I was a kid. I bought some of it and I enjoyed it, but it wasn't top tier to me as a kid at all. But looking back at it now, I really enjoy it. I love it. I've got a lot of most of my collection is Dell and a lot of Gold Key as well.
Yeah. I don't have as much Dell. Um, the really good Dell would be 50s, right? And I guess 40s with the four color. I just
I have just a ton of 50s stuff.
yeah.
Because it was expensive when I bought it.
Yeah, I really love the Dell. The only thing I wish that Dell had advertising because they would have the stories right continue on to the back page, wouldn't they? In a lot of the Dells, am I thinking
Yeah, and
right?
they prided themselves on having no ads. Being ad free was a selling point for them at the time.
Right, right. But see, to me, that's
Right.
an important part of that time period. And to me, again, I collect time periods and I value the ads and it's all part of the experience of transporting back in time to that year and that month.
Yeah, it was a different what Dell was doing was different than what Gold Key would go on to do with some of their titles. In that, in my opinion, a lot of the times Dell was selling to adults, so Dell was selling to like your mom. Sometimes the comics
Yeah.
that you were getting were being bought by your mom, and they knew they were trying to sell them to your mom at the supermarket.
Right. That's why it said Dell comics are good comics. Kids don't care about that.
No, and so in the 60s, that's really switched. And so then, you know, Gold Key, that was definitely on a spinner rack in a 7-Eleven meant for a 12-year-old or a 10-year-old to buy, not for your mom. Yeah.
The reason I'm laughing is that one of Kevin's dogs sounds completely like he should be one of the Three Stooges. That's why I laugh every time I hear it. I don't know if it sounds more like Curly or Shimp, but
Sounds like the Bumpus Hounds from Christmas Story too.
the what sounds from A Christmas Story?
The
The
bump.
Bumpus Hounds, the neighbor
All right.
dogs that steal the turkey.
Oh yeah. Right.
Here's the shelf if you guys want to see it.
Oh yes, of course.
I brought it
Uh,
inside for the first time.
Oop, wrong person. Okay.
I had to get off spider webs and all kinds of dust.
I don't think I've ever had a subject on anything other than military with them.
See, this is what I mean by dividers. Oh, you can't even see that. You can't see the dividers, it's right there.
Do you have some Dell comics in your house that you could bring in and put on the shelves just so we can get a sense of things?
No, the only thing I have here is DC comics, but you want to put some on?
Yeah, because we're not seeing anything but black. But if you put comics on, we could see what it looks like. Do you have Silver Age or Golden Age? Well, whatever. Older the better, so they're a little wider.
They see you're all stars.
Because if you had a Golden Age comic, then we would get a sense of how many are meant to be on a shelf.
I'm gonna have to put.
Because the picture I saw, it was like they had 4 books going across, but that's not the way they would always do it. They usually you wouldn't see the whole front cover of a comic. You would see a
Only
little
three.
bit of the side of it.
Only three would fit, but you'd have with these comics, you have a
Yeah.
gap
Yeah,
with
but
a
see, the
golden.
guy that put the EC comics on that rack was thinking it's like a blockbuster, and that's not the way they would put comics where you see the whole cover. What you'd want to do is move that second comic over to the left, and well, you move it and overlap about half of the first comic.
You can't because there's a divider there.
Oh, there's a
It's
divider.
it's
Oh,
separate.
okay.
It's
Never
separated by
mind.
golden age. It's separated by golden age size.
Yeah, okay. Absolutely,
That's
I
why
get it.
you, that's why you see those gaps there. Because I could put golden age in here.
Yeah. Well, Dells are golden age sized. Dells from that time period where this rack was made. So,
And then you have three. You have three compartments.
well,
So, so it can go back three.
what about, hey, get, would a Monster magazine fit? Is that golden age? Golden age is still
Mag-
smaller than magazine width, right?
Magazine would be too wide.
Too wide. Have you
It's
tried it?
exactly yeah.
Okay.
It's
All
exactly
right.
made for golden age.
It's Three Stooges and clown noises.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about either. What does that mean? Elay is crazy lit.
They're probably talking about
Elon.
Elon
Maybe he
Musk.
meant Elon. It says Elay though. Elay is crazy lit. What did you mean by that, Snake? Are you watching us too? Comment. Type in this comment.
Well, we
Sometimes he
weren't
watches
talking
us.
about Elon Musk. I don't think he's watching unless you told him to watch.
No, he's watching something else. I don't know. We didn't mention Elon just.
Yeah, and it sucks because I have cool books, but they're all on slabs.
Um,
Slabs don't
what
even
is?
fit. Look,
Oh, slabs are wider than a magazine. Then
yeah, slabs don't even fit in here.
There's no place for slabs.
do you have EC reprints in your house?
But the '90s ones would fit in
Yeah,
here.
yeah. Do you have any handy?
No,
700 miles away, and
the only EC I have here besides my originals are those graphic novels.
Oh, okay.
What number did they
Well,
start on? Was it like 26 or was it 22?
Obama did not, but I hit him with a lot of missiles.
what? Tales from the Crypt? What are you talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah. Was
I
it
don't.
22 or 26 where they started?
I used to know all these things, but it's all gone.
That's my earliest one. Wait, no, I have a. Yeah, that's my earliest one.
What is the little thing? The little thing means it's from Jerry Garcia's collection.
This
Little
one's
stick.
not. This one's from.
What is
This
the
one
silver sticker on the right? Oh, that's just the CGC logo, huh?
just says guillotine cover.
Well, I guess I'm distracted by the little hologram thing on the top right. Oh, a date stamp. That's cool.
That's beautiful. Really nice comic.
Yeah, I've
7.0.
never.
You don't find 7.0s of this book.
No, not.
No,
Yeah.
very
This
nice.
is an old case. This is a very old case from like early 2000s.
Yeah.
They treated me, meaning in the country, I'm the representative of our country, and we were treated with.
Pretty neat. I don't know, man.
You think
I
maybe
wish I
that
could
Jerry
look at it.
Garcia's? You think maybe Jerry Garcia's books are in a higher grade because he only touched them with 9 fingers?
What, he's missing a finger?
Yes, he famously only has 9 fingers.
I mean, he was born that way?
No, you don't know the story? No, his
No.
older brother accidentally chopped his finger off when they were cutting down a Christmas tree in Santa Cruz when he was a kid growing up, and that's why people say that he has his music are 9 finger noodlings. It's a 9 finger noodle. because you know how he plays like that. So he's missing a finger. He only has 9 fingers.
Oh, I had no idea. I don't know much about the Grateful Dead, to be honest with you.
But yeah, maybe they're because he only touched him with 9 fingers instead of 10.
Well, I admire him far more for being an EC fan than for his music, but I don't know his music that much, but it's just,
I don't either.
yeah, I
I
don't
never
want to
listened to
offend
it,
the
but I have
nine of
lots of
you.
friends that used to go to shows.
From July 1950.
Yeah, that turned into Tales from the Crypt. Yeah.
Mhm. I always wondered why people don't collect Cryptid Terror.
Because they're stupid. Well, probably because it doesn't have the name, that was on an HBO show. I don't know. To me,
To me,
I've
it's the
always,
same book. It's the same book to me.
yeah, it is. Yeah,
Because the numbering was all weird anyway, so why wouldn't you collect those?
yeah. The numbering was weird because they didn't want to mess with the postal department, and because when you started a new comic, you had to get a new mailing certificate, pay money. So they would, when they wanted to start a new comic, they just changed the title and kept the numbering going.
This is a comic that's been homaged a million times.
Wow.
Yeah.
These are all your books. These are beautiful.
Yeah.
I used to have a different copy, but I sold it because I got an 8.0 on this one.
Uh,
I had two of them, and I sold the lesser grade.
this is the
Would they?
advantage of being a comic store owner is the books come to you. You don't have to seek them out.
No, these you have to go to. These they don't come to me.
None of them
What
did.
the?
No, I've never had these
Oh,
come to me. These
yeah,
are all
they're
How
wrong.
many are? How many are there? About 27 total.
That sounds right. It was like 22 to 40 something.
You have all of them or no?
No, you'll see. I don't have it. I have maybe half of them. Those are my two oldest ones. I have them all in order. That was 27 and 28. Starting in the early 20s, I thought. Most of mines are like this, but it says a 3.0, but it's like to me it's
Yeah, three and fours can look really good.
yeah, threes and fours are fine for me as long as the
And leave
covers.
leave the 9.8s to these 20-year-old idiots.
Yeah, I would never even try to upgrade this. This is just perfect
Like a
to me.
1.0.
Oh, look at. Let's read this. What's wrong with it? It says I can't read it. Maybe you guys can. Piece of.
Out of 6-page, slightly affects story.
Yeah. Sorry.
So that's what really took me down on this because I mean that cover looks like a 6.0 to me.
Yeah.
It's that piece cut out because there's not even spine ticks on this thing.
So
There's a
there's no way for you to even know how big a piece is gone because you've never been able to see the inside of the book.
no. That's good that they put it on there at least because they
Yeah.
started taking it off there. Now you have to look at the notes to see that kind of thing.
Do the notes give you a photograph of it?
The grader's notes will give you more in depth of why it got the 3.0, but they took it off. They took most of the stuff off the label now. You can have a detached cover and it won't even tell you on the label. And they
Oh,
did that to help dealers out sell their books.
wow.
Oh, yeah, this is one of my favorite books.
Oh, the origin story.
Yeah, 7.5.
15 to 20 stories.
Wow.
That's the thing. I was surprised that I could, and they're flattened like a pancake. One
Okay.
or two bombs hit them and they just collapsed.
Yeah, it just sucks. I want to open it up and I can't.
Nobody in that little building.
I'm sure you've got some customer that could paint the Dell writing on there pretty well.
Being killed in the Ukraine war with
Um,
straight
some artist guy.
being seen since the second. Got to be stopped. And I'm doing my best to stop it. Yeah.
Well, after the Gold Key show was over, Night Tigers, we were talking, and Night Tigers said I wish that we could record what we're saying now. And I said, why didn't you just let the show keep going? He says, well, I wanted to end it at 2 hours, uh, and said, well, you could start the show again, because it was pretty good conversation happening after the show, and he was about to do that, but the other guy says, no, we gotta go. So, but I don't know, I can't remember what we were talking about, but
Is this the first one they started putting the
We will do that. I actually
Ray Bradbury little box on there?
yeah.
Or were they doing that before this one?
It could.
I don't know what issue it started on, but
I have great respect for the,
You were telling the story about it, like how
if he'd like to do that.
he wrote into them or called them and said, "Hey, you guys are
yeah.
using my stories. I don't mind, but why don't you give me a little something?"
Well, yeah, he said, well, no, he didn't really say it that way. He pretended like they had an agreement already. He said, I really enjoyed your adaptations of my stories in the recent issues, and but I think that I think the check hasn't arrived yet or something. My customary fee, whatever. Um, he just made it sound like, it's like I really love what you're doing, but the check hasn't gotten here yet. So, and then he said, and then if you, and he said, here's some books with some other stories that you could do in the future, because he was really excited about wanting to establish a relationship with them. He was not looking to sue them. He was genuinely loving the adaptations. He just realized they were stealing from him, uh, and Gaines sent him a check, but he never admitted to it. He just sent him the check, and then after that, they had a deal where they could put his name on the cover, and he was a pretty big up and coming guy at that point in the early 50s. But at a certain point, he kind of severed it because he was becoming popular with normal people, and he was realizing he maybe shouldn't have, or maybe someone told him, you really shouldn't have your name on the front of those comic books. And but he always loved comic books. He was
This
just
one has a date stamp on it. America's
what's that?
horror top horror writer.
um um
What's that date
it's
So
got
say?
the year too. That's good. Zoom in a little bit.
59,
March 25th, not
58,
59, it has to be
Should
58.
be
53.
53. Should be
Oh,
53.
53,
53.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Letters, etc., etc.
Yeah.
We had a very good relationship with Phil Coe.
So
This must be something bad inside because this thing looks way better than the 3.0.
it doesn't give me any clue.
They didn't write it up here.
Just say this. This is simple. The people say, he won't come, he will come.
Well, you don't want to smash it out, huh?
Just an
No,
opinion. But I have had
I do, but I don't at the same time.
some very
Yeah.
because China and the United States can together solve all of the problems of the world.
Yeah,
you think about it.
The one, if I wanted it back in the slab, they would want like $100 or something stupid.
Oh,
He wasn't standing up. But we spent hours and hours talking.
The thing is, if you go to sell these, you pretty much have them in a slab. I think they made it that way. I didn't make it that way.
yeah.
I think it's
The
just,
people that buy these made it that way.
well, actually,
Right.
I think it's
I don't want to sell this. I never want to sell this book, but
some people seem to,
someday this book will have to be sold.
and I was
Yeah.
happy to see that it wasn't specific to this gentleman that was killed. It's just an overall sickness as opposed to a specific sickness. That was a terrible thing. It was cold-blooded, just a cold-blooded, horrible killing. And how people can like this guy is, that's a sickness, actually. That's really very bad, especially the way.
Yeah. Charles Atlas was immortal. He always looked the same. You know, 20 years later in the 70s, he still was the same guy. And then you find a magazine from the 1920s, and it's the same ad on the beach, except the swimsuits are it's not a bikini. It's a 1920s swimsuit, but it's the same comic about the ad that made a man out of Mac. But Charles Atlas still looks like he's 30 years old.
I'll show you
So,
guys something cool. I'll show you guys something cool in a second. See this cover?
yeah.
I've never seen that cover.
It's very important. And we need borders, we need walls, but we need borders, and we need fair elections. You look at California, millions and millions.
Guy with a knife chasing these kids in a graveyard.
With machines, the counting of,
Yeah.
you have paper ballots and
I'll
votes.
show you something cool. I bought from a guy at a convention.
Versus, no, I have a brother that as an example. As I want to, I'm gonna be doing one.
He said he hand painted these. I'll show you. Tell me what you think.
Very, very good post. Right all the time. And then just before the election, she said.
Okay.
Said he hand painted these. See the layers of it? I don't know if you can see that.
It
I
looks
see
like an
it.
animation cell. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Those layers.
Oh, it's 3D.
Oh, I didn't see that. It's 3D. It looks
Yeah.
3D.
Yeah, that's pretty great.
It's a 3D image of this, and he hand painted each layer. He said.
Whoa,
So
what?
That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's
it's
the
good.
top one. That's the top layer. And then he went to another layer,
What?
another layer behind that, and then another layer behind that.
Is it
And then
foam?
final. That's the final layer back there.
Is it clear
I can't
or
tell. I can't tell if it's foam core. It looks like an animation cell, like it's painted on clear plastic.
is the frame really deep or is it just a regular frame?
No, the frame is deep.
Oh, so it could be. I don't know. That's really cool. That's amazing. I never seen anything
Was
like
that expensive?
No, that's why I bought it. It was affordable.
Today or tomorrow.
Man, it's so
Look at-
cool.
Here, maybe you can. Oh, he didn't sign. I thought maybe he signed it, but he didn't.
And they took the whole answer
Wow,
and they replaced it with something that you said
that's pretty neat.
later on in the interview, which wasn't a great answer.
Yeah, he recreated it. And hand painted it. It's like an exact replica.
Weird. That was fraud and election interference.
Yeah, I love that. That's great.
So I was just reading. I wanted to read what the kids from Venture wrote about the comic book convention, right? So I read the one page that they wrote about 1973, and then I just read 1974, and it's kind of interesting how much he changed, how much the guy that wrote it changed in a year. And the first one, it's real straight. It's kind of, he just tells you exactly what they saw, who they met, and and it's really cool. It's got a lot of name dropping. It's all people that weren't that huge at the time, or they were huge to a small amount of people, but now they're big to everybody. But the second one, there's a couple things I want to read to you guys that are kind of funny. Just I won't, it says he talks about he says after buying tons of original art from Frazetta, Adams, Smith, Morodo, Williamson, Bruner, Schubert, Colin, Todd, Klein, and Kaluta, we survived on less and less each day. I think our food budget went from Denny's, which isn't much to start with, to Jack in the Box and Taco Bell, to crackers and milk, then to water, and then the bed sheets. And he says, seeing faces behind the letters one receives in the mail is a trip, and all of us will never forget getting wasted with Captain Chucky Fiala and Bruce Patterson. Actually, we shouldn't have spent that money on the Southern Comfort. Again, we met a lot of new and old acquaintances at the con, and a great time because of the fantastic atmosphere created within the doors of the hotel. All this was due to Sheldorf and the people backing him. We hope they keep it going for a long, long time. And this was 1974, written by like a 17-year-old. Isn't that cool?
Yeah. So that was used in the Senate hearings and anti-comics editorials. But I wonder what the story is that might have that baseball story, or I don't know what's in it. I could go check in my hardcover reprints, but I'll be in trouble to do that. After all that listening.
I got 5 more, I think, and that's it.
With us during administration, 24 hours, they will be, well, they'll all think. Except like Jeff, nice to see you, Jeff. This is like the old days, right? You look much better now than you did 4 years ago. How you doing? Go ahead.
Wow.
We'll have a lot. Well, I bet you could say as well as I could.
This looks like a file copy. Looks brand new.
Executive orders and
The great
Wonder if I have a file copy.
5 somewhere.
This next one looks like a file copy.
we just had a very good.
Yep. Peace.
And, the real conversations will start on the 20th. We had a really good conversation, and I think we're going to be in a good place in the Middle East. I think the Middle East is in a good place. I think actually more difficult is going to be the Russian situation. I don't think they could allow vessels to be shot 200 miles into Russia. I think that was a bad thing.
This is a guillotine cover. It's a lot like that first one I showed, isn't it?
That did a lot of bad things. I don't
yeah.
think
Yeah.
Similar.
when there's a possibility, and certainly not.
Let's see what that first one I showed was.
Guillotine was a really popular torture in the 1950s and 60s. You saw a lot of guillotines.
Oh, it's different.
Not really even torture, I guess it was an execution technique, but you saw it a lot in media. As a kid, I remember seeing a lot of. There's model kits. You could buy a model kit.
Yeah.
And you could. It was.
Oh, okay. I thought you were joking, like it was being used in the prison system.
No, I mean
yeah.
it was popular when we were kids. Like it was. They knew kids liked it, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, it was always in the Hammer movies and stuff. Yeah. And magicians used it too.
You're right. Thank you. Yeah, you're right. Magicians. That
One of
makes
the big
sense.
differences between the first term everybody was fighting. In this term, everybody wants to be my friend. My personality changed. I had,
My last one. This one has a date stamp, October 21st.
Wednesday had her Marie Antoinette doll, right?
Look, it says received, like REC, exclamation point D.
It's great.
The big difference is that
So they would give it like 2 months on the rack, maybe? What do you think?
Yeah.
How long would it stay? Like 2 months?
Well, there was always they were always dated 2 months ahead. That's how long you would get on the rack. Yeah.
This is the last issue that
That
they
would get
made.
there on the 24th. It would stay until the week of Christmas on the
Now
rack.
that
So
one,
it was
when it was
10:55, and the date on here is 2:55.
that one, I think was reprinted in 1972 with the title "Crypt of Terror," and um, I always thought it was because that was the original title that had been planned to be used on that one. I'm not really sure, but I have that issue as a reprint that says "Crypt of Terror."
The 3D issues, I think I have too. You guys seen the 3D issues? I
I
think they only
I
did
don't know if I have it in
two.
person, but
Yeah, they did two 3D issues, 1 and 2. This one reminds me of like a Mad cover for some reason.
yeah, yeah.
So what Mad #1 kind of look like? Why do I think this looks like a Mad
Well,
cover?
no, because it has the mad feeling. Yeah. So that inside has different kinds of stories. Does it
They
have
call
war mixed
this.
with horror?
This is. They call it incomplete because it's missing the 3D glasses.
Oh, okay. Well, most of them are going to be missing those. I wonder if they had real elaborate drawings printed on the glasses. Otherwise, you could just use just about any pair of 3D glasses.
Yeah, I think the #2 I have has the 3D glasses. This is a better cover.
I've never seen that before. That's amazing.
So it comes with two 3D glasses. To be fully complete, you have to have two pairs of glasses.
2 3D.
I mean,
So
I've seen
you and your brother or
pictures of.
sister could read it at the same time.
I like how the EC logo has the EC letters coming off of it.
There's a date stamp on the back. And it has it's complete with the 3D glasses. Two pairs of 3D glasses included.
Wow, how do they grade that? With that only issue with the 2 pairs, and they still give it a 3.5. The fuck?
It's the only issue of Tales from the Crypt of Terror because this one's called 3-Dimensional EC Classics. So even though this is the #2, people will search for #1, but there is no #1. This is the #1. This is the #1. It's a different title though.
Right.
So this is #2, but it's the only issue. So it says formerly, what does it say? Formerly known as 3-Dimensional EC Classics. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you have these two, then you have them both.
In taxes and tariffs from China. No other president.
It's the complete run.
On to Fear, and we have a few issues. Panic has a few issues. That one's signed.
Wow.
Oh, neat.
This is the first blank cover right here. What do you think? It's the first blank.
Probably.
That's a joke, though. It's an intentional joke.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of people get these sketched on.
Well, there was an
I
issue
have
of Mad that had that was just a red cover. It had a tiny picture of a girl carrying a gorilla at the top, but for the most part, it was blank, just all red. I'm
okay. Here's
Mad
the last.
as an EC comic.
Here's my last three EC comics that I own. I never showed off all this whole box at one time.
I hope so. To me, Terrence, the most beautiful word in the dictionary. It'll make our country. But you go back and look at the 1890s.
Baltimore 20. Is this? Let me see this. Looks. I don't know. I wonder why I got a 5.5. It looks pretty good. Maybe it's a little faded. I don't know.
Um, Maybe the green should be, but I don't
They
know. It
kept
could be in the
changing them.
printing.
They would keep changing the colors for every issue, so I
Yeah,
can't really
that's
tell.
true. I don't. I'd have to see other copies.
This comic right here, I see everywhere. I see this all the time.
And then when they did the hardcover Russ Cochran reprints, they got Marie Severin to come in, and they handed her stats of the original artwork, and they said color them. She colored all these covers, but they allowed her to color them how she would want to color them now. So the colors were different. They were her interpretation, the original colorist interpretation as of the 70s. So sometimes they were close to the original coloring, and sometimes the coloring was different.
Look at this guy's hairline. It goes pretty far back.
Yeah.
Gonna make America great again. Thank you very much.
Drew, I got to get up. Drew, I got to get up, Drew. Don't worry about
Yeah.
it.
For some reason, I always see this book at for sale.
The,
Like they printed too many of that book.
it could be. I'm getting up, Drew.
Here's the last one I have.
Let's take a look. Oh, boy.
There's something, I don't know, maybe it's just me, but there's something really melancholy about these comics, about just looking at them to me. There's something about it's something about a things that are lost that you can't get back. It's like these comic books remind me of that Modern Lovers song, that summer feeling. That Jonathan Richman song that he saw,
Yeah.
that summer feeling that's going to haunt you for the rest of your life. That's
Yeah.
what this reminds me of. And it even says that the hook in the song is that summer feeling is going to haunt you for the rest of your life. And
Yeah.
that's what this reminds me of.
Can you see that line? Is that supposed to be there? Is that?
I don't know. It looks like a cut, almost like a razor
Yeah, you
cut.
see that?
Yeah.
Looks like a
Yeah.
silver. Looks like a silver Sharpie.
Well, is it mentioned in the on the liner notes or whatever they call that?
It's not on here, but if I check the grader's notes, maybe it's there.
Well, I don't know. It doesn't look too bad.
That's why I was wondering if it was supposed to be there. Doesn't look bad.
Yeah, I don't know.
But I don't think it's supposed to be there.
There doesn't seem to be any purpose for it to be there.
No, and I doubt they'd take off much for that.
So these would have been the comic books that Bob Sidebottom grew up loving and and buying off the rack, and this is why he was a curmudgeon, because nothing ever came close to what he read when he was 10.
Yeah, so if he saw kids, buying the '60s Marvel, yeah, he would have, the feeling like we have looking at '90s stuff.
Yes.
Probably, even though it's great, it's this was that high watermark that, and it was something that generation kept with them. The baby boomers, the early baby boomers that were later the flower children and stuff, and this is where the underground comics movement comes from. And there was so many different underground comics that had that look of the EC covers that they would use, and there was so much influence of the underground in the underground comic movement of Harvey Kurtzman and the early Mad. uh, I think it just really hit that generation, and then it was swiped away from them. And then, literally within months of those comics disappearing, rock and roll hit. And so it was like, I always say it's like whack-a-mole. They, the parents and everything were able, well, everyone's gone.
Yeah, we lost
We're able to get the, oh, someone's coming back in. We're able to get the evil comics gone, but then the rock and roll showed up. And so, I don't know. And it's an early resentment against the authority, that later, yeah, damn, it's cold. Well, I think my wife's going to be off work in less than 10 minutes, so I probably need to start closing down shop. It's sure been fun tonight. This has been a pretty good show. I feel sorry for these. Man, what are those cats out there? There's like feral cats, and they're out there, and they go down into the sewer system, and they stay warm down there.
really.
Yeah, and somehow
There's
they
a
survive.
there's a Facebook group on about feral cats and these people making homes for them outside, different
Chip
creative ways.
Chip Creek says his phone died.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, right, Drew?
Yeah, it's weird. It's been showing up on my Facebook feed. A group for feral cats and making homes for them outside during the winter.
Yeah, man. Well, let me go check and see how the basement's doing. I'm gonna go upstairs. Um,
Yeah, I guess using hay or straw provides warmth.
yeah, well they've got it figured out. I saw a little cute kitten a couple months ago while I was walking Drew, and I thought, oh, this is going to be a friendly little kitten, and I was and Drew was kind of going towards the kitten, not in a threatening way, but that little kitten charged at Drew like, get the hell away, man! It was a tough little kitten. It was completely. It's they're streetwise. Oh, gosh,
You don't like crisis stuff, but this is pretty good cover
let me
for a
see.
pre-crisis book.
No, it's not so much that. I At the time I liked the crisis books. I liked the artwork. I liked the writing. It's just that it was destroying stuff that I loved, and it wasn't like the death of Superman. Well, he came back. It was like, no, they really are destroying everything you loved, and it never did come back. At least not in the Mort Wessinger way of what I liked, the way that DC had been. You know. Oh well.
Yeah, I wish they weren't in slabs so I could put them on
Yeah.
this rack. Looks stupid like this.
You gotta bring some Dells. I mean, that's made for Dells. You really gotta get some actual real Dells
Yeah.
and
I would
put them on there.
I think I
Or
have
the
a couple.
Golden Age comics.
anything Golden Age will fit on there.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it'll hold 27 books.
Okay. And how deep is it? How many copies of a particular book could fit in each slot?
I don't know, maybe 20, 25.
Okay.
I don't know. It's like four fingers deep.
Oh, okay. Drew, we gotta go upstairs. Come on. We're going upstairs to stay warm. Come on, Drew. Come on, Drew. Should have followed me. Well, uh, oh, you're putting it together.
Man,
Well, I don't know
can't
what.
do nothing if he's.
Well, I'll probably be back at some point this week. I don't know what day, but um, it kind of depends what nights Cleo is working. I might come on. Uh, you, s- you said new books are showing up tomorrow.
Yeah. And then maybe we should set up a day for the when the masks come in too.
Oh, when is that? You think?
I'm not sure. I don't think he sent them out yet.
Okay, yeah. Well, whenever they come in, we'll do something. And maybe I could go on tomorrow at least for a little, not as long as this live stream, and not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just I don't know if the electric if if the heat's not working tomorrow, man, I'm gonna be probably in a even worse mood, honestly. So what does that say on the back?
Pee Wee
I'm
Herman.
gonna. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I gotta I gotta head out, ladies and gentlemen, and let's see. It's just about 11 o'clock my time, but I'll see you guys real soon. Take care, everybody. Goodbye.